Green.
Oh, but Koa holds it around the outside, and he gets a way better
take it. Pushing hard already, 3 wide into turn 1.
A little bit, and a group of Asses just piling up on him, trying to hold everybody off. Push him wide a little bit, but you can't make it stick.
Boonstra is able to hold the inside.
Got a little overlap, but he can't do it.
Ooh, and he just caught it. Mr. Sir and King are banging doors.
Oh, shoot.
And we're off and away for SRA.
Good evening, SRA fans. Tonight we have a wonderful event ahead of us. We have the endurance race of the Nurburgring for 6 hours. As you see, we have the lovely little poster right there. I have a special guest with me tonight. I have Andrew Anderson. Oh, well, hang on here. Let me fix something. Looks like may have missed you. Try again. Well, my OBS, I will work on it, and we'll try to get Andrew in here so that way he can talk to you guys and you can all hear his wonderful quips tonight.
Oh, am I in?
Oh, there we go. There we go. It's all on my end. My OBS is finicky sometimes, so you are now live, Andrew.
Hey, I just dropped in to see what condition my condition was in.
Yeah, it's still good condition. We're still doing good. But as you guys can see with the poster, tonight we have 3 classes. We've stuck with our traditional gold, silver, and open. Teams, if they want to, says they can solo it. Been there, done that. You are a mad lad if you decide to do that. It is tough on the body. And you can have up to 3 drivers. We are going back to the no stint timer like we did at the Hungaroring. So you can drive as long as you want. As long as you have fuel, you are good to go. And you only have 4 sets of dry tires. And that's going to be interesting tonight because if it's going to be dry, you have to take 4 tires for 6 hours. But, oh, someone told me they updated to 5 sets of dry tires. So that is news to me. I'm glad you told me that, Taylor. What are you anticipating seeing tonight, Andrew?
I think it's gonna be tough to figure out which of those 5, which stints you can put those 5 tires on, unless it rains. I haven't seen the weather forecast yet to see if it's if it's going to rain on these guys. If it rains, 5 sets is way plenty enough.
Especially with the new physics, because this is our first real race that we've had in the new physics. Yes, we had League in a week, so a lot of these drivers did get to experience that. But this is like one of our major events that we're putting on and under this new physics. So tire wear is completely different. That way you set up the car entirely different. So probably a huge learning curve for a lot of these drivers tonight.
Everybody's going to figure out how much tow can you really put in the car, because now you can't just go maximum tow and go have a nice day. Now you get up to negative 0.18 or so, or 19 or 20, and you might be scrubbing the inside of that tire off, and you could be in big trouble real fast.
Oh yes, I 100% agree. And especially with some of these drivers that we have in our SRA, you're gonna want to try to go max tow. They're all about that tow.
Jeffrey says he's got all his toes.
See, there it is.
Nice.
Jeffries is on it.
Yeah. Tell him that in 1.9 he can only use about 2 of them.
Oh, okay. I think he may have heard you on that one, so we'll see if he responds.
Yeah, let's ask him if he likes to use the pinky toe or the big toe. And then he may hear this and give us all the middle toe.
There, that'd be an interesting sight to see from the coach.
I want to see how many people are driving the 296, and I want to see in race conditions, is that 296 going to be faster than everything else? Because in qualifying speeds, it seems like that's the bougie car to drive. But I got a feeling that the other cars are much more balanced than we think they're going to be. So I want to see that, and I want to see what's up with the new Porsche. Right now, it's just awful. So I want to find out if some of these guys are smart and have got that car balanced out. That's what I want to know.
I agree. The new cars, I feel are going to be very popular. I'll have to pull up the team list here at some point and also go over their qualifying order, because we did do qualifying a little differently this time. Those 5 sets don't need to be used for qualifying because all the qualifying was done earlier this week. So
I like that. My 2 cents for those who for the constabulary of this group is, well, I sure would like to qualify earlier in the week. Then when we have race night, you just get on in a race. That would be that would be nice. But so that's my 2 cents worth in for those who aren't listening to me.
Yeah, well, no, I have heard a lot of people, especially in the Discord, have been saying that they like it just because you do get that opportunity to really sweat it out beforehand, and that you're doing, doesn't have to be 3 consecutive laps. You just have to do 3 laps, and then we take the average of that, and then we also take the average of your teammates, and that gets your qualifying order. That tells us where you put the times in, and that also helped determine the split.
Absolutely. So it would get it's in my corner of the world. It would get race night up and going, and in and out. It'd be a lot of fun. So, anyways, it looks like they haven't gone live yet. I don't think they have.
The server will be going live here shortly. I just wanted to get through all the formalities, especially since we don't have the qualifying time to go through everything that we normally do. So
yeah. Now, if I haven't done any reading here, but the Nurburgring, I think the Grand Prix circuit was 1984, 1985 when they added that, kind of in the place where the old Südschleife used to be. I think they ran some DTM races. Were the first races they ran here. It's back when they had the Mercedes, the Alphas, the Opels, and all those really hot 2-door high revving cars in the DTM. I think that's what they ran here for the very first races, and then of course F1 came along shortly thereafter. And they've redone that arena section, and I don't like it. I like the old configuration of the arena section a lot better. I think the way the cars funnel in to turn 1 with the camber that's there, it never goes well. There you go.
Yeah,
Now you're seeing. So anyway, so if we get to turn 1, 2, 3, and 4, especially turn 1, the camber of that corner, it never goes well in real racing. You see just cars everywhere, and it was a sim racing. It's not a whole lot better. I think that it was better when that turn wasn't near as sharp as it is. And of course, for the NLS season, I think usually they get rid of most of that arena section. They shortcut it.
They still have the option to have that cut through between turns 1 and 4, and like you were saying, turn 1 it looks a lot wider than it actually is because the run up, you have so much space. You can go 3, maybe 4 cars wide, but then you have to all make this hairpin, which is probably 2 cars wide max, and you're not seeing that many cars to like your right or your left. So I see that it's going to be a tough challenge for these drivers, especially at the start with how many cars we have. We have about 31 drivers tonight, so 31 teams, not drivers. And I can see that already being packed full there. And then after that, it's going to be a lot of single file racing. This track, notorious for being tight, so you have very limited options for passing. So forcing someone to make an error is going to be huge.
Absolutely. That's realized I forgot my password to get on to log in on Twitch, so I can't talk turkey with everybody. So while we're getting loaded up, I'm going to see if I can remember my password.
Okay.
So for those of you that are commenting on Twitch, I see you, and as soon as I can remember my password, which one of my kids and which one of their birthdays, and which.
Don't dox yourself too much there.
Not safe. Yeah, not safe for work. Username I used. So let's see if I can. Things you should have done before you logged on.
Hey, I was scrambling here too as well. I was like, oh crap, I gotta do all of my research and everything. But I can go over the starting order for everybody. So we have Grid Thieves Motorsports back in a different Ferrari, in the Ferrari 296 with Adam Santana and Delane Stallworth. A random team in the Porsche 992 with Brandon Chan and Dan Cran. The Curb Munchers in the 296 with Badmus, Loic Normandow, and Alex Chilcutt. Runtime in the 992 with Kevin Kovac, Al Latufo, and Landshark. Then we got Madhouse Racing in the Mercedes AMG of Jeff Spangler and Ryan Walker. Ghost Rider Racing Open Fist or Closed Fist in the Mercedes AMG of Dan Rebel and Taylor Molyneux. Insert Civ 6 meme in the BMW M4 of Dominic Duran, Evan Kim, and Douglas Mitchell. To Go Racing in the 296 of Andrea, I am so sorry if I'm going to get this last name wrong, Capomasi and Akram Haib. Feel free to message me and tell me how wrong I was. We got Convicts and Colonials in the AMR of David Bartlett and Austin Carpenter. Gambit Racing in the Mercedes AMG of John Sparks and Michael Jeffries, the coach, the GOAT. Then we got Skyfire in the 296 of Fire Queso, Zach Sky, and Ron Flo. Online Racing Collective in the AMG of Andre Lloyd, Josh Buckwaiter, and Felix Palliant. That rounds up your open class. And then you're on to your silver class, which is Potvin Dockendorf Racing in the 992 of Bobby Dockendorf and Josh Potvin. Middle Pack Racing in the new Lamborghini of Joao Sodre and Fabio Pacheniak. Martin and Congressional Racing Nerds in the new Lambo of Curtis Lee and Brian Anderson. So I know that Brian and Aaron Anderson also used to run the Red Pill Racing sometimes.
Oh, that was me. That was the other Anderson there. He's
exactly.
He's stepping out on me.
Oh no. Then
We
we
have to
got
talk about this.
Dude, Where's My Car? In the Ferrari 296 of Matt Morrison. I think I know where your car is. You're in your car. The Last and the Furious in the 296 of Elon Wheeler, Connor Ura Ura Ura. I'm sorry. Just message me and tell me that I'm wrong and how to fix it so I can be better at this next time. And Cody Platt. NASRT in the M4 of Henry Garcia, Akasha Singh, and Francisco Torres. 905 Slammed Racing Division in the 296 of Josh Damiani. Funny enough, the M4 mainstays in the Ferrari 296 of Jack Poliak and Doug Lee. They don't look like they're doing M4 tonight. Podium Hunters in the 992 of Annam Friday, Matt Schmeitzer, and Robert Almeida. And that will round out our silver class. Then we get into our last class of gold, which is, I don't think it's actually gold. But it's our bronze, I will say, at least. It's the red class tags you'll see of Twig Flex Racing Division in the 992 of Mark Ruckton, Riley Fair. Half Porsche Motorsports in the 992 of Gitesh Kavatar, Selena Boonstra, and Pat Cockcroft. QV Motorsports by Good Smile in the Mercedes of Daniel Ricosa and Ricardo Sabin. Team Racing Sud America in the Nissan GTR of Sebastian Mathis, Julio Ortez, and Christian Saldiva. Then we have our friends from across the pond in Owned Racing in the Mercedes AMG of Ben Brown and Johnny Ashley. Therapy session in the 296 of Cube Master, Ian Byron and Hanzo Rigatoni. Los Pandas in the Mercedes of Ramsey Conley and Juan Alvarez. JBL _ Cab Racing in the 296 of Raf Cab and Eric Laflamme. Solo in the Bentley Continental of Adam Komorowski. And then another owned team here in the Lexus of Greg Prescott and General Scrub. That will round out our 31 cars for tonight. Oh, nice. I see Patches in chat. Patches, I would hold on to those channel points for next week when we have the stream reveal for season 7.
That's a pretty strong field for a Saturday night. There's a lot of people could win this thing.
There is, and each split has a lot of strong competitors within them. So I see a lot of these teams being really close for a good portion tonight. I know typically the first hour to 2 hours you're seeing a lot of close racing, and then they kind of spread out through the pit stop strategies and all of that. So I definitely see.
What's the weather forecast? Are we getting rain tonight?
It's about 60% or so for mixed conditions.
That's where it's going to be won or lost right there. Is who can get in and get the rain tires at the right time.
Agree. If you get everything set up correctly in your pit stop strategy, you can gain a lot of positions and do very well for yourself.
Absolutely. I'm working behind the scenes to get myself up and going on Twitch. I had to recreate my account. There we go. We're almost ready, so I can talk smack with everybody in the.
Well,
here we go.
The server is up, and we are in practice. Right now it is raining, so we'll see what the actual race brings, if we do end up getting rain or not. I know that this is going to be a later start time, so it's going to be a little more dark than people are used to for a lot of our races. Uh, and I know the rain will definitely throw some people off, especially if they've been practicing a lot of that dry racing. Uh,
Yep.
you'll set up everything for a dry race, and then all of a sudden you got mixed conditions, and you're hoping that your setup is correct
Well,
and you'll be fine.
well, in true SRA fashion, you set up for a wet race, and it's dry anyway.
That too. Um, I
Everybody has to start
remember,
scrambling around.
yeah, I remember my first two endurance races with SRA, which was the 8K Indy and then Imola.
Yep.
Both of them were bone dry. And then
Yep.
we had last endurance race at the Hungaroring with mixed conditions. And that threw a curveball on everybody's plans. You saw people diving in to get wet tires or diving in to make the gamble that the rain's only going to be here for 10 minutes, go on a
Yep.
dries, and pray.
Well, I think I ran the last one we did was with Brian Anderson at Imola. It was supposed to be a lot of mixed conditions, and so I made a setup that worked well in the dry and the wet. It never rained, and so we just had to watch everybody else drive past us. Every time they went by us, I just said, "Now, if it was raining, I'd be kicking your tail," and you know, they didn't hear me, and we didn't do so good.
Yeah, the weather tends to throw a curveball our way, and we'll see how accurate the meteorologists are for this weekend.
Well, I guess while we're waiting for these guys to get themselves together, if anybody saw the World Endurance Championship race this morning at Spa, they had the same problem. Uh, they had it was just misting a bit, and they couldn't figure out if they wanted to get wet or dry tires on, and they had 4 or 5 cars spinning on the formation lap, and nobody could keep up with the pace car because it actually had road tires. It was a total mess, and I haven't seen the end of the race, but there is a particular spectacular accident about an hour and 38 minutes into the race. It was big with a well named driver, and that car is gone.
Was it the
Dri-
Cadillac?
That's the one.
Yeah, that the basically started in Eau Rouge and ended in the middle of Radion.
Yeah, I won't do the spoilers on that, but yeah, it's already on YouTube everywhere. But yeah, that's a big one. And uh, man, as these cars continue to get lower to the ground, more aero, and get faster through Radeon, well, there's more pressure on teams, even in sim racing. There's more pressure on us to get through Eau Rouge and Radeon flat out, and that corner isn't getting any safer. And it's this you're getting a lot more big wrecks there. There's even one in practice
Yeah.
this week at the World Endurance Championship race. I don't think there's a lot more wrecks there now, but I don't think anything's changed except for the cars are faster. There's more pressure on everybody to be faster, and it's getting more and more dangerous there. And I hope they don't change the track because it's not the track's fault. That track's been like that for 90 years. It certainly isn't the track's fault.
Oh, yeah. I love that track. I'm a huge fan of elevation changes, and we have some here at the Nurburgring. But when you talk to somebody and you say, "What's the greatest elevation change in a racetrack?" Everybody's going to say, "Oh, it's going to be Spa with Eau Rouge and Radion."
Hey, it looks like the server's populating.
I see that. We're still in practice, so I'm going to stay on where we are, just so we're not
We're in.
having too many spoilers on liveries and everything, especially with how dark it is here right now. You can only see so much.
It is definitely nighttime
Yeah.
and totally wet.
We'll have to see how these drivers navigate all of that, especially with the limited practice that they do have right now. Let's actually open this up now. Now that I actually am back in,
There you are.
because I had some server connection issues.
You're looking beautiful.
Yeah. It's going to be a wonderful night, though. If things stay this way, drivers will have to figure out something else that they're not used to, because we like to have dry races, and then when we try to have wet races, the game still throws us a dry race, like we said earlier.
Well, I'm curious to see how everyone makes out in the wet because there's not a whole lot of data out there for the new physics update. There's not a lot of info out there for people to draw from, so it could be slow going out there, or it could be slipping and sliding out there.
Yeah, definitely. The new physics update. I know people were questioning what PSI do I need to run for the wet tires, and we're all assuming
Yeah.
it stayed the same. So we'll have to see. I'm also going with what everybody's been saying, that it's going to stay the same. I agree. I don't think the wet tires changed that much. A lot of it was down to how the toe and bump stops and all the camber changes affect your car, rather than the tires behaving super different on the wets. I know the dries, they made some changes with how fast they heat up and everything.
Yep.
So that's actually
Now,
another point too.
Joe Alsadre has commented on your indelible sexiness in chat. So I don't know how he knew that you was wearing a halter top tonight, but there you have it.
Yeah, he used to be one of my teammates. We teamed up for the Indy 8K together,
Nice.
so you had experience driving together. He made me an honorary Brazilian that day as well, so
Nice.
I got that for myself. But well, like I was saying though, with the tire physics, the dry tires now take longer to heat up. I think they were saying
Mhm.
3 to 5 laps for them to reach that optimal tire temperature.
They do.
So if you are out there and it's still in that gray space, do you spin the wheel and stay on the wets, or do you go to the dries and try to inject them with some heat as much as possible on a cold, damp track?
Yeah, I think everybody else is learning. Those who've been racing all week. I had to work all week, but for those who've already been racing, they're figuring out now that the core temperature of the tire has way more to do with the handling of the car than it used to be. Not just the pressure, but you got to get the core right. You got to have your camber uh, maximized now to make sure you got the insides, outsides, and middles lined up right with your core temperatures. And you can change that by now going up a whole pound or down a pound by going between 26 and 27. This is not anything that those listening don't already know, but I think you can do a lot more fiddling with the car. And I think in rainy conditions like this, when you move on to the dry tire, you might want to work yourself down toward the 26 range instead of up toward the 27, because I think you're going to want a little more contact patch, and I think you're going to want to heat that tire up, that core up a bit more than if you're just trying to get endurance out of a 40 °C Laguna Seca race.
Yeah, I agree, and we'll see too how the tire temperature changes, if you like when and how you can double stint the tire if we have a dry race,
Mm-hmm.
because with that heating up process and then you're setting them aside to cool down and then you're heating them back up again, how does that temperature cycle really affect your car and your tires going on into the the second phase that you're on.
Absolutely. Now, you got the cars are on the grid. Everybody is looking around at each other saying, okay, who's around me? And do I trust that guy? Do I trust that guy? Yeah, I don't like the guy behind me. And the two guys behind him bumped me on turn one last race. So everybody's going through their all their psychoses and all, yeah, they're doing all the stressing on what's going to happen when we drop the green, whether the green lights go on or the lights go out. Everybody's looking around thinking, what are we going to do? I don't see any rain coming down, but it sure does look dampish. What is our track?
I'm not entirely sure. I have all of that kind of hidden for me, just because.
Listen, I'm about to find out. It says wet.
Alright.
And it says also that it's going to be drying up, and in 30 minutes, it's going to be nothing but cloudy.
And then
So we're not going to make it through a stint before these guys are looking for new tires. Assuming everybody's starting on the wets.
That's where I was trying to go to is, do you risk it and just say, I'm going to start on dries and just be super slow for this opening stint and opening couple laps, but I don't have to take that extra pit stop? Is that worth it?
Oh, I just don't think as wet as it looks, and when the track is stated as wet, I just haven't had any success on dries. When it gets to damp, greasy, and green, I think that's when we can start looking at some dry tires. But right now, oh, yeah, I think I'd want some grooves there.
I agree.
I'd want to groove like Quincy Jones right now.
There we go.
Rolling off, baby. So we got six Porsches in the field. I want to see what those guys do, because I think that maybe they should have named this the new number for the new 2023 Porsche. May not should have been 992. It might should have been 999 because everybody's saying no on driving that thing. So let's see how these guys are doing.
I think that car it's like the 991. It needs a setup to really flourish, and I think that we're still in that gray spot of how do we set it up compared to the Ferrari or the Lamborghini, which so far in my testing have been just really friendly, just to hop in and set a time on just that default aggressive. You don't have to do a whole lot with the car. You just jump in and just start going. Whereas the Porsche, you gotta really mess around with your arbs and you camber your toe, make sure everything flows right, and then once you hit that golden spot, that car really comes to life.
Yeah, those arbs can be arbingers of death. That car right now, that car just doesn't. The front and back just haven't ever met. So we got to introduce those kids and get them talking together, because it's not a very well balanced car. But I encourage everybody to go listen to what Eris just said about the cars. He said that all the data he got came straight from the manufacturers, and he said we couldn't put anything on the page, or anything on the stage that wasn't on the page. They used the real data, and if the car is not great, then we didn't change it. Of course, they balanced out a little bit of power nerf and a little bit of weight, but that's all they've done to it. So we'll find out. I think that halfway through the season, that car's going to start speeding up. People start learning how to drive it. I think it's just going to be you just don't drive it like everything else.
I agree. I think my friend put it the best way, Josh Potvin. It's like driving a go-kart. It's never really stable off throttle, and when you do put the throttle down, it just spins. That back end just decides we're gonna go, and the front end doesn't have the chance to catch up.
Yeah, we're going to figure out pretty soon how to get these kids together, the front and the back. But right now they're not talking to each
other. As we see these drivers now starting to line up 2 by 2. So we are getting close, as I see a braking board already taken out in the formation lap. So That will be fun for the drivers. We are getting through the last chicane onto the Coca-Cola turn before they get to the BMW straight. That's one thing I love
There
about
you go.
tracks like this. They have corner names. It makes it so much easier to reference. I'm not good with numbers. Give me corner names.
They're all Noah's arcing quite well. They're coming around the final corner, and the call is yours to get us all started.
All right, well, we are approaching the line. The last few cars are rounding the corner, and we are away and off for SRA, as Paulie likes to say. Looks like Jack Polyak has a drive-through. May have been out of position here. We are going down into turn 1. Clean from the front. We are seeing a couple cars go 3 wide. Let's see, back at the grid, everybody's kind of shuffling in, trying to find space. Couple cars getting some contact, but from
Nice
my quick
moves.
observation, looks like everybody got out nice and clean in turn 1. They are embodying that it's 6 hours of racing. We don't need to make a full send right now. We have 5 more hours and some change to do any moves we need to make.
I think everybody lived. Well
Hey.
done, everybody.
I know, very clean.
Fire Queso from Hotlanta, Georgia at 9th.
So, I know Jess is in chat. He says, "Awesome, was Andrew not has reactive name tag?" Sorry, Jess. At the moment, didn't get everything set up in time. I was scrambling a little bit to get everything put together at the right time.
And I'm just here for a little bit, Jess. I just hopped in to have a little fun and watch a race and enjoy and just share some good SRA racing news. So I think I'm going to have wife problems here in a few minutes. So, but anyways, we're watching a race.
Looked
Anna
like-
Stallworth out front. That does not surprise me. And Kevin Kovac just keeps getting faster and faster. He's running 4th. He's going to mess around and become a race car driver.
They are running, I believe that's one of the official
There he goes.
half motorsports liveries. And Selena Boonstra, his teammate, loves that. So
Oh yeah, she's a Porsche head.
she loves that Porsche, especially that flannel.
Yep.
livery. So he's actually in the car a little further back.
So,
Sitting in 11th right now.
it's a bunch of faffing nonsense. There you go.
Oh,
Looks
I
like
love it.
Jack has served
Served
his
his-
penalty.
Yep. That's
I know he's bummed out about that. He's a good driver. He knows what he's doing. Something just wasn't just right.
yeah. I believe that was a drive-through for being out of position and or going too fast on the formation
Yeah.
when you get to that transition period.
We got a spinner.
Uh-oh. That would be the Lexus of
That is.
Onid. What happened here? Let's go back 15 seconds. Because I see they are in the middle of the track. I believe that getting out of Mercedes Arena. Nope, I'm wrong. I can't tell by just looking at it. It might have been a little later on. But they are off and away again, though. They have a nice Onid livery. It is a very clean looking livery by them.
That's beautiful.
I love that color scheme. I am a big fan of purple in certain things, and Onid did it very well with their logo. I'm gonna hop back up to Walker and Kovac, who are battling for 3rd. They're all within a second of each other. As we kind of see from the map, that the groups are starting to break out, and you kind of have your open division starting to break out a little bit, and then you have your silver,
Yep.
and then you have your, I'm just gonna call them bronze, with the red plates. Bronze.
Yep.
Breaking out in the back there. So the divisions are spreading out, and then you have a couple of those drivers intermingled within the groups ahead of them.
here's Dan Rebel driving the Mercedes, and Walker's driving it as well. Now, Eris said that it's not a complete Evo. He said, call it Evo 1.5. So this car is now much easier to drive. It actually rotates now. So that's a beautiful livery they've got. And I'll bet that car's going to get picked up a lot in Season 7.
I agree. I tried it out, and I made it rotate too much. I need to figure that car out. I was not comfortable in it. But it does rotate a lot more.
It does. It almost drives like the motor is in the front seat with you. It doesn't feel so weighty in the front anymore.
Yeah, because it's in that weird spot where it's a front-engine car, but since it's so long, it has tendencies of a mid-engine car too.
Yep.
So that kind of throws some things off balance-wise. So you're wanting to drive it like a front engine, but then you're having to back off because you have that rotation and everything from a mid-engine car. So if it doesn't fit like your complete driving style, it takes a lot of time to get used to.
And I think that in the chat, Purple 7 even, or Purple 7, clever, has said that even though it's going to clear up a bit, that let's say it's warm, which it's not. It's only 17 degrees, 18 now, track and ambient. That water's going to stick around. It's not going to dry up very fast. So I don't know. They might make it the best part of this stint before they have to start changing tires.
Oh, I agree.
Because of how much that line starts forming.
If you're seeing on stream too, you see how much spray that these drivers are already having to deal with still, and you're a good couple laps in, and you're still having a lot of spray come up into that windshield of these drivers from the car in front. So there's a lot of standing water still, and I think it's going to take quite a few laps to even get a remotely semi-dry line showing up.
I think so too. Doug Mitchell running 7th, driving the Beamer.
Yeah, I believe that's him, Dominic Duran, and Evan Kim.
That's a good team.
That is a good team. I'm also surprised that Evan Kim is not driving one of the older cars, because he has been doing that recently. I know Indy, he did the V12 Vantage, and then the Hungaroring, he did the M6. So, seeing him in the M4 is a little jarring.
That's just having too much fun. Yeah, I think that Chan and Cran are going to be tough to beat. Stallworth and Santana are both fast. Oh man, Badness, Loic, and Chilcutt are all quick.
Yeah, there's a lot of fast drivers competing tonight on various teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be hard to handicap this. There's a lot of good drivers toward the front. Spangler's as fast as just about anybody. He's not in the car yet, but he's fast.
Well, we do have live stewarding tonight, and I'm already seeing some notes come through from our head steward, Dominic Duran. Looks like there are a couple 5-second penalties, one given out to car 234 for failing to slow sufficiently with following other cars, causing minor rear-end collision. Only upgraded because of lap 1. And then car 44, another 5-second penalty for failure to slow. I see Badmus having a little yellow flag moment. What happened here? Let's go back 30 seconds while it happens. And so back to that instant though, they failed to slow, causing another minor rear-end collision. Looks like Badmus was heading into turn 1. Lost it a little bit. And just getting a little slidey. And look, and there was contact with that Porsche there, as Kovac also lost it. So that Ferrari not having a good time with that rear end at the moment.
Yeah, it is awfully skittish. We're going to see a lot of that stuff with this first probably first serious rain race everybody's had in the with the our update. There's gonna be a lot of people that are going to be surprised what they're finding. So this is a nice little tester race.
And hopefully mixed conditions too, so that way you get a little bit of everything. I know, like I was saying, League and Week just wrapped up. We had 2 of them actually.
Yep.
We had the M2 and then we had the GT3 League and Week. So a lot of these drivers may not have participated in it, and this is really their first major race with the new patch, and with how these cars feel. To me, they feel a lot more slidey and can rotate a bit more than in 1.8. So
Matt Morrison running solo for 6 hours.
yeah,
That means he is younger than me. I get much more than an hour and a half, and I can't even get out of the chair. So hats off to him for running the whole thing. We'll see you about 1 o'clock in the morning, bucko. And let's see. Jeez. And we've also got Sparks and Jeffries running 28th. Fascinating.
yeah. I wonder if they had an incident, because they were up in the top 10. I wonder if they had a little bit of an incident early in this race.
I'm wondering.
As we
I look for them to move forward through the field.
Right now, I'm on board for this gaggle of cars from P10 to P14, all kind of fighting for position here. They're all very close with each other, trying to jockey for position, as we see Elon Wheeler get really close there to Boonstra. Recton having a moment. Oh no.
That was a wreck that didn't happen.
Thankfully, it looks like it was just a one-person spin.
Yep.
Let's also see Friday. What happened here? Friday's off. That I know for sure is the exit of Mercedes Arena. Maybe caught the AstroTurf when you're not really wanting to in the wet conditions, because then it unsettles the car, and they went off. Didn't see the wall, thankfully. They kept it calm and collected and got back to racing.
Safe.
Yep. Slides in and avoids the damage.
Well played. Golf claps all around.
Don't have the soundboard working. I don't want to start doing that.
Nice. Jess is saying, let's see that P3 fight.
Yes, we were watching that, and then that was between Badmiss and Kovac that had the spin. But Walker's actually on the back end of Stallworth here. So it's
Yes,
actually now the P2 fight. And we are seeing Dan Rebel's already in the pits. I wonder what's going on. Are they spinning the wheel, taking a gamble there? As they're seeing the track kind of evolve.
You think they wouldn't? They wouldn't have survived on dry tires in 6th position for this long, for 13 minutes. I don't know. We'll find out. I'll have to ask them about that.
We will. A couple more incidents that have come through. Car 31, 5-second penalty. Failure to slow while following sufficiently while following a car, causing a rear-end collision, but waits to yield the position. So good on them for being patient on that. That does help out. And then car number 9 got a 5-second for sticking a nose on the inside of car 99 without establishing overlap by turning, causing a minor contact but keeping the position.
Yeah, those are just 5-second jobs.
Yeah.
So not so bad. That's more like getting hit with a Weddle.
Yeah. Oh no! I pulled on to Elon Wheeler because he was having a good fight with Boonstra, and they just lost it there. Coming out of, I believe that's the Schumacher S's.
You did that to him, you know.
I know. I feel terrible. I hate when I
Ah.
commentate curse people.
You did that.
Yeah.
Yep.
I know when I'm driving in a race and I always have an incident, I'm like, I'm gonna blame the commentators. I'm gonna watch it back, but I'm still blaming them right now because they are probably talking about me.
Yeah, the beauty of being as uncompetitive as I am is the camera's never on me, so I just roll around and stay out everybody's way. Let's go Dorf. Running in the
Hit
top 10.
their car up. They do have Boonstra.
He's running the
right behind-
999.
That's true. They do have Boonstra in that team right behind him.
Yep.
So,
Favorite commentator. All present company excluded.
there we go. I was about to say, you're not your own favorite commentator?
Let me introduce you to my wife. She'll tell you all you need to know.
There we go. But
Make him stop.
we are seeing these groups of cars start to spread out now. A lot of gaps pulling around the track. We'll have a couple battles here and there. Like right now, we are on the battle for P9 with Dockendorf, Boonstra, and Carpenter, all within a second of each other. So we'll see how this
29 cars. 29 cars lead lap, no problems. Nobody's got any problems right now. They all got 99 problems, but staying in contention is not one of them.
You got 99 problems, and the track is one right now.
Track's the only one.
But just looking at it, let me go on board here with this. It looks like it is drying up, and we are starting to get a little lighter outside. So maybe we're starting to think putting on some dry tires. And
that tarmac doesn't look near as shiny as it did, and that spray is not nearly as interesting. Here comes a 535. It's in.
yeah, Dockendorf is in. I wonder if that team is taking the chance. Badmiss is in as well. So we'll
Here
see.
comes the changeover right here.
These drivers that do go in right now, they are getting maybe a bigger advantage because they do get the chance to warm up their tires faster, which will be another interesting play in this because since we talked about it, you do have to warm those tires up. So the overcut and undercut may actually play a bigger strategy call with how these drivers react to the weather change.
I was looking at the Fanta livery on the Ferrari. That's beautiful. And I'm looking at Brian Anderson's car, and if I'm right, I think MCRN is a tip of the hat to the TV show The Expanse, which is one of my favorite shows in the world. I got a funny feeling that's an Expanse car.
Stands for Mars Congressional Racing Nerds.
Yep. No, that's a tip of the hat to The Expanse. So that show's on Amazon Prime, and it took me about 4 episodes to understand how good it was. And that's just one of the top shows on TV. Yep, there you go, Jess. This is The Expanse rules.
There we go. I'm not familiar with it, so I'll have to get some more knowledge on that one.
That's a good one. It's a series of books, and this is one of the in-laws in my family said how much he liked it and he was looking forward to the series. And I didn't like the guy, so I thought, well, I'm not watching that. If he likes it, I wouldn't like it. I don't like him. And so I didn't watch it for forever. Then I finally caught up with it and went, oh man, I just penalized myself, didn't I? So yeah, big fans. We're an Expanse house.
There you go.
There you
Also,
go.
Fazley in chat shouting out the SRA official liveries, which are very well put together. I do agree. The talented Armor Paint and Paint.net user put those together. So,
Yeah, he's good at that. His liveries look fantastic.
always do hit Stephanie's as well. She
Yep.
also has very good liveries. I remember seeing, I think my favorite was the Indy one. That one was well put together, and then I believe the Peas one was used for season 6, if I'm not mistaken.
All that metallic and chroming that they do in armor paint is fantastic. Hats off to Fazley and company for how cool those things look.
Yes.
Got a woot woot for Dan Rebel. Go Dan.
Where is Dan currently sitting right now? They are
Now
in
is Dan pitted?
P24. I believe they did pit. Remember, they were one of the first people
Because he
to
was up
pit.
front.
Yes.
So he was running 6th, and they pitted. So they were probably the first ones to come in. Matt Morrison's pitting. The changeover's happening. So everybody's probably on each other's Discord right now. They're all sitting around talking about it. What are we going to do? Everybody's evaluating their lap times on the wet tires and trying to determine what speeds are people who have already flipped over to the dry tires, and determining how long can we stay out like we're driving now, and when do we have to come in? So everyone's got their calculators, their abacuses, their abaci, in their Texas Instruments BI 35s.
See,
and
mine.
They got their fingers and toes. And
if I make the wrong strategy call, I always stick with my tried and true explanation. Is I took a calculated risk, but I am bad at math, and that still holds true. So,
yep,
a TI-84 will never help me in that situation.
Let's see. Car 907 gets a warning for running. Well, the 999's had somebody to run their nose up inside of it and run them off the road.
Rough start, but
so Saldivia thinks we just don't like them.
We do. We love everybody.
It gets better.
Drives.
Trust me.
It does.
Our head steward is typing up another one. I'm getting 3 dotted. Now we wait.
Left on red right now.
Yeah, I'm watching the stewarding. It's like Casey Kasem from the American Top 40, and he writes. You're not old enough for that one.
I'm not. I'm not.
The kid's down. Somebody is pitting. Wheeler pitting. Cube Master pitting. I saw Mercedes go in. So 907 looks like he's moving in the braking zone. They have taken care of that.
Dominic Duran is handing out the 5 seconds right now. It's like the Wolf of Wall Street meme when he's throwing the money. That's Dominic Duran throwing 5 seconds out there.
Absolutely is. He's a bad man.
It's a thankless job though, being a head steward.
It really is.
So we appreciate everything he does for the league.
Absolutely. And Saldivia, actually, they're driving the Nissan. Props to them. Godzilla attacks. Or Godzilla's been attacked.
Yeah, for how much everybody says it's the Godzilla, I've driven that car. The engine noise inside the car does not sound as mean as it should.
It's a pretty well balanced car. It's kind of fun.
It is fun. I love driving that car. I see a lot more drivers jumping into the pits here. I know I got the nickname from the R34 days, but for the GT version, it does not sound beefy. It's a very whiny car. It is not a fun sound when you're on the inside. Let me see if I can get it to pop up, because it is. As we listen in here.
Now they've got, check it out. They got IGY is their driver initial. I wonder if that's a tip to Donald Fagan from Steely Dan for his record IGY, which meant International Geophysical Year. I'd like to know if that's what they're doing. I got a funny feeling it is. Is that a Steely Dan deal? If any of those folks are in the chat, I'd love to find out if we've been Steely Dan'd by those guys.
Maybe we'll have to find out.
You got to get up pretty early in the morning to get one of those past us. We commentators weren't born yesterday.
I'm gonna say past you, maybe past me, but not past you.
You can't get IGY past us.
I'll help with the new age things.
Our head steward is typing again. He's got a long distance dedication from American Top 40. And he writes.
Well, as he writes, I'm on board with Dan Rebel, putting a lot of pressure here on Friday in that Porsche versus Mercedes fight here. We'll see how this goes. As he has closed the gap and is threatening on some of these braking zones. Probably best bet is going to be this hairpin and or turn 1, just because it, like we said earlier, it's a tight track, and a lot of these corners it's one line. So the patient game is the one you have to play.
Yeah, so we've got another 5 seconds for our good friends in a 907. So Cab is added 5. Now he's got a 10. So he has doubled down on the blackjack dealer.
Oh,
so now he's got to get an ace. Now he's got 10. So now he needs a 5 or a 6 or an ace. Or he needs a 5 and 2 3s for a 5-card Charlie. Or he needs to wait for the next hand.
Let me see. I see that Jeff Spangler is asking about the Madhouse livery. I need to know which one is he inquiring about, because there is the one that Selena Boonstra is driving right now, which has the Madhouse gingerbread house. And that looks like it's the default one. I know Pat Cockcroft loves that color. Him and... oh, why can't I think of it right now? His teammate had the Get Sprunked for Div 6. Not Div 6, Div 4, Season 6.
Yeah.
Numbers are all over. R80.
They're in the 535.
Oh, I see a yellow flag for Onid car here. Oh no.
Ooh!
Looks like, let's go back and see what happened.
He has found the turf monster.
It's still a little wet, so getting on some of these green patches, like green asphalt or the AstroTurf, isn't the most ideal. So,
oh yeah,
it just went wide coming out of that turn, and then the car got a little loose. Unfortunate. Car idiot. I see Friday's yellow flagged, just cutting the chicane, so maybe they had a little bit of spin there. But back to the livery inquiry. I do not see it, Jeff, unfortunately. Just that black carbon fiber. I did sync right as the driver's briefing did go on, so I didn't have anything get skipped or failed, so we can work with you on that one. But Sodra here.
So we got all kind of people in the chat with names that I don't know.
I believe
I can pick out Jess, but that's about Fazley. That's about it. And a bunch of folks that I don't know who's in.
I got What Noise. I believe that's Kelvin Lau.
Alrighty.
Prime is Jeff Spangler.
That's Spangler.
And then that's where I kind of drop off a little bit too. I'm on YouTube when I stream, so Past War Bedtime is Kyle Miller in D4.
Ah, there you go.
We're learning everybody's Twitch handles. Like I said, I am on the YouTube, so I don't get to see the Twitch names that often.
Now, if Kyle's a real pastor, he's got to get into bed early tonight because he's got work in the morning.
I think it's just Past War Bedtime, just a play on
yeah,
words.
Exactly.
But
I see. Yeah, because now I see that Purple 7 is Yi, right? And he has not
doesn't want to be outed.
yet.
He does not want to be outed. Let's see, Fire Cases.
Yeah, he is not qualified yet. So I need to know if I want to get bumped down a notch.
Honestly, what a move by
Or 5 or 10.
Fire Queso. Just watch that go through there in turns. I think
sure
it's the
did.
Valvoline turns, holding it around the outside and making that move stick. So good on you for making that move. That is
Fires one of our Atlanta brothers here in Atlanta.
and making a pass on the start straight. That was for position. Now Sodre looks like he lost a spot to Carpenter, but trying to fight back. So a lot of moves still being made right now, especially in this transitional time. I think there might be just a couple puddles left on the track that haven't gotten cleared up. So
Joel Sadre is driving the Lamborghini. I would love to catch up with him after this and see how it drives in the rain, because the Huracans have been horrible in the rain. I'll bet this car drives better, and I would love to find out how he feels about this one in the wet.
yeah,
I had a good feeling this is more balanced now.
one thing.
They've done a lot of aero stuff to that car. You can't really tell by just watching it go by, but you can see they've tucked in a lot of the body work right behind the front tires, and also down the sides behind the door. They really tucked it in and made that look a lot made it look a lot more aerodynamic. So I bet that car is going to be a lot better to drive. I've only got a few laps in it, but I would love to get some more experience with that one.
I've only had it in the dry, so I have not been able to test it in the rain yet. I'll have to try that out. But Kyle is telling us that light rain still in 30 minutes, so we'll see if that affects choices by some of the drivers. I see a driver in the background opting to go into the puddles as we see a dry line form, so maybe trying to cool off tires. Maybe they played that risk of, I'll stay out on the wets, see how it goes.
You still got half an hour on the stint though, and you're just not gonna make it.
It's a
but
tough
now
call.
if you could go 65 minutes a stint, that means you've got 6 whole stints, 5 stints. So if you can actually get about another 8 minutes out of it,
well, there's
you
no
can go
stint
65. Is it 65? Usually 65.
Well,
I'm assuming it is.
You can go as long as you want. As long as you have fuel, you're going. As we see. So I think with most of these cars, you can, if math is correct, you can typically get an hour 20, hour and a half with some of these tanks, and on full like max engine map, and maybe with some fuel saving here and there. So
yeah, it's time to start doing the math. If you're the non-driving teammate, you got to start doing the math and finding out how much you're losing by staying on the wets. I'll bet you're losing right now. There's no spray left. Let's see what it says. It says it's greasy. Oh, if it's up to greasy, you've gone past damp, and you're one track category away from being just green. It is time. It's absolutely time for dry tires. And I think most everybody's gotten on. We weren't marking them off, but most everybody's come in.
Yeah. So we'll have to see.
Run back up and see
how that affects, especially if you do take tires. Oh my gosh, I am throwing the curse out today as I hop on board Friday and they get loose going into the forward curve and down towards the hairpin. I am just on a curse one today. Patches, did you give me this curse?
Friday on a Saturday.
That's surprising. Friday on a Saturday, that doesn't happen too often. But by the way, there is somebody in chat asking, you have an idea of what car you're wanting to drive next season?
I'm probably going to drive the Jag.
Yo, you're going to be one of the Jag people?
Yeah, I don't know. I'll tell you, just the 296 is so easy, and it's so easy to get speed out of. At this point, I'm probably getting it knocked down a division. So, who knows where I'm going to land? The 296 is just so it's so appetizing to want to drive that. But I think that I think Kelvin is asking that question, and I think that there's going to be some better candidates that we all haven't had a chance to check out yet. I think the Mercedes is supposed to be a lot better. I think the Porsche is going to be tough. I think the new Huracan is going to be balanced, but probably not all that fast. I'm curious to find out what the Aston Martin looks like because nobody's really. There's only like one or two guys that's used it in qualifying, and so either nobody's taken a chance on it yet, or there's only one guy that's been smart about it.
Yeah,
There's a Doc Ross booster team.
But yeah, I know.
So I don't know, Kelvin. I haven't got a clue. Yeah, I mean, jack off all season.
The coach is gonna love you for that. He's gonna ask you for all the setups now.
Yep.
Coach, game volume. Okay, let me turn the game volume up. Chess. I got you.
Yeah, Porsche. That's a Brady bunch.
I might have to do that in my game, but let me know how that sounds. I don't want to make it too loud. Let's see. Especially when we get to the interior, that's when it gets a little louder. You see, hear that Porsche engine whine from Dockendorf here.
Yep. It sounds a lot better than the 991.
We hop on board the new Ferrari and hear how it sounds. You know, you get to hear, as the driver, you hear things differently, and then when you're in the spectator on the other side, you're not hearing exactly the same as they get really close. The Mercedes in front of them, basically on their diffuser, as they are now going side by side. Nope, Stallworth has gotten ahead now, so Stallworth has been let free to go.
Yep.
And chase down the leaders.
He needed that. Got Felix Payan ahead of him.
No, he just passed Felix, actually. So
Oh, I
he's
see.
Now, he's now chasing down Brown.
Got it. Now he's okay. I'm.
No, don't worry about it. ACC does not update until you get to the next sector, so that's where it gets a little confusing.
Got him.
I've made plenty of those mistakes in commentating. I said the wrong name, wrong numbers, wrong teammate, everything. I ramble too much sometimes, and I'm not good at words. Somehow Jess keeps putting me in the booth.
Now, Brian Anderson and the other Anderson, which is not me. Thanks for stepping out on me, buddy. They've run up to third. I trust everybody's kind of come through and pitted, so they have made their way to the front. Doug Mitchell's made his way to the front. I'm wondering if they have. I wonder if they're still on the same set of tires they started on.
They might have started on dry.
They are.
Honestly, because I think when I was following the car that was behind Doug, I did not see the grooves in the tires or anything. It looked like they were slicks.
And they're 27 seconds behind. So somebody's pitted, somebody hasn't pitted, and we weren't watching. We were being silly.
Let's actually let me look. All right, so Walker, Mitchell, Anderson, Singh, Carpenter, and Sodre all have not pitted in the top 6.
Got it.
Felix and Ricosa in 11th and 12th have not pit. And then Saldivia in 16th has not pit. And Sparks has not pit, down in 20th. Cab down in 23rd has not pit. So different strategies coming out from a lot of these drivers.
They may find themselves in. They got to cycle through, but if they can save themselves a whole pit stop, you got to just watch it all.
They can't.
Got to watch it all flush itself out.
It's tough to see right now, but I believe they are on dries. I'm not entirely sure, just because I know there is the trick that you can see the sidewall, and if it's white, the sidewall means they're either on dries or not. I don't know that trick off the top of my head. I learned it actually from the Onid stream back when we did the Onid Suzuka 6 hour. That is something I picked up from them.
Nice. I didn't know that.
It's
If it's yellow, it's dry.
There we go. And I think I did see the yellow on it. It's tough to tell though because they are moving in a circle at a very rapid pace, so it's kind of a blurb.
But if it's snow and it's yellow, you don't want to eat that.
if it's in the snow and it's yellow, you let it mellow.
And it's not dry.
Yeah. But we did get to see the move by Brandon Chan there as he is already eyeing up the next move on the next car. So within one sector, trying to pass 2 cars and doing it on the outside of the Mercedes arena into the end of it makes the move stick and is now sitting in P5. Huge move to make that send and absolutely sticking it. So wonderful to see. Now the BMW is getting threatened behind by Carpenter. No, I don't think they were blue flag because Chan is now in 4th.
Yep.
So those were all legitimate passes. So, but yeah, that BMW.
So I think
but
for everybody thinking this was going to be, Ferrari Cup, let's take a look at where the Ferraris are in relation to everybody else, and they don't seem to be. Because all things considered, if everybody's kind of if you average all the drivers out, those Ferraris are not all at the front.
And I think it also comes down to the strategy. Like we talked about, the couple of the drivers that were in the top 10. I don't think there was a Ferrari that was in the top 10 at the time when we talked about it. Let's see, Stallworth has pitted, whereas all the cars in front of him, other than Chan, have not. Only him and Chan are the ones in the top 10 that not top 10, the top 8 have pit.
Got it.
I think that plays a big factor. But still being said, the Lamborghini and the Porsche still holding their own, especially under Brandon Chan hands. They're making that Porsche come to life.
Carpenter's doing a great job of putting all the pressure on singing that BMW.
They are right there in the rearview mirror.
That's racing right there.
Ooh, they're making a move here.
There's the move.
They're trying into Valvoline here.
There's the move.
No, they just stuck back behind.
Held him off.
Andrew, you want to reintroduce yourself? I got somebody in chat asking who else is commentating with me.
Well, it's Andrew Anderson.
Yeah. What division were you in last season? Were you in?
I was in Division 1.
There we go. Speedy boy.
Yeah, well, I got to see the back of everybody else's car.
Still a speedy boy. I'm back there in D4 at the moment. So
I think right now I'm qualified. As of a few hours ago, I think I've still qualified. Might be able to stay in Division 1. I got no business there, but I'm hanging on. I'm working hard to hang on there, and hopefully the constabulary here will keep me there.
Yeah, there is a lot of people that have gained a lot of pace, and we've also gained a lot of speedy drivers too. So
we have. So yeah, I didn't put my name on the commentator the graphic because I'm only staying for a little bit. I've got wife stuff happening here in a few minutes, and I think I'm hearing things heat up upstairs. I think I think my chariot's about to turn into a pumpkin.
Oh no. Well, I'll be here for all 6 hours, and if you can always pop back in. You're always welcomed.
Yeah, I'll pop back in given when I can get free. But I think we got family stuff happening.
That's
Is that-
always comes first. Life is always first.
Love the livery on that Ferrari. I think that's the
Dude, where's my car of Matt Morrison?
uh,
Chan just made a move there to move him up into P3. Tempted to say that they're technically the race leader at the moment because P1 and 2 have not pitted yet, and he's catching Douglas right now, and Doug is 30 seconds behind official P1.
Hey, Kyle Miller just pointed to the weather forecast ahead, Dolls. And now that we got it dry, in 10 more minutes it's going to start raining again, and in 30 minutes it's going to start raining harder. So everybody who worked themselves into dry tires, has got to come right back in and put on the wets again. So smart guys are going to end up front.
Yes, they are.
I like this kind of racing because it's not all about who can video game it the best. It takes teamwork and strategy, and it takes a lot of guys that can communicate to make this thing happen right. There's a move on.
There's a bold move by Stallworth there into that last chicane before Coca-Cola.
Della's become a speedy boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not one to mess around anymore.
Doug, I saved you, Grace. I missed the pass, so it didn't happen. Oh no, Brandon! Save it! Save it! Save it! They save it. Brandon has saved it.
That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about on this new Porsche. The front end to the back end don't always talk to each other. It's like they've been married for 30 years.
Yeah.
And in front and the back of that car, the BMW got a little squirrely. I think we're getting a little changeover here on track surface, but yeah, I think the front and back of that Porsche have been married for 30 years. And they don't talk, they don't kiss. And I think the back of that car sleeps on the couch half the time because they're not communicating.
Yeah, it's a slippery slope with that car. You know, it's not afraid to step out on you.
Yeah, I don't think the back half of that car opens the door for the front half of that car anymore.
Looks like people are still saying the outside curb is still slippery, and I would have to agree, especially because we have not been dry for that long. There probably isn't that many cars exploring out there, getting that line super dry for everybody. So
I think I'd be staying off the AstroTurf if I were. But see, you look at the pavement there. The pavement looks pretty dry, but I'll bet that curb is not something you want to get yourself onto.
I agree. We also saw there on stream Carpenter making a move, Stick coming out of the Schumacher. I says, what turn is that? That's the one immediately after. That would be Michelin curve. They made it Stick at.
Yeah, I'm looking at Kyle's post, and I feel the same way. The Porsche is so fun to drive, and this one is just not hooked up right. But I'm thinking there's going to be a BOP adjustment pretty soon on the flat out qualifying pace of that 296. I think they're gonna update these, and it wouldn't surprise me if that Porsche ended up getting a few kilograms taken off, or maybe even get a little power nerf, or a little power buff. I think it's going to work itself out. But yeah, I'm with you, Kyle. I'm a Porsche guy, and it's kind of breaking my heart that it's not quite as fun at the moment. But we just may have to go put the work in. We may have to. It may just be that you get rewarded for the time you put into it.
Yeah, and someone said too that they were saying the Porsche might feel better with setups, and I think that's a fair statement, because if you remember, the 991 was the same way. It wasn't.
Yep.
You got to hit that golden zone with the car and how it's set up. If you don't hit that golden zone, it doesn't do what you want it to do.
I think those who are creating instead of doing it so fast to meet demand, I don't know that they've maximized their capabilities yet. There's a hip check.
Good old door banging between
Man.
Selena and that Nissan of Saldivia, I believe. Again, I may
Yeah,
be
Ruben.
saying that wrong, so feel free to reach out.
Ruben's racing.
Yeah, Selena
Maybe
ends up
Ruben.
making the move stick and getting past. It looks like there's another car right behind us. I see Carpenter's got yellow flags thrown. Where are they? They are in
There
that
he is.
Michelin curve as well. Jump back onto the fight we were just watching. Dockendorf did get past as well, so I missed that.
Yeah, I'm with Kyle. That Porsche has got potential. It's going to take some work. Those who choose it this season may be rewarded as the season goes on. They may find out that thing has got balance in it. It's got to go find it.
Well, someone that I know that has made this Porsche work from Bobby Dockendorf.
Yeah.
He, like, I have the insider knowledge just because Josh Potvin, his teammate, is one of my friends, and he has made this car work for him, and Josh has as well.
Yeah.
So they both have made this car really come to life for their driving style.
There you go. Smart guys rule.
But Cube Masters on the back of Felix there, trying to make a move here into Schumacher S's, a bold move, because if you're on that inside line for that first part of the Schumacher S, you have to slow so much just to make it stick. But it looks like Felix also slowed down a large amount, which allows Cube to go through. It looks like someone else goes through as well. Is that Cab?
Yeah.
No, that's not Cab. Maybe it was a blue flag.
Yep.
That I was seeing go past. It might have been Brandon Chan, actually. Now I see the livery. That was Brandon. So they had to let a blue flag by at the same time. So that awkward zone of I'm trying to make a pass, but I also need to let a blue flag car go. That's the lovely part of endurance racing like this.
Yeah, Dockendorf driving that German car.
German car with an American flag on top.
Absolutely.
Doug
Merca.
right now is getting bullied. Kevin Kovac all over the back of him.
Get him, Kevin. Kevin's a Porsche guy. Look, he's got some German on German violence there.
German on German violence with an Italian thrown in there as well, with that Ferrari of Stallworth just eyeing up some moves. Let's see. Looks like Kevin makes the move.
There you go, Kevin. Heck of a move.
So does Stallworth. So Doug in one turn losing 2 positions. Like I said, he was getting bullied. And then we got Stallworth.
Stallworth's about as fast as anybody. Getting passed by him is not. That's as common as athletes' feet now.
Yeah, but they are in a wonderful looking car of that Ferrari. They made it look like a combination of the Grid Thieves 2 liveries that they were running this past season, of that nice shiny silver chrome and that matte red.
Yep.
They combine those two, and they don't see, Grid Thieves doesn't see that much love, especially when we got Paulie on here just going on about Champion Motorsport. So
like Stallworth saying, "I shot Leclerc. I shot Leclerc."
Yeah, we see yellow flags here between Brown and Firecase. So what happened here? Going into the last bit of Mercedes Arena, and they just touch, and they both go sideways. Looks like Firecase coming out a little worse for wear on that one. Let's see if they can try to catch back up, as we are getting some more things from our head steward, who is editing messages, so I've lost track of where we are on that one.
Yeah. At least the Mercedes did not need to call a Krankenwagen.
Ooh, I see rain. I see rain.
Yep. Krankenwagen being the German word for ambulance.
Yep. Let's see. Car 535 got a 5-second penalty for failure to leave space while in the corner while defending. And then car 999 gets a warning for drives into the side of car 32, no consequences. So rubbing's racing right there.
Yeah, that was the door banging that we saw. That was a high stick and a hip check.
Yeah, we love the hockey terms here.
Hey, they got 5 minutes in the box for that one.
You know, fighting is a 5 minute. Maybe the hip check. If it's clean, it's only no time in the box. But if it's not clean, that is a 2-minute penalty.
Oh yeah.
Let's see, how bad is it? Looking on the front of the Ferrari here as they're chasing down Kevin Kovac in the Porsche. Not seeing a lot of spray coming up. So just that light rain as they get very close to each other. As they get up in the Schumacher S's here.
That pitch was high and outside.
Yeah. Kevin Lau wants some fun facts about hockey. Well, I'll give you one fun fact that's a little not fun for me because I'm a Wild fan. The Wild have not won a playoff series in like their last 12. I think 2004 was their last playoff series win.
Well, we've got. I'll give you the hockey fact. We got. We have the Gwinnett Gladiators now. The Atlanta Knights moved on, and I think they moved to Louisville. And then, of course, the Atlanta Thrashers never caught on down here because it was just like the Atlanta Braves. They were downtown, and nobody wanted to go downtown. So anyway, we have the Gwinnett Gladiators down. My wife won tickets, and we sat right behind the net in the corner. And we played Fort Wayne, and Fort Wayne did all night long was try to center the puck to the center, and if he didn't get the puck to make a shot, he whacked our goalie every time down the ice. So we had about 2 minutes left in the fourth quarter, in the third period, and it was all the gloves came off, and everybody finally started fighting. And we got one of the Fort Wayne players and had his face plastered up against the boards. And he just started getting his head beat from behind. Everybody started counting, 3, 4, 5 every time he got hit. Then a 7-year-old kid had that seat. And everybody started yelling at the kid. And the kid started punching the glass. So the guy was getting it from behind and in the front. He was getting his head beaten in.
Oh,
and everybody
no.
loved it. And my wife said, "You bunch of bloodthirsty bastards, I'm leaving." She left. And we never went back. So there you go. So hockey in Atlanta.
Hockey is a fun sport. I love it, especially being from Minnesota. That is the one sport we all kind of grew up with.
That's religion up there for you guys.
It is. But while we were talking about your team there in Atlanta, the leader did pit, so we are seeing that transition period now for that rain.
I guess if you don't live in Atlanta, you wouldn't know this. Here comes the rain. That they're developing a new area north of town for the sake of bringing in another NHL team.
Yeah,
so,
they're trying to get that. We're seeing that potentially the Arizona Coyotes would move. There are rumors of Atlanta. There's rumors of Kansas City. There's rumors of Houston. Who knows where they're going to end up? But Arizona was not a good market for that team.
Yeah.
Andrew,
a track fun fact. Interesting. Let's see here. I'm trying to think of all the great things that's happened in Germany in the last 120 years. And now back to you, Austin.
Well, I do have one. The actual Nurburgring itself, the reason they wanted to make the track was to actually help stimulate the economy by bringing jobs to the area, the Eifel region.
Yeah.
So I think looking at it today, the project cost to make the full Nordschleife. So you got Nurburgring Nordschleife, which is the northern loop, and then you got the Südleife, which is the southern loop. That entire project was equivalent today to $40 million.
Nice. There's not a lot we don't already know about the Nurburgring. The fondest memories I've got for the Nordschleife is the Ring Queen. Oh gosh, her name just slipped my mind. I saw a car go by. Oh gee, I just lost her. I just lost her name. But it was a lady that was known as the Queen of the Ring, and the name starts with an S. And it just, I saw Selena Boostra. Boostra. I just realized I just lost her name. But somebody will put it in chat in a second. I could have told you her name a billion times. You know, she passed away of cancer a couple of years ago.
Is it the one that...
She's the one that
drove the minivan around the Nordschleife?
Oh, I tell you, my brain will come back to me in a second. No, Sabine Schmitz. That's it. Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, Sabine Schmitz. She's the one that drove the transport panel van around on Top Gear.
Yes, that's the one I was thinking of.
Scared to fool everybody. Yeah, she's my fondest memory of the adjoining track that comes with it. I think she was total class and a lot of fun. She was what auto racing is all about. It's sad she's gone way too soon. A lot of fun with her.
I think I found
I think that they made a couple other appearances on Top Gear. They're big fun.
Yeah, I think I found an Easter egg with Dan Rubble's car by going to Bonnet Cam here on stream.
Oh, look at that!
Got a little logo there underneath the engine duct.
Yeah. I put those on our cars for the Porsches. You can paint the floor behind the splitter all the way back up to the radiator. You can paint all that. So if you catch the light just right in the last few cars we've driven, you can see I had a message in there.
Are you talking about with your Red Pill Racing one, the Matrix livery?
No, it was the one we did with Porsche Motorsports, me and Danny Durant. I forget what I had some really not safe for work stuff I put in there.
Oh no!
I forget what I put in there now, but it was really awful.
Oh no!
And all kind of bad stuff in there if you read it just right. But you had to get the light to shine on it right. And nobody ever complained, so I'm assuming that nobody's.
Well, you leaked that message out, so now everybody's ever gonna take a magnifying glass to your
Yeah, I gotta. I forget what I wrote in there now.
Well, you
No,
have some
I
time
was
to figure it out.
Yeah, I was talking to the wife yesterday, and I said, "Hey, you know that for the little racing I'm in, I said space is the theme for this one." I said they do a theme all the time, and I said I can't think of a good one to use. I said, but I wonder if you could use Astroglide as a sponsor. That's kind of like spacey, isn't it? And she looked at me and said, "No, stop.
Oh
Just
no!
stop."
Oh no!
She said, "You can't do that." I said, "It kind of works, doesn't it?" She said, "No, it doesn't work." She said, "That's just not acceptable." So, there you go. So I guess that's an idea shot to heck.
Yeah.
I had a car halfway painted with purple car with Astroglide on the quarter panel. It's gone now. Thanks, honey.
I don't know if it's gone. It's still there. You can just make it and bring it out for one-off events.
Yeah, it's she said they'd never allow that. She said if there's a decent bone in their body that they wouldn't allow that.
Fair enough, I guess.
Well, I said you might be overestimating our friends.
Yeah, she has not seen them.
Yeah, there you
on
go,
the stream reveal with everybody yelling at Doug for a feet cam.
Exactly. I mean, we got 2 seasons out of the feet cam.
I remember we had the Indy 8K. We were trying to find Doug a hot tub so he could do a hot tub stream.
Hey, you know, like we mentioned earlier that Spangler is as fast as anybody here in the field, and he was on his way to the front. And look who's at the front. He is right on time.
He is.
An hour in, and Spangler is long gone.
He's only pit once though, so I wonder what tires he's on.
Well, we got Evan Kim's in the car now. Al Tufo's in the car. Santana's in the car.
Yeah.
Loic Normandu's in the car now. We have restocked our cool people.
Yeah, we are starting to see the driver swaps start to come out, being an hour into the race. So a lot of these drivers.
All the new guys here.
Yeah, they're handing over the reins, saying, "I'm done for right now." You see, Spangler,
I'd get out of the car too.
Fran, Latufo, Santana, Kim, Loic, Norman Dow, Peteniak. I know those are all kind of the new drivers I see looking down in that.
Arcosa's in.
Yeah.
Torres is in. Panchiniak's in. Bartlett's
Verkosa has
in.
not pit yet, so that Verkosa is the starting driver.
That's right. He did start in that car.
Yeah, starting at 22nd, up into 6th right now with no pit stops. Oh, that is a strategy call and a half.
Well, if you drop that back, what's that going to be? About 60 seconds? That's not quite 60 seconds, is it, to get to, I guess 30 seconds stop. You might be 50, 60 seconds.
I think
It's
like a 20-second hit lane here, maybe a little bit more.
Plus the 30 to get your work done. So what, 50,
Yeah.
55 seconds? Yeah.
Oh.
Brian Anderson's still in the car?
If they did the whole dry stint on wet tires, I think they have slicks at the moment. As I see Rebel and Norman Dow having an incident. What happened here? Take a look back, just a little farther back, 30 seconds, just to give us a better idea what happened here. Schumacher S's into, I believe this is Michelin curve.
Duck.
Oh,
Yeah, I like the message Kyle had on his car. I approve that message. Oh, more hip checks.
yeah, that was into big.
Oh, and they don't. Oh, the hip checks keep coming.
Yeah, so that's unfortunate. They're back at it though. I'm just waiting to see what happens here. Let's see. Another incident comes through from Dominic Duran. A 5-second for car number 9. Sticks a nose up the inside of car 710 without establishing overlap, causing a double spin. That's unfortunate.
That's the one.
Back to the driver requests that I saw in chat. Give them some love here.
We certainly got our share of Bass Pro Shops here in our area.
I think everywhere has a good Bass Pro Shop.
Oh yeah.
That is a champion.
I'm missing
motorsport.
UFC fight for this, by the way. Just thought I'd throw that out there.
Car racing is better than people throwing hands with each other.
Yeah, I would probably make a really bad UFC fighter. Probably make much better of like a KFC fighter.
Hey, I agree with you there. I'm the same way.
My favorite martial art is karaoke.
Mine is stuffing my face with whatever food is in front of me.
Yeah, I think my macho taco is coming back to get me.
Oh no!
I think Kyle's right. I think that's a big risk to go through that without pitting. Yeah, see, Ryan says, yeah, why throw your hands around? You can throw down a big piece of machinery like this.
Yeah, I'm just on the wing cam here of Latufo, who has Santana all over the back of him, trying to make a move here.
You'll tell Jess that we had macho tacos here at our house.
I had a Euro sandwich, as it looks like Santana is getting blocked by a blue flag there. So he has lost a lot of time there. Just an awkward exchange from the two of them. Just trying to allow the move to get done. So
for those scoring at home, dinner at Jess's house.
Eating chicken sausage, spaghetti, and bolognese. Oh, that sounds like a good meal.
Yeah, I wouldn't wear a shirt with that, Jess.
I can't wear a white shirt anytime. That's find a way to get it dirty. I have the Tide pens always handy just in case because of how often I spill on my white shirts. So, that tomahawk steak with mashed potatoes.
Ooh,
oh my god!
I'm hungry again.
That's making my mouth water.
Kept my mouth shut about that. Jeez.
We got Dockendorf here chasing down Morrison. Morrison, correct, is driving solo right now, correct?
Yeah, he's so low we can't hear him.
Yeah,
He finished this thing off, and man, he's younger than I am. If he can drive 6 hours without stopping. You know, Aaron Anderson is driving with Brian Anderson, who should completely be banned. There should not be another A. Anderson in the bunch. But that's another story. He ran a couple of these recently that all solo, and I just don't know how you do. I think he won one of these things solo. At least he
Yeah.
won his division solo. That's
I think it was Aaron Anderson at Imola
yeah.
took
Yep.
one of the top 3 spots and won his split. Mark Recton, I believe, ran solo at Imola. At Hungaroring, Mark Recton again ran solo. So did Bailey Kish and myself. I think there's one other driver that ran solo there. So it's just one of those things as a driver, you just kind of decide, I'm going to put myself through a mental battle of
Yeah,
going through all of it.
my knees get me. I'm staring down 53 here in a couple about a month or so, and it's knees and ankles, and just wait, y'all everybody listening, y'all just wait, it's coming for you. Yeah, you're gonna love 50. Oh, big slidey slide.
Oh, saves it though.
Look at that, just like you drew it up. Well played, Loic. That's Loic, isn't it? Loic always drives that way.
We have a message from our head steward again. Just a warning for cars 22 and 15.
Yep.
Lack of caution from both cars contributing to the main incident. So.
Yeah, Jess is already heading. He's heading that way. I tell you,
the same way too. I did sports and should have done my physical therapy, and I did not.
Well, I tell you what. Let's go back. Yeah, there you go. For Kyle, it could only be one, and for Ryan, man, the first person to eat a tuna was a lot hungrier than I am. Well, I tell you. But for Jess, y'all don't know this. Y'all don't know what I went through last season, and I got a bit of it right now. For qualifying for last season was Kyle Lobby, and I was desperate to qualify in the division I wanted to be in. I put in hundreds of laps. I tell you guys that. But anyways, I've got the V3 pedals, and it's got a metal deck to it. And I take like 3 blood pressure medicines, and one of them increases uric acid. Y'all, you're gonna love and hate this.
I know how where you're going with this.
You know where this is going. Yeah. So, anyways, and when you put pressure on like an ankle or a foot or something, when you have a lot of uric acid, I didn't know it. I had gout, and that weekend at the end of qualifying, I ended up with it felt like I had a blowtorch on my heel, and I was at 2:00 in the morning. I was screaming and yelling. Yeah, Jeffrey said he's no joke. Yeah, I was right. I talked about that. I was screaming and yelling, the whole family around me, and I never had any pain like that in my life. I really felt like somebody had a blowtorch on my heel. And one of my kids actually said, "Let's try some steroid," and it got me to sleep. But it got bad for about a week or so. Went to the doctor and found out that the uric acid and the pounding of certain joints in your foot, I ended up with gout. And I tell you what, I think that what we need to do is to go find some country we don't like and drop a gout bomb on them. We'll never hear from those bastards again. That's the worst pain I've ever. And so, anyway, I went and got some where I work out. It's kind of funny. We make some cushion stuff. So I got cushions now, and I have mounted them on my pedal deck. But now that we're qualifying again, back of my heel's hurting. I've got a big thing of gout medicine, and I'm already down in the gout pills. So so there you go.
My own
Old
family
man
members.
stuff.
I've heard horror stories myself.
Yikes. So I told some guys that I got gout from sim racing, and they all laughed. He said, "You're right." They were sim racers. They said, "You can't do that." I said, "Oh, yeah, right." So there you go. So I can feel it in the ankle again. So whatever it is in that's what I did. I got what amounts to about a keyboard wrist rest and got it down there. I'll get a picture. I sell office and healthcare furniture. We got these 4-inch by 4-inch samples of urethane we use for arm caps for healthcare recliners. And so they're like little squares. They're about half an inch thick. And so I got 3 of them, and I put them right in front of each of the pedals. And man, it's a lot better. It looks like it's supposed to be there. It's really kind of cool. I got to call Fanatic and show it to them and say, "There you go, problem solved." But yeah, so I got the heel hurting already for whatever it is in qualifying. Yeesh. Well, so I've digressed. We got a race to watch. I'm sorry, guys.
Oh, you're good. We got plenty of time and plenty of time to talk about the race as well as it develops. We still got 4 hours, 45 minutes. Like Dan taking
there comes
a excursion through the dirt and gravel there.
Agricultural racing.
Very expensive lawnmower.
I broke the clutch out of my lawnmower this week.
Oh no.
Yeah. Ain't funny. It's expensive.
Big movers. B. Anderson up 14 spots.
Yep.
Fabio Pacheniak up 13 spots. Or no, not 13
Yep.
spots. That's where they start on the grid. B. Anderson's up 8 spots. Pacheniak's up 5. Johnny Ashley is up 12 spots. And Felix is down 10. And Jack Poliak is down 10 spots, but many laps down at the moment.
Yeah, I'm watching Evan Kim. They have stayed in the top 5. More agricultural racing. Yeah, Doug, Evan, and who else is in that car? It's not Dominic, is it?
Dom, Evan, and Doug are all in the same car. Of insert
That's
Civ
right.
6 meme here.
Yeah, so I'm watching. They're sticking around in the top 5, and they're not the kind of people that make mistakes. And so, wouldn't surprise me if they're a player at the end.
Yeah, definitely. Especially with Evan Kim and Dominic Duran doing a lot of the heavy lifting.
I think that Santana and Stallworth are fast guys.
Well, Santana right now is putting pressure on Al. It has been for some time now. I'll probably jump over that one here in a little bit. Just I know Dockendorf has been putting a lot of pressure on Morrison here the past couple laps and is within that 3/10 mark. So
Just to prove yet again that I know exactly what I'm talking about, 2 of the 3 podium spots are taken up by the Porsche 992. I told you how great the car was the whole time.
yeah, they are making it sing for them today, which is good. Especially a good preview for the upcoming season.
Yep.
I know
So
this track may not be the best representation of everything that happens in a track, but they are showing that it's still good.
I think that car is probably very good in the wet, but still, all my griping and complaining, there's some spinny stuff.
Yeah,
But the Porsche is second and third.
Yeah.
But you got like Dan Cran and Chan and Tufo Kovac and Landshark. I don't think Landshark's been driving the Porsche, but still, they got a lot of guys that know what they're doing. And I know that Al and Kevin have driven a Porsche a good bit.
Yeah, I think it's
They know what
their
they're doing.
mainstay for the past couple seasons. For
Yeah,
sure.
I think Dan's too. They know what they're doing.
There's so many people that to keep track of what car they drive and everything. So
Yeah, Porsche for life for Jizz. Jizz does too.
I heard somebody joined.
That's right. Landshark did drive the Porsche last season.
Evan joined us here in the booth. He heard us talking about his teammate.
How's it going, guys?
How's it going?
It's going. Just
Oh.
taking a break.
How's the new 992 feel so far since you've driven it?
Really good. And it took me a bit to get used to from the 991. It took me, I don't know, a day or two. But since then, it's been pretty great, honestly.
Was it pretty good in the wet?
Yeah, it feels great, especially with full fuel. Super stable. The TC is really, really good compared to the 991. So it's just super stable.
Are you finding that you're having to run with the new physics release? Are you driving it with a little bit more traction control than you had in the past?
Less actually, technically.
Really?
So my kind of go-to last season in the 991 was like 4 and 6, TC1 and TC2. This
Oh, hang
season
on.
I'm pretty much defaulting to 3 or 4 and 0. I pretty much don't run TC2 at all.
I'll tell you, we got a request. Can we put the battle between the 159 and the 32? They're duking it out for the leader in AM.
There it is. There it is.
There you go. Thanks for watching for us. Interesting, Kevin. But yeah, let's we got a fight on our hands.
This is a good one. Selena's been driving really well lately as well. She's really doing well in the 992.
He really has found the comfort spot in the Porsche the past couple seasons.
Yep.
She was in the McLaren, and then as soon as she hopped over the Porsche, she unlocked that next level of pace for herself.
For sure, she's been driving this past week in our League and Week series, and she was doing really well the whole time. Had really good pace.
Yeah, getting better all the time. As we're getting comments in the chat, in the Twitch chat, that big fans, and rightfully deserved.
Depending on where she ends up and how Coach Jeffries does the fantasy league this year, I definitely see some drivers being hot pickups, especially with how well they're doing tonight.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. Jess just mentioned she's still on a controller, as far as I know.
Oh
Yeah.
my gosh!
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's working to get the pedals and everything. As we see an incident here on track
Oh,
between
there's a
Dockendorf and Morrison. Just coming together at Coca-Cola there.
they have met.
I have to say, I have seen some drivers that do very well with controller, and she is one of them.
That is crazy stuff.
Justin McKechnie as well is also on controller from what I remember, and he
Oh,
put
really?
up a name for himself too. Where is she at? Oh, did we just commentate your cursor? A little bit.
Little bit.
Did that?
But yeah, like someone was saying in chat, you can see her wheel going low, and that's just because
Yep.
of how much the controller doesn't really allow you to
Yeah,
make those fine-tuned adjustments.
it's a little jerky, isn't it?
A little bit.
Not terrible. I mean, it's a little odd, but
Saldivia is still driving the heck out of Godzilla.
You gotta get her that the new Thrustmaster controller. You guys seen that one where you got interchangeable like wheel addition into it?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Wonder how that one feels in the hands of a driver. I haven't seen too much on that one.
Yeah, a lot of new stuff out there.
Weather-wise, it's looking like it's staying consistent for rain. I know we've been saying the heavier rain is gonna start coming down. I can't tell because all of my stuff is hidden, so
Yeah.
maybe someone with insider knowledge could help me out with that one.
I
didn't
believe I
catch
hear.
that. What was that?
The weather report, right? Because I have my overlays for weather turned off, so I don't see if it's gonna
Oh,
improve.
yeah, I
or-
have mine off as well. Might be able to jump in. Hang on, let me check.
I'm looking at the report and it says it's raining men. Hallelujah.
There you go.
Looks like it's going to be increasing rain in 30 minutes.
Yep.
So heavier rain in 30 minutes.
Okay. We'll see how these drivers adapt to that. Because I know
There's a pass.
with this patch, it seems like just from hearing that the heavier the rain, it doesn't feel as nice as it used to.
No, it definitely gets a little bit slippery.
And especially because now you're also taking tighter lines for a lot of these turns, so you don't want to touch anything that's not asphalt.
Yep.
I see we've got a warning for Loic Normandu as well as Dan Rebel, mainly for just lack of caution. I think that's that spin that became a spin and a spin and a spin.
Yeah.
Lack of caution for both cars. I think it's just I think it's a warning of, oh, come on, guys. I think in other words, our lead steward, who will remain nameless, so he doesn't have eggs thrown at him, but for doing a thankless job, thank you very much. You know who you are, is saying, come on, guys. Warning for the 535 for late braking.
Yep, that was the incident we saw with, I believe, Dockendorf and Morrison just a little bit ago.
So, yeah, who would be an umpire or who would be a referee? They're just there to get abused. So we thank you very much for our stewards tonight.
I wonder.
We know who they are, and to protect their identities, we will leave them nameless.
I think everybody knows who they are at this point.
Yeah, well, there you go.
I think we have a little bit of a rotating crew today anyway. I
Yeah.
think most of them are driving as well, so.
Yeah, I think that's that main crew that we've been talking about in the BMW. That's sitting in the top 5 right now.
Yep.
Yeah, that GTR sounds great.
Well, the GTR is all over the back of Recton here, trying to battle for the lead of the AM group.
Absolutely. I think I said once, I got a little time. If y'all need a steward, let me know. And I think the response was, we don't trust you with a potato gun. I think was the response I got on that one.
I wouldn't trust myself with a potato gun either.
And my wife is, they are wise.
What
So,
they
but,
keep saying in the Christmas story, you'll shoot your eye out.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think I do hear all the activity upstairs that I need to attend to. I want to go ahead and take this opportunity just to head out for a moment. Thanks for letting me join and be part of your evenings. Let me the only one. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. So, but anyways, thanks for letting me come into y'all's headphones and to your speakers for a while. And have a wonderful race, and I may pop back in later on. So have a great night, everybody.
Have a good one,
Good night,
Andrew.
man.
You got it.
Since I have you here in the booth here, Kevin, do you want to talk me through maybe the IMSA and WEC AC stuff that you got going on?
Oh, yeah. We're kind of halfway through the season at this point, but we're running somewhat of a follow-along series for the real-life endurance championships that go on around the world. So in, 3 weeks' time, I think, we're doing Spa. The WEC was just at Spa yesterday or this morning, 6 hours at Spa. So we're going to go ahead and do our own little 1 or 2 hour Spa race. We do multi-class with GTE, LMP2, and Hypercar. So just a little fun championship to mix it up a little bit. Most of us are still focused on GT3. It's nice to kind of relax and drive something else a little bit.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I remember I tried jumping in there for, I believe it was Road Atlanta, and I am not good at AC. I need to practice a bit more.
What did you drive?
I believe I was driving the Mustang.
Oh, okay.
I didn't actually get into the race. I was trying to do the qualifying and everything, but I've been too much of a hazard.
We have some guys that get in there and they're certainly just there for the fun. They're not on the lead lap or anything. But it's all in good fun. We're just there to have a good time most of the time.
I know you've been putting in good work for that, but we had an incident on track there. It looks like Cheniak of Middle Pack Racing got into a little incident and got some severe damage on the front hood of their car. The Lamborghini, the Frunk.
big hit.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens from the stewards on that one, because it sounds like there was a collision between two cars.
So Dre says the race is over.
That's unfortunate. That's never how you want the race to end, especially with 4 hours. You do have time though, so you have 4 hours and 30 minutes to get back into it.
It's a rough one though.
Yeah.
It was a big hit. A lot of damage.
But you never know though. They're variable conditions and a tough track too. So well, go back out there and give it your best shot.
Santana has been right on L for a while.
He has. He's been all over the bumper. I believe that, was it Stallworth was all over your bumper as well for a while.
I was chasing him for a while.
That's what it was. Just flip flopped.
Yeah, I passed him and then came in pretty much the next lap. So
It's a good battle between both your teams. We'll see what ends up happening.
sure, you know. Yeah, I remember when right before I jumped up here, Al was saying he wasn't going to fight this too hard. If Santana had a lot more pace, he was just going to kind of let him go. But they seem pretty evenly matched right now.
Which it's good too, especially with these newer cars, seeing that they are of equal standards. I know we've
Sure.
been seeing different things at the Nurburgring for qualifying.
Yeah.
I think it's 70% of the leaderboard. You look at it, it's all Ferrari.
Yeah.
We were saying that maybe the Porsche is kind of like its predecessor, the 991, where you need that golden setup to really make it work for you. If you don't
It's
have
an
that, it's a
interesting
little tough.
car. It doesn't have a lot of the weird quirks that the 991 had that a lot of people struggled to handle. Like, it doesn't have crazy snap oversteer or anything. But it's a different driving style. It kind of slides around a little bit more. You maybe can't drive it as aggressively, but then again, people haven't had the time to really develop setups for it yet. So,
Yeah, I guess.
but yeah, it's a different driving experience for sure.
I believe is it a little longer too than the 991?
I think it's a little longer, and I know they moved the engine more towards the center, so it doesn't have such a big pendulum effect like the 991 did.
Okay. Well, that might make it a little bit more stable, but you're not able to do kind of like you're saying the same quirks that you're doing in setups in the past, so you're kind of
Right.
starting over. It doesn't help too that we had the brand new physics, so
Yeah.
everything's kind of.
I did find, interestingly, at least for qualifying, you can almost use the same setup that you used in 1.8. At least I could. I just Al converted the 991 Porsche setups over to the 992, and it actually, for qualifying, it worked really well. It chewed through tires like crazy because of the weird toe angles and stuff, but it was really fast.
Yeah, I think Aris was saying that, yeah, the 1.8 setups that were meta are still going to be viable, but they aren't going to be able to go for long stints just because of how much it's going to chew up the tires.
Yeah, for this race, I did my qualifying with a 1.8 setup that we had used for the 991. We just threw it onto the 992, and it qualified really well, but I was only doing 8-minute stints.
Yeah, you're basically warming the tires up, getting your time in, and then going back to the pits.
Exactly.
That's another interesting thing I know we talked about early on, was how long the tires take to warm up. Did you happen to throw the dries on at all during your stint?
Yeah, I did. It was rough. They got up to temperature 2 laps before I came in, I think.
Oh no.
So it was pretty rough. I was running ice cold tires at like 24.5 psi for the majority of the time, and they got up to temperature. Actually, they were a little over pressure, and then the rain started hitting. So
Yeah, I know that's going to be a big playthrough for today, is trying to figure out when do you actually want to come in and warm up those tires, because that window to warm them up is a lot longer than, or a lot larger than 1.8 was.
it is, yeah, and it's interesting to see that the accelerated tire wear after this 1.9 update. I mean, you're seeing guys like Jardier. He's taking tires like in 45 minutes. Like it's crazy. I'm wondering for this upcoming GT3 season for SRA if tire changes are going to be a little bit more common for some of the tracks that eat up tires more. But we'll see.
Yeah,
Never know.
We'll have to see, because like, I know that that's never really been the viable option. It's always been that splash and dash.
Right.
So,
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if people struggle with it at all, or if the setups they find can make it an hour just fine. See. I do like that the 1.9 update has kind of shaken things up in that way.
yeah, I know. It took me a little bit to get used to it again, because it was not my driving style for sure. I
Yeah.
slammed on the gas, so that's how I like to drive. I was losing the back end in almost every single car.
Yeah. Valencia is really bad on the tire wear. Yeah, I haven't driven Valencia a lot yet. I did, I don't know, a handful of laps, maybe 10.
I need to touch Valencia. I have not touched it yet.
Yeah. I think that's the next LFM track starting tomorrow, so I might work on that for a little while before our season starts.
Yeah, it's nice. Nice to have that in between our season, especially also doing league in a week, exhibition races. We always have something going on too here in SRA. Looks like the stewards team has handed out another penalty. 6-7-6 did a 10-second penalty. They had a massive run on the back straight and drafts R524 until it's too late, and it looks like they came together then, and unfortunate for a 10-second penalty on that one.
I don't know. I think that's enough to lose them a position, as it looks like.
Where are they? They are in 9th with Torres sitting about 6 seconds behind. So, and then the GTR of Saldivia 11 seconds behind P10. So that might be a couple spots actually.
Maybe it's on the border, right?
Yeah, right on that border of everything.
All right, well, I'm gonna go check in with my team, but thanks for holding down the fort, Austin. I might check in with you a little later.
All right, sounds good. Have a good race.
Have a good one.
Well, I am still here and bringing you the action. We might drag some people up in here in a little bit and just kind of checking out and seeing how other drivers are doing. Kind of going down the list. Spangler is in the lead with Dan Cran following close behind. I was just on board here with Rigatoni as they were closing in the car in front, but started to drop back now. Dan Cran in second, only about 3/10 behind. And then Latufo, Santana, and Kim. That rounds out your top 5. B. Anderson, Torres, Morrison, and Dockendorf are in your silver split, leading in the top 4 for them. And then in the AM, you have Aldiva, Recton, Boonstra, Johnny Ashley, and Conley rounding out your top 5 for that split. So, still a lot of time left in this race for anything to happen, especially weather-wise, as we've been seeing. Different strategy calls also being made, as you saw drivers starting on dry tires, playing that gambling game, and some of it paid off for some of them, and then you had drivers opting for wets and taking an extra pit stop. So we'll have to wait and see how it actually unfolds for them at the end of the race, because so far, like I said, it did pay off for some of those drivers taking that gamble. And we'll have to go through all the message and try to find out who offered to come up into the booth. Because I don't want to just fuck somebody that's not willing. Chad, you got anything that you want me to cover at the moment? Or fun tips and trivia tricks that you want to share yourself? Wants to do mid-race interview. Who is Jeff's teammate? But yeah, go ahead. We can definitely set that up. Walker. Yeah, if he's in the Discord in one of the voice chats, I can drag him up in there. I wouldn't mind Taylor either. Get him to shoutcast the race. He does it all the time for D4. Dockendorf back here a little bit, chasing down Ashley, who also is... We didn't really touch on the livery that Ashley made there. Made a fantastic Bass Pro Shop livery. I don't know if that's in the game or made, but it's still a well done livery. See Ben Racing from Owned. He's in chat. I know Johnny offered to also come into the booth, but he is currently racing. I don't want to pull him up in the middle of that. Bass Pro Shop. Dockendorf makes a lunge here into turn 1. Makes it stick for the time being. Looks like the move is done. Dockendorf up into P15. Interesting. Dan Cran is now in the lead. I wonder what happened there. Just he did nail that move. I'm trying to see here because I see Spangler is now in second. I see Loic having a moment. Oh no. They are back on their way, but it looks like Dan is right on their bumper now. Is Dan going to make... Oh no! There's contact! Dan and Loic come together. Oh no. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's a hate to see it moment. Dan Locke, we do not have a pit wall for this race right now. It's just what I have going on at the moment. It looks like Taylor has said I must suffer alone. I'm not suffering. I'm having a grand old time, actually. I am enjoying this. I enjoy being in the booth and calling out the race and spewing nonsense like I typically do. And having you guys hear how bad at saying words I am. But like Dockendorf is now on the back of Boonstra. He is making some moves up the field, trying to get back behind Morrison. for P2 of the silver split. See, is he gonna make another turn 1 lunge? Nope. Opts to just follow behind Boonstra here into the Mercedes arena. Maybe try eye up a move later on. Maybe the hairpin. That is a little further down. That is the Dunlop hairpin. And yes, Loic and Dan are inseparable. They have been on each other's diffusers this race for a majority of it. Let's see, Dockendorf also eyeing up another move there, trying to do it into the Valvoline corner. But it says nope. Oh, that too. Selena and Dockendorf are also inseparable as well. There's been a couple drivers that have been with a couple tenths behind each other. I know Latufo and Santana are one of those groups as well. As we see Selena going wide there, allows Dockendorf to get a good run here into the Schumacher S's. Selena just backs off a little bit, so get a nice solid run through there. But Dockendorf move done. Now attempting to chase down Morrison there. Let's see, Evan Kim all over the back of Santana now. So a lot of good fights up and down the grid at the moment. So we're seeing some good action all across the board. And as you can see, there is a massive amount of spray that these drivers are having to deal with too at the moment, just because it has rained a good amount since we had the last dry spell. So they're now having to fight with that along with the slippery conditions. The yellow flag being thrown here. What happened here? Uh-oh. They're on the middle of the track. The Flom also had a yellow flag. Turn 1 just cuts that turn really tight, and the cars come together. Unfortunate. Good job waiting until a clear moment you get back on track. Hop on with Johnny Ashley here, as he is chasing down Selena. He goes a little deep into the hairpin there, but falls out of a second behind. Now has to make all that progress back up and put the pressure back onto Selena. We'll see what happens here. I know Selena has been put under pressure couple times these last few laps. I wonder how she's feeling with the weather in this new 992. Another fight is General Scrub chasing down Rigatoni here in that Lexus versus the new Ferrari. Let's see how they do on the main straight here. I know the Lexus loves straight line speed, but I don't know how much it's going to help them here in the wet. Just opting to probably go cool off their tires a little bit, as we are starting to see a dry-ish line form. I wouldn't call it a full dry line, just a drier line with puddles on the outside. So, trying to cool those tire temps down, because tire pressure is very big for this game. It can cost you a couple tenths if you're overinflated or underinflated, and these wet tires like to get hot very fast, unlike the counterparts. As we see Rigatoni going deep and allows Scrub here to take the position. Going back to Santana. It looks like Kim did get past Santana here. And now Santana is having to chase down Evan, who is in the older M4. Not that old, but not one of the new cars that everybody's kind of gravitated towards today, as you've seen a lot of AMGs, which is the 1.5 Evo, the 992 and the 296, and then the Lamborghini. Good to see that the other cars are still competitive with these newer cars. Dan Cran is all over the back of Spangler now. See if they can make a move, get done here out of the last sector and into the first sector. I anticipate a move here. I'm anticipating maybe turn one, just maybe thinking about it, and then just diving out to the inside line or outside line, however they want to try to go for it. Looks like we have an incident that came through. Cars 22 and 15, 5 seconds each, and second warning. Car 15 should have lifted to the yield position. Car 22 shouldn't have held 15 so tight on the apex before clearing. So, a little slap on the wrist for both of them. And we'll see how that battle continues to play out. Yeah, like I said, we're on board with Dan Cran here. Trying to get back into the lead here. If too many people in chat, SRA chat that we pull that. I got a couple people that told me to pull them up, but I want to pull somebody up in the middle of a fight. So we're gonna just keep going solo for the moment. Ooh. Conley is putting some pressure here on the Sparks. Both in the Mercedes, different splits though, but some good pressure being applied from Conley onto Sparks here. Give it update. Our pit count doesn't look like there's been too many people hitting often. A lot of one pit stops, a couple two pit stops, but for the most part, not seeing people go over that 2, just a couple drivers in that 3 range. Maybe they had a penalty or they need to fix some damage. Is that the Panda? I wonder if Conley is in the... He is in the Mad Panda Motorsport Mercedes that's in the game. They have so many variations of that livery, and it's a wonderful livery. Well done by the real-life creators of that one. But just gonna follow closely there. Sparks through turn 1 and then 2 entering the Mercedes arena here. And Cran's still putting up pressure. I think Ashley a couple positions ahead, actually putting pressure on Selena here as well. So, seeing how that's gonna play out. A lot of close battles for these split drivers, trying to get into that podium range. I believe this is a podium fight for the AM split. It is at the moment. So we'll see if Johnny here can make the move to get into the podiums, or if Selena's gonna be the defensive master for this fight. Mind you, Selena has also been in the car this whole time. I believe Johnny is the second driver to hop in for this owned crew here. Playing it smart, just kind of following Selena's car path for the moment, and you definitely see a threatening move be made into turn 1. Maybe they aren't as close as they want to be to make the move stick, but they are closing in here. So I anticipate them trying to pull out and make the move. Makes the dive. Reaches apex, goes a little deep. Selena does the old switcheroo as they go side by side here through Mercedes. Nice, good fought battle between these two drivers. Very respectful. As we get through the end of Mercedes Arena, looks like they have a little bit of contact. Not much, just a little tap. Johnny trying to make the switchback. Unable to make that work. Has to pull back, but still is on the diffuser. Selena looks like they're going to try to make a lunge. Backs off from it. Holds on. And just opts to follow now. Very well put defending by Selena there. Allows Johnny to make the move into turn 1, but allows him to go deep and get the switchback, which allows her to go side by side through that entire area of the Mercedes Arena and end up winning out on exit there. So well done. We'll see what happens here coming up in the next lap, because I'm sure that they are going to go at it once again. Update on the leaders. Dan Cran has dropped back a little bit, but still within that 10th range, 8/10 range of Spangler. So keeping the pressure on there. Update on Conley and Sparks. Still within a second there. It looks like Conley is just opting to follow Sparks through and maybe try to catch up to this fight that's happening in front. As these two battle out, they will lose some time to the cars in front of them and lose out and have the cars behind them get closer. So don't want to battle too much, but don't want to just end up forfeiting the fight. And let's see what happens. Looks like Johnny is a little too far back to make the move here into turn 1 again, so opting to follow again for another lap, as Conley's looking to make a move here into turn 1. They are side by side. Looks like Conley went deep. Sparks going for the switchback, unable to make it stick. So right now Conley ahead of Sparks, and we will see if Conley can now put on the defensive masterclass and keep Sparks behind while also trying to catch up to the fight that's ahead of him. Like Conley now has actually pulled out a decent gap after making that pass, and Sparks is just dropping off a little bit. Maybe just different strategies, more fuel versus less fuel. We'll have to, don't want to make too many speculations at what's going on right now, because Sparks has not made a second pit stop, whereas Conley has made 2 pit stops at the moment. So definitely some different strategies playing out for these drivers in that situation. Let's see, Matt Morrison, who is now behind Dockendorf, trying to catch Dockendorf and get into into third place for their split. Take a look and see if we can get a nice look at that livery. I know Aaron Anderson also made a comment about it. We didn't get a good look at it, but now you do. Well done. Nice color scheme and everything. Nice wolf head on there. Felix right now putting pressure on 19th spot here. Sapin, I believe that is. Let's get the nice heli cam on this one. He is about a second behind, trying to get back within that second there and put pressure on. As I say that, I'm going to go to the leaders fighting here. as they have gotten a little closer. So it's Dan Cran versus Spangler right now. We'll see how Spangler does with the pressure that Dan has been putting on. Seems like he's been holding so far, but now that Cran is taking up pretty much the whole rearview mirror, we'll have to see how they survive for this. Opting not to make the move into the hairpin. Just gonna follow the line. Interesting to see that the hairpin does have 2 lines you can technically do, but they are kind of converging. You can do either the V or the U. I know in 1.8 a lot of people liked the V as it was a little faster and got you out and into the Schumacher S's with a little bit more top speed. We'll see how the drivers opt to do it in 1.9, and today I haven't gotten to take a deep dive into them as much as I wanted to, but we'll have to take a gander once we get to it. But right now, this is our main fight on track. Is this fight for P1? Everyone else is kind of outside that second range. We'll see, especially going into turn 1. That's kind of been the primary overtaking zone today. We'll see if Dan's going to make a move, but I think they're a little too far back to really show for that move. They may have just fainted for it and said, "Hey, I'm gonna make the move," making Spangler think about it. But they are, again, all over the rear diffuser of Spangler, the Mercedes arena, trying to make the move done here. Looks like the Porsche is just so much better out of it, and as you can see now, they are side by side here as they head into Valvoline. What is going to happen here? It is a tough corner to go side by side into, just because it is a really tough turn to be side by side, because you have to set up the next turn within it. So you are kind of sacrificing a little bit here. And now they're going into hairpin side by side. So Dan Cran making the move stick, looking like they have it done, but don't want to speak too early, because now we have Spangler that's behind them. Spangler definitely has been a lot faster on these straights, and there is kind of these back straight and the main straight coming up, so we'll see if Dan's able to pull enough ahead thanks to the Porsche's cornering abilities, which looks like it's kind of stayed the same, very dominant in that corner. But one battle that I will go to next is Recton versus Torres. Recton is putting a lot of pressure on to get into the top 10 now. So once I see this fight kind of stagnate, we'll switch over to that one. Because I want to see turn 1 here, because that's kind of the main staple of the fight, I feel like. It looks like Spangler is just going to be a little too far back to really make anything happen, and then based on what we've seen the past 2 laps, I think Cran is just going to have the better cornering ability and pull out just that extra couple tenths here. As now he's outside a second. As I see Morrison's in the pits, so I wonder the strategy call on that one. But let's go to Recton here of Twig Flex Racing. I believe he has a teammate for this one. Past couple times he's been running solo. Yeah, Riley Fair is his teammate. But the past couple endurance races we've had, he has been running solo, doing well for himself, either winning the split or getting into the podiums for the split. So good on him for having the mental and physical fortitude to do a 6-hour or longer race by yourself in a day. and just opting to not have the pains that come after doing a solo endurance race. Well, I'm going to drag up a team, actually, since they don't look like they're in a huge fight, so they're just going to keep going, so I'm going to pull them up.
Hello?
Hello. Welcome to the booth, Bobby and Josh of Dockendorf Potvin Racing.
Okay, good. You got both of us. I was worried because we were getting close to driver swap.
Oh, I make sure I brought both of you. I did not want to split you guys
Alright,
up like that.
So what's the penalty for me swearing?
Please don't. Jess will have some kind words for me if I allow that to happen. But I wanted to bring you guys up, see how you guys are feeling, especially after 2 hours of racing. Closing into 3 here.
I'm doing all right. Just kind of stuck behind Spangler right now.
Yeah, you got the front seat for the move between Spangler and Cran.
Yeah, that was interesting to see. It looks like whoever the Porsche is ahead of him is just flying now. I think he was just getting held up a little bit.
Yeah, they were. They're now 2 seconds back. It looks like, him having a moment in Coca-Cola is sideways on track. That's never fun to see. But I wanted to talk to you guys and see how you guys are liking the new car, the new physics, maybe how they're feeling in these varied conditions. Josh, you haven't really gotten to drive yet, but I know Bobby, you have.
The Porsche itself?
Yeah.
It's extremely balanced in the wet. I love it in the wet.
That's good. I know.
I know.
Bye, Josh.
I was doing some practice laps earlier, and I mean, I know, even when I was doing stuff in the team series last season, like I was finding moments with the Ferrari even that was a little rough in the wet. I haven't really found that with this car once I get everything set up with TC and everything. So it's definitely, I thought it felt good even in practice. So I'll have to see how it is in race.
I know what we were saying though in dries. The back end looks like it kind of wanted to step out on you a lot. So seeing that in the wet, it is a little bit more stable. Is nice to hear.
I know, I just felt it's like slippery. Like it feels like it's on ice at times.
So how?
I really like the ability to just let go of the throttle and get it to turn in like I am right now.
Yeah, because I know the last Porsche you weren't really wanting to be off throttle just because if you went off throttle, you kind of died.
Yeah, it's a nice change of pace there that I could kind of just drive it like it's the Honda a little bit, and it just goes, you know.
Yeah. I know the Honda. A lot of the main Honda drivers are not happy with the BOP. Maybe they end up switching to the 992 here.
I mean, if you look at the leaderboards for hot stints, I think there's a different card that they're using, but
That's just the hot sense, though. Look at this race. You got all manufacturers that are the new ones in the top 5.
I mean, let's be
Apart from
honest though. I think
Lamborghini.
if they didn't, how do I put it? If they didn't almost ban the car, I think you'd see more of them.
Well, to be fair, that ban was justified because it was causing driver swap issues, which is kind of
Again,
a
I'm
ban.
not saying it. I'm not saying it wasn't.
Yeah.
I would do the same thing. Like if something's breaking, then. tire engine, you might as well.
How you guys been feeling strategy-wise with everything with the wet, starting kind of that wet but no rain, going to dry, and now it's raining again? How's that really felt for you guys as a team, trying to balance out when do you stop, when do you swap tires, you know, that kind of
The
situation?
tire swap was really poorly timed. That's pretty much about all I could say about that.
Yeah, it did not happen at a good time. I think it was what, half an hour in.
Yeah, I went into the pits thinking, okay, well, it's gonna get dry in 30 minutes or like 10 minutes or whatever it was, and the tires just never heated up.
Yeah, I don't think it actually got to green until it started to rain again.
Yeah, that's what Kevin Kovac was telling me earlier. By the time he got his tires actually up to temperature, he was coming back in to get wets. So, didn't really help out too much in that call.
No, I do think on the weekends though was a benefit because it seemed early, but we were able to gain like 2 or 3 positions, just by others pitting later.
Yeah,
that undercut was pretty strong.
Yeah, we saw that in the booth here. We saw some people getting in right when the tire change was kind of supposed to happen, and then some people waiting a couple laps. So I think maybe we'll see that play into effect in the season if tire wear is actually going to be as heavy as we're kind of hearing for the drives.
I bet you if we have hot Indy like we did season 5, I believe, it's gonna be a big issue there.
Yeah,
Same with
when we did hot Barcelona in season 6.
Hot Barcelona was spicy.
I remember I was doing some just practice laps just to kind of get used to some of the cars at Barcelona, which, to be fair, I don't remember it all. But just I don't know what the exact conditions were, but my left sides were burning up on every car. It didn't matter what the tire pressures were, etc.
That's just Spain, baby. Spain eats the left tires every single car and every single time.
A little bit of a spinneroonie there. We're still chugging along.
You know, you can blame me because I literally switched to you guys right before it happened, so I'll take the commentator's curse on that one. I've been handing those out.
Blame you for everything that's been happened.
That's fair.
I'm gonna blame you for who's in the car.
I'm gonna box this lap.
Alright, cool. But for car 21, stop go 30, I'm blaming you for that. Who else has a penalty? All of them.
That's fair, I guess. I mean, commentator curse. Like I said, I've been handing them out left and right today.
Well, stop it, please.
Well, I know you guys are getting ready for your driver swap. I might pull you down so that way you can kind of get back into the groove of driving. I'm not going to be
think they're
interrupting that.
fantastic viewers. Thank you all for coming. Want to hear us counting down seconds before I start driving?
Not entirely sure if they do or not, but I will pull you down into race chat one. Looks like Spangler's down there right now, but I'm pulling him up immediately after this, so.
Sounds good.
Welcome, Jeff Spangler.
Hello, guys.
How you feeling out there? It's been a fun race to watch because it's been varied conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very fun stint. Hats off to Dan. Things got a little hairy there, but we just managed to leave each other enough space, and It's good to be able to battle with somebody, and you trust that they're not gonna, you're gonna do your best to race as cleanly as possible, and they are as well. So always fun. But yeah, that Porsche, man, it just glides around this track. I guess the new one's still pretty darn fast here, and to be honest, driving the Merc feels it's like a bit like a tank. But yeah, we're having a good time.
Yeah, I was commentating on that. It sounds like, it just looks like the Porsche is still doing Porsche things in the corners and being able to stick it.
Yeah, absolutely, definitely. Yeah, things like worked out during Ryan's first stint. We saw that it was gonna start raining again, and he was like, it's so funny. He was like, yeah, stay out another lap. Oh, all right, I'll stay out another lap, and just in time to see that the rain was gonna come down again. So we figured we would just stay out. I took a screenshot of our tires. So I'll probably post it after the race, but it was pretty bad. The sweats were definitely screaming, but it saved us a stop. And yeah, things have worked out pretty well for us so far.
Yeah. I know that obviously tires were kind of the big change that has been made in this patch, and I don't know if you guys switched to dries at all, but if you did, how was that transition period?
Yeah, so that's what we stayed out. So Ryan did his whole stint on wets from the start of the race.
Oh boy.
And he pitted just as the rain started back again. So right before I hopped over here, he's like, "Oh man, this is great. I feel like I have so much grip." At the end there, yeah, the tires were pretty bad, but saved us a stop and some time. But yeah, Dan was just chewing up the time behind us. So I think if nothing else, we have definitely been able to put some time between us and third place and the folks that'll be behind us. So I don't know if we've got the pace to battle Brandon and Dan to the end, but we'll see. But yeah, as far as tires go, I mean, wet, I don't really feel much of a difference. I haven't done a whole lot of wet driving since 1.9, but yeah, it doesn't really feel any different. But we were talking about, oh my gosh, ooh, that's interesting. Gonna look at the weather.
Tell me about it. I can't see the weather. My widget's actually turned off for.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'll just keep that to myself then. But I'm sure. Wait, so you guys in the broadcast you guys can't see when the rain's coming and going?
I have mine turned off.
Oh, okay.
Like just for racing wise, mine's almost always turned off because I use Armamentario. But then when I broadcast,
gotcha.
I always forget to turn it on, and it doesn't affect too much. Just because.
Gotcha.
You're just kind of seeing how it is.
Okay. Yeah, but yeah, definitely. We were talking about tires and thinking that the folks that pitted onto their slicks, they were probably really cold. I'm sure they tore them up. We'll see if that comes back. I know we got an extra tire set from what we were thinking we would have for the race, but if it dries up, you never know when that might be the difference, right? We were able to save some dries there, so some slick tires. So yeah, it's gonna be fun.
That's good. Well, I know that's been kind of the main thing. Everybody's been like, tires is going to be a weird transition, because I know Kevin Kovac, who was in here earlier, was saying he switched onto slicks and they didn't get up to temperature until he was pitting again to get wets.
Yep. Yeah, I would imagine. I think the new slick tire takes longer to heat up anyways, and I would imagine it's relatively cold for the game conditions here, and it was dark and rainy, so I could imagine that would be a pretty big struggle.
Yeah, you guys didn't have to deal with the sunrise. At least it was cloudy.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good.
Any other fun little tidbits that you gathered from the race so far?
No. We've had a couple good things go our way. We're lucky. Hopefully that continues. And yeah, excited to see this one out the rest of the way. And best of luck to everyone else on track. And hope you guys keep it running up here and have a good time.
Yeah, always do. It's always fun watching everybody race and provide the entertainment. I always said it too for the season 6. I just provide the spice. The drivers provide the entertainment.
Absolutely.
You don't have anything else? I can let you go on your way, or you can just hang out up here if you want.
I think I'm gonna bounce over and see how Ryan's doing. But yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, no
And
problem.
yeah, talk to you guys later.
All right, have a good one. That was Jeff Spangler, everybody. He is teammates with Ryan Walker, who is currently sitting P2. Got to hear a little driver insight there of what's going on, track, how they're feeling. Well, also got to hear that they decided to stay out on the wets. So that was a big call, and thankfully it worked out for him. So very interesting strategies we've seen so far today from a lot of different teams. Either staking out on those wets, starting on dries, going to... So, good mixed conditions and good strategy calls from everyone around the league so far on this race. Not seen anything come through steward-wise, so far it's been clean. Anybody that got a stop code 38 recently, I believe that was just for pitting and coming in too hot into the pit lane, so they had to repeat and come back in and stop and sit there for a little bit, think about what they did. We also see Dan Cran coming out, but now that is Brandon Chan, so I have not updated yet, but ACC is telling me it's Brandon Chan, is now in the car again. And Ryan Walker has taken back first place. Patches, it is wet. It is actually wet and raining. It has been for a majority of this. Brandon having a moment there. But hop over to Sparks trying to chase down Taylor here. He has cut down some time. Taylor had a little bit of an incident earlier. Another battle is Garcia going. Looks like they went wide. And that allows Brown to go through. And he's getting the flashes to get let the faster car go by, being a blue flag. So we'll see if that's Santana. Santana is still in the car, so we'll see if he gets the move done here shortly. And gets by. He does. He's well on his way, trying to chase down Loic now to get into P3. We also had Potvin and Dockendorf in here earlier. Now Josh is in the car the first time tonight, trying to get acclimated with the car and the weather, kind of hopping right out there into the wet conditions. So we'll see. He is going to like this car later tonight if he wants to get back in the booth. I know, talking with him personally, he has enjoyed this Porsche. He's a big Porsche fanboy, and he's made this car sing for him. I struggle with it at the moment, but I know he's enjoying this new one. So hopefully he can get that up to speed and gain a couple spots and get back into the top 3, maybe a little higher for the silver split. Patches, how you been lately? If you're still in here, I know it's been a hot minute since I heard your voice. Not really voice, but like seen you around. See how you're enjoying things. Brown right now of Owned Racing here. He is chasing down Sapin. That's also an AMG on AMG fight. We'll see if they catch up and end up getting past. I know Brown was actually having some issues earlier trying to get into the server, but it looks like they've cleared that up. Now on their way. looks like there's some issues that have happened with some cars. We've lost a couple drivers. I believe the Ferrari was not totally fixed. Some drivers ended up getting crashed out, so that is unfortunate to hear. I see Lee having a moment here. What happened here? What happened here? Oh, this wet weather looking like it caught some people out. Especially in that Lambo, if you're in engine mode 5, which is the most aggressive engine braking, that helps the car rotate so much more, and that may catch you out. So it's understandable that you can lose the back end a little bit more with engine map 5 compared to 3 or even engine map 1, which basically has little to no engine braking. Byron chasing down Kormorowski, and I will probably butcher that name, and I apologize. Feel free to yell at me after this. I will understandably correct myself in the future. But Adam there ends up going into the pits, moves Byron up into 22nd. A little update for splits at the moment. We have Walker, Chan, and Norman Dow rounding out your top 3 in the open split. Then you have Lee, Morrison, and Garcia rounding out your silver split, and then your AM split, you have Ortiz, Bear, and Sapin. So, a lot of drivers moving up and down the field and having some incidents and such, but overall, a lot of moves been made through strategy calls in these first couple hours. I don't see Byron. There he is. He's not tapping out. He is still here. Looked like maybe he just had a moment into turn 1, went a little too deep. Let's get on board here with the General Scrub, actually putting in some pressure on Alvarez here. Going through the hairpin, just following at the moment. See if they're going to be brave on brakes later on or not. We see Sparks is in the pits right now, just pulled out. I don't know if they did the driver swap. I'll have to wait and see. Right now, this is currently... Oh, I see Lee having another moment. I will have to see what happened there, but I'm trying to follow this fight at the moment. General, looks like... Is that a... It looks like it's a blue flagged car behind them, either blue flagging them or... General ends up going into the pits. Unfortunate for that battle. Selena is on the back of Garcia. Selena has been in this car for a long time. I think she's been in pretty much the entire race, and I think she has 2 other teammates that are racing with her. So she has Gitesh and Pat. So we'll see when they end up getting in the car. Hey, it's Raph. Raph is in chat. Kind of going back to the racing. Brown is still chasing down Sapin here. Is making the passes. Sapin has a little bit of a moment, so that allows Ben to get by, get into P13, and we'll see if he's able to hold this, especially coming into the last sector and the probably, like I've been saying, the best overtaking opportunity of turn 1 of the night. So, I'll just Gonna follow closely behind each other. And, oh, looks like Sapin had a little bit of a moment on exit there. May have touched the curb and just lost it. I see General Scrub there. Looks like he has a stop-go 30. That is something you don't want to see because that means that they were speeding in the pit lane. So that means they have to come back around and take a time stop and think about what they did. Boonstrup again on the back of Garcia now. Let's see, Fran is here. He's saying go Chan. I see a yellow flag moment for Sapin. Just may have gone a little wide there. Back into Bushra's fight. Chan is chasing down Walker right now, about 8 seconds behind. We'll see if Brandon starts cutting into that time here shortly. I know Boonstra wanted to put pressure on so she can get into the fight with Sapin and Brown, because that will put her into the podium, and she is currently in 5th place at the moment for her split. So a lot of these drivers have kind of spaced themselves out. Not a whole lot of cars getting some fights on track just because everybody's on different strategies. I see Prescott, I believe, is that is the car, the general, that is now going into the pits to serve their top go 30. That is hefty fine of time for them. Ref, she is still on controller. So she is. Oh, it looks like LaFlame had a moment and just TP'd to pits. What happened here? Goes deep into the hairpin, and I guess called it right there. That's unfortunate to see. Chan has dropped back to 9 seconds now, so I wonder what's going on there. Falling back a little bit. Let's see, where is Chan on track? In the middle of sector 2, right? I could be wrong. I forget where the sector 2 starts compared to sector 1. 'Cause I know sector 3 is ridiculously short. It's basically the chicane and then Coca-Cola. So yeah. There it is. Sector 2 is the start of the hairpin. So start of sector 2 is where it is. 9 seconds back. I wonder what's going on there. Maybe just had a little bit of a moment, as we see Brown has a moment here. Not Brown. Sparks has a moment, so that allows Brown to go by. That moves Brown up into P12. So now they are on the charge to try to get down to Fair, which will bring them up into P2 for the AM split. Boonstra again still on the back of Garcia here, trying to follow and eye up a move, as it looks like Garcia had a bit of a rough exit of the chicane, so Boonstra is right there making that Porsche hum through that last Coca-Cola turn into that slipstream now. Hopefully she can make this stick, as she's trying to stay on the back of Garcia here and potentially eye up a move for the turn 1. Does not make the move, just stays back. I think that she was a little too far back to make a move stick without having to do a switchback or go deep. So, looks like Lee and Morrison are in a fight right now. It looks like Lee has gotten passed by Morrison. I missed that fight. Let's go back a little bit here and see if I can catch what happened. They go into Valvoline. And Ford, what happened here? Curtis goes on the outside, touches that curbing in the asphalt, which allows you to slow down a lot more because you're not getting as much grip. And that allowed Morrison to have the inside line, which has more of a drier line on it, and got past. Let's go back to Boonstra versus Garcia here, because they are still battling. Boonstra trying to find the moment if she can to get past, or if maybe force Garcia to make an error. Just being in that rear view mirror can do that. As we see, Garcia goes deep, but so does Boonstra. They have contact. Boonstra going side by side here as we go onto the back straight. Does Boonstra have the line? She has the speed. Now in front. We'll see if she can hold it now, as that BMW is right behind her. And we're going into the chicane here. I don't see a move happening here. If anything, it was going to be turn one again. And I know that's my favorite saying, is the turn one. But it's probably the best overtaking opportunity on this track is turn one. Just because it's so wide and narrows up and just allows you to make that send. But I don't think Garcia is going to be able to make it. They are so far back at the moment that it's going to be a lunge of a century if it happens, but not happening here. Selena, job done for the moment. Now she has to pull away or play defense. Potvin is in a scrum here as well. He is right on the bumper of Alvarez. See if a move gets done, but they also have a blue flag right behind him, so that faster car is like, just let me by. I want to get by. We'll see what happens as the Mercedes that Josh has passed backed off. Let Josh make the move, and Josh has made the move stick, and now that blue flag is there, trying to pass Alvarez right behind. See if that happens here on the straight. It does, or it should happen here, which will allow Josh to pull away just a little bit more, but then Josh does have to fight again, letting that blue flag by. Carpenter now battling with Lee as they go side by side in the chicane. A very tough corner to go side by side in, because it's really tight, almost a one line corner, so you are having a lot of faith in the driver next to you to either back out or you have to back out. So we're seeing now Carpenter trying to make this move into turn one, and looks like they don't even need to get into turn one. They just have it on the straight, and then they start pulling away now. Go to Brown, a little far back to make a move on Fair here, but they have caught Fair pretty quickly here. So we'll see what happens as we see Norman Dow in the Loic Norman Dow in the pits, along with Duran at the moment. Duran has been in the pits for a while. He's now sitting 11 laps down. Let's follow on board with this fight. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to get some more water. My voice is getting a little hoarse at the moment, so please hang on for a couple seconds, please. Alright, we are back. Thank you again for holding on, letting me go get my water. It looks like Taylor Molyneux is in the car, chasing down Landshark. as they are going side by side in the last part of this Mercedes arena. As you see a Ferrari going sideways there in the background. Taylor looks like he has the move done. We'll see if Landshark comes back here in the next couple of corners of Valvoline into Ford. Looks like the move is done by Taylor for now. We'll see if that stays that way. Brown has made the move past Fair. So Fair has now moved down into P3 and Brown into P2 for the AM split. Overall, they are now P10 and 11. You see Carpenter has a moment here in Mercedes. Oh, get it back on track safely here. Let's see. They have the time. They are good now. They are pulling away. Andre Lloyd on Josh Potvin. This is another fight that is hearing. As soon as I say, hey, things are kind of calming down now, everybody decides this is where we fight. I've commentator cursed myself, but it's a good thing because this gives me more to talk about, which I love. So Lloyd here in the Mercedes, trying to put pressure on that Porsche of the Potvin Dockendorf team. It looks like they went a little fast for that chicane, so they pull back just a little bit. Maybe they can get a better run onto the main straight here. So take a look from the bonnet cams. They are still getting quite a decent amount of spray from the car in front. So they also have a car coming out from the pit lane, so they also have to fight that into this, as Josh looks like he went a little deep, but so did Lloyd. Holding on it to get the power down. It looks like Lloyd has dropped off just a little bit here from the Mercedes arena. Maybe he's just a little nervous with that car coming out of the pit lane, so just dropped back just a little bit. It's like Garcia is trying to pull back and fight Boonstra. If you remember, a couple laps ago, Boonstra did get past. I see Fair having a moment in from the chicane. Let's see what happened here. Looks like back end just stepped out on him. Stays out of the wall, thankfully. So they're able to keep going. No damage, which overall is a win. But now Boonstra and Garcia are into that fight for P12 overall. And that would move Boonstra into the podium position for the AM split. And then Garcia, who's in the podium position of P2 for the silver split, wanting to obviously get higher into the standings here. Overall, trying to fight Boonstra and get that position back. I know that you folks at home are seeing that Taylor Molyneux still has a 5-second penalty that is still back from that incident we saw earlier. They just have not cleared that. I believe at the moment that is the only penalty we are seeing at this time. Correct, that is the only penalty we are seeing at this time. So once that is cleared, everybody will be free and clear of any time penalties from the stewards. Until they're not. That's how it typically goes. From this race, Badness is now in the car, trying to chase down Santana all over the back end of that Ferrari. Ferrari on Ferrari action here. So we will see what happens. Badness trying to get back up into that top 3 here. Especially that would be top 3 overall and top 3 in split. A little too far back to make a move there. We'll see what happens here on this back straight as the Badmus goes for a late lunge there to try to stick it around the outside. That was an ambitious move, in my opinion. And that may have just set him up worse for wear, trying to get through and get a move done into Sector 1, but already back on the tail and diffuser of Santana. So I am just eating my words there, as they are literally diffuser to nose. Let's take a look here from the onboard. It's going to be very close here into turn 1. Hopefully doesn't overcook it, allowing Santana to make that switchback. Pulls out to the side, opts to not go for the move. Just holds on just a little bit as they both follow each other and go very deep into turn 1. Which allows Taylor into the fight too, who is right there. So Taylor trying to make his presence known as these two are squabbling and getting a little loose there. Now Badmus is side by side, pulls ahead. Badmus move done for the moment. Taylor having to slam on the brakes in order not to hit the back of Santana here, and trying to make a move on the outside of Ford curve. Don't see that happening. But now, looking to make that move, I believe this is the Dunlop hairpin. I'm looking to make sure we are checking. The Dunlop. It is Dunlop. Taylor on the inside. Adam losing out in literally one sector, 2 spots. So that is going to be hard on Spirit, but Taylor makes a mistake there going into the sand, which now is allowing Adam to come back, and they are going to go side by side to the corner here. Adam going wide, loses it, and has lost it, is now facing the wrong way and trying to get back. That is not what you want to see. Hopefully he gets going again. He is white flagged as the leader is coming through, so that will be a lapped car eventually. Morrison right now chasing down Ortiz. Ortiz looking really strong right now for the AM split, sitting in P7 and then P1 overall for their split. So far, nice job. About halfway through the race. Let's see, that looks like a Lamborghini pulling off to the side to let them by. Matt, again, Matt is driving solo. Let me see if there's who's all of them solo. Matt Morrison, as I said. It's like Riley Fair had another incident, yellow flag there. And then Adam Adam of Team Solo in the Bentley is racing solo. So we have 2 solo drivers today. Again, absolute mad lads for doing it. I've tried it. I was worse for wear for like 3 days. My wrist, my knees, my feet, everything was sore. Experience that I'm glad that I did once, but may do it one more time. But I probably won't do it for a race longer than 6 hours. I know Evan Kim was the mad lad along with Josh Damiani. They both did the Indy 8-hour solo. Absolute wild. And especially since Evan Kim does it in VR. But even more wild. But on this race right now, Morrison, a lot of pressure right now on the Ortiz. Especially to that hairpin. We'll see what's happened. Let's get the wing cam. Yep. Yes, you. This is why you're better at doing camera work than I am. I tend to be like, oh, it's on the camera. It's a fight. We're good. And I keep forgetting to switch. As I see, Alvarez has a drive-through. More than likely going to be for a track limits. Especially when it's wet, it's a little easier to do just because the car kind of just glides out outside the track on you. Get to hear this nice Nissan engine squeal with that high-pitched, along with the transmission and everything. We have Morrison behind. It looks like he's dropping back. This Nissan is just straight line speed compared to Morrison and that Ferrari as we have traffic. Uh-oh, they are side by side here, as we saw lap traffic playing a little bit of a part here. Let's see what happens as they're getting to the tail end of Mercedes Arena. Morrison on the outside. Which will be the inside of the next turn if he can hold this? Has the space. They both leave each other space. On exit, Ortiz goes a little too wide. Does not get enough traction. Now he's chasing down Morrison now. Let's see if anything happens here for the hairpin of Dunlop. I know Ortiz has been a monster in straight line speed in this Nissan, so going very on the limits. I'm fantastic wording. I'm the master of words. English language is mine. But back to Ortiz here, trying to push it to the limit. Chase down Morrison and stay within that fighting distance. Really get that slipstream as I hear the tires squealing from underneath them. That is not something you want to do. You're going to lose out on everything that you had there. And he's now dropped down to a second. So maybe this short main straight will help him out here. Who just joined me here? Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Forever.
We have a wild John Donahue.
I have reappeared as we get closer to the GT3 season.
we see the John Donahue. I am struggling with my overlays right now to fix them. That way you can see John. Just the reason I have John in here is just because it's still from the 3 commentary. John just has his.
I am Jess now, apparently.
No, I was talking to Jess through the stream. Because you have the reactive name. From when we were doing D3 together.
Always a fun time.
How's your evening going, John?
Pretty good. Sorry I've been a little late to the party. I was doing a lot of stuff earlier, so...
Oh, don't worry. Life always comes first, and you got in here when you did. You get to enjoy the race with me now.
Oh, yes.
We'll give you guys an update here. Walker sitting overall P1 and P1 for the Golds or Open division with Brandon Chan and Badness rounding out the top 3. Then you have Morrison, Garcia, and Potvin rounding out your top 3 for the silver split. And Ortiz, Brown, and Fair rounding out the AM split.
But Fair is having to deal with a Boonstra at the moment. I don't know when the last time either one of those two pit, but, you know, never counts out to try and go for a podium in whatever division she's in.
She has been making a push. Well, she's been in this car for about 3 hours now, and I have not seen I have not seen Gitesh or Pat get in the car yet. So you need to see them in there. Rakosa is trying to catch Lloyd. They are within that second range, and it's AMG on AMG. We've been seeing a lot of AMG on AMG fights today.
Oh yeah.
Everybody's been on the new car grind, and I know the Mercedes isn't really a new car, but with the update that recently came out, it's basically the Evo 1.5, as we've talked about a little bit.
Also, Badmus and Molyneux, they kind of swapped positions, I believe. I saw a red arrow for Badmus.
They did. What happened?
It was for top 3 in the actual race.
Yeah, Landshark is also trying to get by. Taking kind of that half sport livery away from Selena today. They are running the PFAF livery of
PFAF? You mean FAF?
PAF.
PFAF, my guy, come on.
You know, hey, okay. Well, this might dox me a little bit. I have a street that I live by. It's just Flum. But you want to know how it's spelled? Yeah, it's
PH.
No, it's PF.
Oh.
It's
I can see why that'd be a little confusing then.
PFLUMM. And I'm like, what? So
Taylor had some sort of incident there?
He did. I saw him yellow flag there as I was going off about what the street.
I'll take a look at the replay and let you know.
Okay.
On the main straight, he just pulled over to the side and slowed way down. I don't know, maybe he's having some issues inside that car. He's actually came to a complete stop at the end of the pit lane.
Well, I am going to bring a special guest into the booth, if you don't mind. I'm going to bring good old Johnny Ash. Johnny, welcome to the booth.
Hello, hello.
You are our friend from across the pond.
I am, and it's currently 2:45 in the morning.
Oh no. Oh, how are you feeling?
Actually, really pumped up. We're having a really good race. We had some really unfortunate issues right at the start, but I think we're going to be in a battle for P1 in AM, so I'm going to be quite happy with that.
Yeah, you guys, I've seen a couple of the moves you guys as a team have been making, and you guys have made some good progress today.
Yeah, we've been lucky, really. I'm quite strong in the wet, so every time I get in the car, it seems to be raining, which is lucky. And then Ben's really good in kind of changeable conditions, and we were on the wets, and we managed to save a stop. I think he run the wets on the dry track for roughly 40 minutes. The pressures were through the roof. I think they were 39 at one point.
Oh my gosh.
So,
but Go on, carry on.
No, that's all right. Keep going.
So yeah, he just managed that, and then we were waiting for the rain, and it came, and then I got in the car and managed to hold some decent pace, and we've just slowly made our way forward, which is really good.
Yeah. John, what were you about to ask?
I was going to give you an update. Apparently, the reason that Taylor slowed down is because he had some engine issues. The engine actually randomly shut off on the straight, and he couldn't get it back started again.
Oof. That's not what you want to have happen, especially in a race like this.
No, but it didn't matter too much because he dropped down 2 positions, but Landshark unfortunately had a spin, so Taylor was able to get right past him and then continue to fight forwards.
Thank you for that update. Johnny, how you been liking 1.9 so far?
I was a bit apprehensive. It's the first time I've run the wet in 1.9. And I thought, oh, this will be the race to really test it. And I actually really enjoyed it. I've always kind of stuck through 1.7, 1.8. I've always stuck to the Bentley, and then later on the BMW. And since the change to 1.9, I read up about how basically Mercedes threw all their data at Kunos. It's a chance for me to learn a new car, and yeah, it's really good. I'm enjoying it. The tyre physics are so much better. It feels it feels savable as well. You know, when you used to get them slides sometimes in 1.8, and it was just not savable. But the car feels really, you know, you can really push it, and you know, if you do get a slide on it, you catch it pretty easy. And I've noticed as well with like some of the the bump physics, I think, as well. If you used to nudge someone, on the rear panels and stuff, they'd quite easily spin. I think this new physics is a bit more robust. People seem to be able to gently bump people, and nothing really bad happens to the car in front of you.
Yeah, I would agree. I know that the car feels a little more planted, and then you can really feel when that car gets floaty, especially mid-corner. You kind of get that, like, when you're in your force feedback, you kind of get that nice floaty feeling. You're like, where did my tires go?
Yeah, it's really nice, and it's more work with the throttle as well. You can really control the car more with the throttle than you could previously, and it's really so far it suits my style of driving. So I'm really pleased with it.
That's always good to hear. How have you been liking the weather changes so far in this race? I know a lot of teams had different strategy calls. Like earlier, Kevin Kovac and his team, they ended up going to dries when it first dried out, but by the time they reached temperature, they were pitting again for wets. And then another team I talked to, they stayed out on wets the entire time and worked out for them.
Yeah, well, over in Onid, I love changeable conditions, and I think it's what makes a race, really. I see some places that just do dry racing. It's like, it's sim racing. You're not going to go to every track in real life, and it's going to be completely dry for every race you go to. So I really enjoy it. I think it makes endurance races more interesting as well, because there's a lot of strategy calls, and also you guys have kept the stint timer open, so there's no maximum stint time you have to do. So it really makes people think, and it makes for more enjoyable racing.
Yeah, I remember the Suzuka 6 hours that you guys just put on recently, and having those conditions, it would, like, it rained, and as soon as it stops, you're switching to dries, and now you're immediately thinking about going to wets again, because you see in the radar, hey, it's going to rain in 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah, it's great, and we've trialed a few kind of weather settings, and the 24-hour of Indy last year, it was kind of it'd rain for 20 minutes, and then it'd be dry for 3 hours, and then it would rain for 20 minutes. So we've really kind of tried to tone them, because we've got 3 weeks away from our second annual 24 hours of Indy. So we've really worked hard on it to try and make it a bit more, so if you do get rain, it lasts a little bit longer than just 20 minutes, and really makes people think. So yeah, hopefully that'll work out really well, and Indy in the wet's fantastic. I love it.
I know, I'm glad that you mentioned the Indy. I know you guys have that coming up. I believe it's in May, right?
Yeah, it's 3 weeks today, so 20th of May is we're back for the second annual 24 hours of Indy.
Hey,
too late to sign up for that.
I think there's a couple of spots left. I think we're running 59 spots for that race, and I think there's a couple left. We are running the reserve list, I think, in case people drop out late on. So, but speak to the main man Ben, who's in the car at the minute. He's running that event, so I'm sure he'll let you know if there's a spot available, or we can stick you on the waiting list.
Yeah,
well,
definitely.
Austin, you know what you and I are doing on May 20th?
I don't know.
We'll get Selena to do it as well.
Yeah, we would have to find a lot of people to do 24 hours. But
I say, I just saw Stallworth almost have a life-changing spin at the last corner. Managed to save it though, which goes back to what you were talking about, whether it's a little bit easier to save those types of spins now.
But real quick, kind of going back to that Indy, if there's any other information, where are people going to find that? I know you guys have a Discord.
Yeah, you can head over to our Discord. You can also head over to the website, onidracing.com, which will give you the Discord link. There's also a link to our Sim Racing GP page, where all the details are on there as well. So, yeah, really easy to sign up with Sim Racing GP. It's literally a couple of clicks once you've got an account set up. So, yeah, head over there and have a look. We've got lots of other races as well, and obviously we look after Jimmy Broadbent as well. So obviously the British sim racer, we look after his community, and we've got our 12 hours of Spa coming up in July as well, if any of you guys want to get involved in that.
Hey, Austin, I just noticed something that you might find interesting. I think Selena Boonstra has a puncture in the right rear, left rear. Tire looks flat. Oh yeah, that is definitely a puncture. She's all over the place.
gotta limp home to the pits now. But I know that we love having the Onid community over here in SRA, and I know we love going over to the Onid community as well to enjoy the races you guys put on. So I'm glad that we have built that relationship over the past couple months and really seen it grow, especially with that Transatlantic Cup that we put on earlier on. I believe, was it late last year or early this year?
Early this year, yeah, I think it was January, wasn't it? But it was a really great event, and we've been so busy and going on. We haven't actually arranged anything. I'm in contact with you guys quite a lot, so we're going to arrange something very soon. Something maybe similar, maybe a 2.4 series, maybe a Pro-Am series to get everyone involved, which would be awesome because the last one was just cracking. Laguna in the wet was just incredible. I was in the booth for that, just watching the absolute carnage. It was brilliant.
It's wild to say Laguna in the wet because that area in real life does not see rain at all, really. And when it does, it's a torrential downpour.
Yeah, following someone with all that spray going through the corkscrew, I was petrified, and I wasn't even racing.
I can attest to that. I see the spray that these drivers are having to deal with. I can't even imagine how it is on the corkscrew.
Deadly.
Terrifying.
A new set of pants every single lap.
Absolutely, yeah. I think I'd just get a man diaper at this point.
Oh no! Oh no!
I mean, that's what real life drivers do. So we're just kind of trying to get that
Taking
immersion.
sim racing to the whole new level.
Yeah, we're trying to get the immersion.
Did you like the livery, by the way? Have you worked out what the livery is?
Well, I've seen the Bass Pro Shop, but I haven't seen.
It's Martin Truex's NASCAR.
Okay, I was trying to remember the exact driver it was because I know Martin Truex Jr. ran that one for a long time in NASCAR.
Yeah, so I'm a massive NASCAR fan. I watch it every week.
Ew. I'll try not to hold that against you, by the way.
It's better than Formula One. Come on.
In some instance, I don't like the new way they've done NASCAR.
What, with the stages or the second car? Or?
I don't like the heats. I'm not a big fan.
They look cool though now. They look a lot cooler and they sound better than they used to.
Yeah, it's a shame they don't run very well on short tracks because short track racing's, for me, is some of the most exciting racing. You have Bristol, Martinsville, Richmond. Yeah, and obviously the wall ride last year was just quite incredible, wasn't it?
Ross Chastain.
Yeah, and the sad thing is I'm a massive Toyota fan, so anyone who races for Toyota I'm a massive fan of, and he knocked Denny out of the playoffs with that move, so I was kind of like celebrating the video game move, but I was like, oh, he's knocked Denny out of the playoffs, I'm gutted.
Yeah.
Well, apparently Alvarez has had a mechanical issue as well. Their car died at some point. They're in the pits now.
It was on the back straight with that little kink. They died right about there. Thankfully, they were pulled off to the right side far enough that didn't affect anybody.
By the way, Selena is out of the car. Now Gitesh is in.
We'll
after that puncture.
We'll see what Gitesh can put in. I know he was pretty fast at Hungaroring last sprint race, but that was also not sprint race, endurance race. But that was also on 1.8, so we'll see how 1.9 treats him. I know that you mentioned NASCAR and your love for it. What do you think about that? I think it's like the Le Mans prototype that they're bringing to Europe. What do you think about that?
Oh, the Garage 53 thing?
59, I
yeah.
believe.
Or 59, whatever it is.
It's going to be, I think it's going to be good. Obviously, they're running in the Open Series, so I think there's only going to be a couple of cars in their class, but to see a NASCAR absolutely flying down the straights at Le Mans with a British driver in the car as well, with Jenson Button's going to be in the car.
Come on, Jenson.
And yeah, I think it'll be cool to see. It'll be cool to watch. And if it's something that they want to look forward to in the future, and maybe build a prototype car, so to speak, or keep it NASCAR shaped. I think it's cool. It's bringing motorsport together, isn't it?
It is.
Obviously, you couldn't run a Formula One car at Le Mans, but I'm sure with Alpine running a prototype car, and You know, there's lots of crossovers, and I think it's just good for motorsport in general because Le Mans is, you know, one of the jewels of the motorsport season, isn't it? So
Everybody knows Le Mans. If you don't know racing, you at least know Le Mans.
yeah, and it's because it's 24 hours. Everyone goes, "Oh, I couldn't do it for that long," and
True.
And you have us crazy people going, but I want to do it.
Yeah.
oh yeah, absolutely.
That's why we love it.
Yeah,
On it and SRA, when you go in hand on a race car and get some people to go drive it at the 24 hours of either Daytona or Le Mans.
Doug's
I'd
gonna have
happily,
to. Go ahead.
I'd happily manage it. I'm definitely not quick enough to race it.
Yeah, I was
I've got
Doug
too
is
much
gonna-
ballast around the middle as well.
Yeah, Doug's gonna have to give up his cruise fee to help fund that.
Yeah, no more cruises, Dougie.
Kind of going back to the Le Mans NASCAR, do you think are they gonna run a restrictor plate with it, or are they gonna allow it to be wide open?
I think they're going to be wide open because they're running in their own class. And I don't think there's any. Obviously, it's basically going to be a NASCAR stroke GT3 car. Because it's going to be it's a Camaro GT3 car by the sounds of it. That's just going to be more NASCAR spec than it is. So I don't expect it to be keeping up with prototypes down the straight, but it's going to shift down the straights.
Oh. Yeah, because you look at like
power.
Daytona.
It will just get to the corner and just be like, "What's a right-hand turn? We don't do these."
Yeah, it don't brake very well, and it don't turn very well. I know that. Because you look at like Talladega and Daytona, they're wide open, but then you go to like Sonoma, and they're having to brake so much earlier and than you would see in like the GT3 cars, just because they're so much heavier.
And it's great that the guys that are going to be in the car, obviously Jimmy Johnson's had road experience in Daytona, and obviously through NASCAR, and obviously did Indy as well. So Jimmy Johnson's in there. Jensen's been, road racing, track racing for pretty much all of his life, and obviously he did fantastically well at COTA in NASCAR. He was in the thick of the action all the time. Okay, he didn't finish. I think he got a top 20. So for them guys to have that experience was really good. It's going to be, I think they'll run away with their class, but there's only going to be a couple of cars in them. But it'd be interesting to see where they are based on the GT3s, whether they're going to be in a gap between the GT3s and the prototypes, or whether they'll be mixing it with the GT3s. That would be really interesting.
Yeah, and I know Jimmy's also had experiences with other cars. I believe he did one of those videos where they did a driver swap with a F1 car and a NASCAR. Same with I think it was Tony Stewart did one as well. And then you have the famous F1 to NASCAR driver of Juan Pablo Montoya.
Yep, Kimi Räikkönen as well.
Kimi Räikkönen, he recently did the Watkins Glen race, but had some issues with the car at one point, I saw, and got
he did COTA as well.
Oh, too familiar for him.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
After being an ex-Ferrari driver.
Yeah.
Oh, it's nice to see though. What?
Yeah, it's good. I'm gonna have to jump out, guys, because I'm gonna be ready for my stint fairly shortly, and I've got to go and get a coffee to stay up through the night.
Hey, that was the reverse for me for Suzuka. I was up at like 6 in the morning. I'm like, this is not what I'm used to, and pounding energy drinks and everything.
Austin's like, I've never woken up to see the sunrise before.
Hey, I do during the weekdays. It's not on the weekends.
Johnny, it was nice to meet you. I think it's the first time you and I have ever talked, so.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man, and keep up the good work, and we'll try and get a few more, and obviously it'd be good to see you at Indy if you can get there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'll definitely try.
Good man. Well, cheers, guys. Appreciate it.
See ya.
Cheers.
I'm trying to line up a guest speaker of my own at the moment. I'm waiting to see if I get a response back. I'll let you know.
Well, keep me updated. But everyone that was Johnny Ashley, who was basically one of the leaders at Owned, so we got to have him in the booth, learn a little bit more about the events that they've been thinking about running, and how much we all enjoy the events that they run, and the relationship that Owned and SRA has built over the past couple months.
Oh yeah. So I did get a response back. The person we're gonna have in the chat with us next is, unsurprisingly, my old teammate Selena, because I want to talk to her about what was going on through her stint there at the end, because I want to see what her reaction was to that.
Is it bad if I say color me shocked, John?
No, it's not. Welcome, Selena. Nobody is shocked that it was you.
I do what?
No, I told Austin I was working on a special guest, and then I said, unsurprisingly, it's Selena, and he goes, yeah, I'm not surprised at all.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, the season 5, no, actually not season 5, the season 6 duo from the GT3 team series, also the previous duo from previous endurance races. Shocker.
Potentially season 7.
Potentially, if I don't get bumped to D3. I hope not.
We'll see. I mean, I think right now they
we'll
changed
see.
the times. I think you're outside of D4 times now, Selena.
Oh, really? I have not checked.
I would check the board if you are.
I'll look at it right now.
Okay.
But
Might
anyways,
as well.
you were in the car for 3 hours.
Yeah.
Straight.
Yeah,
Straight,
I was.
mind you. How are you feeling now that you're out of the car? You're able to kind of regroup and recollect your thoughts and not have to deal with the changeable weather and everything.
So, well, it was interesting for those 3 hours. Granted, I didn't even realize I was triple stinting for that long, because the amount of battles I was in was just, time flew by. But, so in the rain, I was expecting, like, the previous endurance races to, like, just have decently balanced weather, like, less rain and, like, all that stuff. But nope. It's more rain indeed. So that took me in for a little bit of a surprise. So I was like, okay, more rain, so okay, gotta adjust. But I mean, how I felt was just trying to go with the flow, no pun intended. But yeah, but at the end, as I don't know if that was caught on stream, but I did have a tire puncture.
Your wonderful teammate called it out.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you.
I was like,
Yeah.
ooh, this is interesting.
So initially I was waiting to, like, have the car almost bone dry with fuel. So I was at 9 laps. I was ready to hand the car over to my teammate Gitesh, and all of a sudden on the home straight I hear a boom, and then the black tire was there. So I was like, oh great, tire puncture. So
you had to do an entire lap with 3 tires in the wet.
yeah, I did.
Greasiness.
Yeah, a little bit of spit outs. I mean, I was like, oh, great. But yeah, I called it a bit too late because I was thinking of pitting, but I was going to do it this lap, but that didn't work out. That is what it is, but.
Really quick, the coach himself just had a spinoff.
Oh no,
yeah,
I tuned off that fight. His badness is...
Oh, he's at another one at the hairpin. If you want to call it a hairpin.
On the badness fight, he ends up hitting. So badness is known.
So
E3 at the monster.
I also have an answer about what you said earlier. Is I just saw Gitesh drifting in front of my camera.
Yeah.
That was quite
So
awesome.
another thing too is that I was having, I guess, tire pressure issues. I don't know. I mean, it was in the 31, so maybe. But I can't remember when it was, but I think it was when the rain was coming again. Like when, I think in game time it was like 7, and then the rain was starting to form up again. But anyway, I was doing the same thing that Gitesh was doing. Like I was sliding for some apparent reason, so I was dropping pace significantly because I was catching up pretty well with P1, but yeah, probably tire pressure issues. But
So I do have an answer for the question that you asked earlier, Austin. If the times had changed, they have. So Selena, you are now out of the D4 times, just like me and Austin. Your Ferrari stint is, but if you run the Audi, you're going to be in D4 again.
Oh yeah, my Audi time is the best one.
Wow.
So it turns out that Austin is the one that's going to be us because we'll be moving down a division.
We'll see what day he has in store for us.
Yeah, well, Al, funny story. I gotta say this. Okay, so League in a Week, a couple days ago.
Yeah, I saw your tag
So,
get changed to D2.
yeah, so about that, Al went too far. He was not impressed that I was in D4. He wanted me in D2. Specifically D2 Gold. So he put me in D2 because, oh god, I can't even remember what race it was, but it was in League in a Week, and I was like competing, I guess, with them or something, somewhere around there. But I was like top 5, I think, or top 8, top 5, what, either somewhere around there. But yeah, let's just say he wasn't happy that I was in D4. He's like, "Why are you in D4?" And yeah, and now I was in D2 for like a night, and that was it. I don't know what I'll be. That's what I'm thinking. Like, I may not even be in D5 at all because of that. So I may be in D3 or I may stick in D4. I don't know. That's
D5
what went down.
seems to be the new D4 though, so this will be interesting.
Yeah. I mean, none of us even know at this point since 8th division, so it could go anywhere. It could go south, it could go east, it could go north, it could go anywhere.
The Molyneux actually had an incident coming out of the final chicane, unable to keep it out of the wall. Might just, I don't know if he's calling it into the pits, but yeah, he is. Just fix that damage, fix everything up.
I'm just currently watching the stream. I just saw, like, I guess our Porsche just fly
Your
away.
old teammate Austin is currently in a battle for P12.
I know, I'm actually watching it.
Oh, okay, I didn't notice that.
But,
See,
Selena,
unlike Selena, I'm not watching the stream.
Selena, did you guys switch to the dries at all, or did you run wets the entire time?
Yeah, we did. We did switch to dries, and then once it started raining again, we just stuck it with the, because when it started raining again, I was telling Itesh, like, there's no point on changing to wets because it's gonna, or no point on changing dries because it's gonna rain in a half hour. So, but that was, I only did it like once. So,
how was that warm-up time? Because two of the teams I've talked to, like I had Kevin at the start, they went to dries. So it was almost pointless because by the time they warmed up, I was switching to wets. And then the other teams all said, we stayed with wets the entire time. I'm curious to see what you thought of that warm-up period, especially considering that 1.9 changed the physics of the interior of the slick tires. So
yeah. So warming up the dries, I made a little mistake in the pit strat. So I was way underinflated. So warming up the tires was very, very difficult, but also considering I had it way under, like in the 24s, and one of the tires was a 25, so yeah, it was a little low. I misjudged that, but
it looks like
yeah.
Itesh has a drive-through at the moment, and he's clearing it. As I see Badness and Fair having yellow flags. What happened here? Fair coming through Dunlop, going into the Schumacher. What happened to him? He lost it and is in the middle of the S's, at least holding brakes. Slow. Looks like Chan missed it, and then Badness missed it, but that put him into the sand just through Badness yellow flags. But Fair, just unfortunate in the middle of the track of the Schumacher S.
Not what you want to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Not a whole lot of battling right now. Only one is Potvin.
Okay. I commentator cursed myself for a good thing though, because I was sitting here alone. I had nobody helping up here at the time. I was fine with it. I was making it work. But I said, oh, there's not really a whole lot of battles. I see Josh spinning out in that final chicane.
And there's Lloyd having to avoid him.
Yeah. And I'm like, oh, there's not that many battles on track. And then all of a sudden, there's battles everywhere. Like, non-stop.
Commentator's curse. Gotta love it.
Again, I'm for it, though. I'm glad I commentator cursed myself, because I was non-stop action for a little bit. Like, I mean, yeah,
You're
there's
not
battles.
wrong.
So I at least got to talk about a lot of things, which was nice.
Yeah.
Because I see, looks like Gitesh having a little bit of an expensive lawnmower moment there.
Yeah, right into the beach. Oh. We are in, I guess we're in P19, yeah. So P5 in
top
class.
5 in class.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, since we're talking about it, I can give a little bit of an update. Chan, sitting in P1 and P1 for the Open, then Spangler and Badness rounding out the top 3 and Open top 3. Then you have the Silver, Morrison, Saldre, and Lee rounding out the top 3 for the Silver, and then the AM split is Brown, Ortiz, and Fair. I see.
Which are ahead of most of the podium for the Silvers.
Dude, it's a wild split, and I talked about it at the very beginning. We did change the qualifying for this endurance race, so everybody had, I think it was like a week or two that they got to sit there and try to put their best times in for this, and it was 3 laps. So you didn't have to be 3 consecutive laps, it just had to be 3 valid laps, and we took your fastest 3 laps. So you could go out there, warm up your tires, do your 1 sprint, come back, reset, warm up your tires, do your 1 sprint, come back, and just try to get your best time that way. And then we took the average of that time, that's your average, and if you have teammates, we then had it where if it was 2 teammates, the average of your average got put together to make your team's average, and that was your qualifying spot. A lot of averages going on in that statement.
Yeah, that's a lot of averages in one paragraph.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not good at math, so I'm glad I'm not part of that team.
Yeah, neither am I.
Averages are pretty easy to figure out. You just
Yeah,
add
they
everything
are.
together and divide by how many you had.
True, yeah.
What if I have 5 and then 1?
What do you mean you have 5 and then 1?
I don't know, I'm being annoying, so.
We're not a math stream, and I'm not good at math. I explained this to
4 times
Andrew,
4.
Andrew earlier. I always take risks. They're calculated, but boy am I bad at math.
Is that how Brands Hatch happened last season?
Brands Hatch was a combination of many things, and I don't want to talk about them.
Oh. Yeah, that was...
I love you, Austin.
A lot of races went that way, where it was a combination of many things that I don't want to talk about.
Well, hey, maybe this season will be different.
Maybe. We'll have to see. It looks like
never know.
Galworth's having some issues getting up to speed in the wet, getting a little slidey, and going deep into turn 1. We are behind Ortiz. Kevin Kovac is back in the car. Selena, are you a little sad that you are not running the livery that they are right now?
Yeah. A little bit.
I know that is your favorite livery, and if anybody here knows what Selena's profile picture is in the Discord, it's literally that car.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, now I see it. Okay, yeah. Now I see it right on stream. Yep. Saf Motorsports, plaid Porsche.
Or as Austin would say, PFAF.
Okay.
You
I'm not
said
explaining
that too.
again. I'm not explaining
But I said it as a joke. He said it unironically.
As I see
Oh,
Stallworth and
yeah.
Ortiz almost come together.
Oh my god, that was
gosh.
close.
Ooh.
That was a code brown for sure, and we got to see it up close and personal in the Stallworth's passenger seat.
Stallworth definitely let out a yelp, followed by a very loud sound from the behind.
Wonder if he'd have his probably 3-star ratings on Yelp. That came out bad, but
Now Ortiz is at risk from Morrison.
Chan, our leader, throwing out yellow flags. What happened there? See. Just gets a little loosey-goosey in the Schumacher S. Goes for a little beach trip. Not the best day for a beach trip. And is back on
now
it.
it's raining.
Exactly. It's
More like a mud trip.
Yeah,
Sand
go
is not-
trucking.
Especially.
I don't know if you consider it mud, though, would you? It's just
not
wet sand.
mud. It's
Yeah,
It's
gravel.
kind
really.
of sticky like
Sticky.
mud, but it's not ever the same. It's always different.
Yeah, it's
But
like
it might be
sandy
oversaturated, so it's
gravel.
just gonna be just not sticky. It's just gonna be
A
grimy.
lake.
I see Morrison trying to make a move here on Ortiz. They're side by side, going into Valvoline here. Let's see, tough corner to go side by side because you have you kind of want to set up Ford a bit more through Valvoline, so Morrison has to back out here. But Ortiz goes wide and onto that green asphalt, which you don't want to touch, especially in the wet, just because you lose all your traction. Side by side into the hairpin. Looks like Ortiz is going to lose the position, and that moves Morrison up into P8. Nice little swing there through the end of Sector 1 into Sector 2.
Watching this stream, I just realized I am out of the habit of syncing liveries. I totally forgot to sync liveries for the race. That would explain my confusion with the liveries.
Just a bit.
Yep.
Right now, Potvin within a second of the battle for P15.
My teammate in P18. Nice. Gained a position.
I'm just riding on board with the passenger view so we get to see how much spray that these drivers actually have to deal with, especially when they get close like this.
And I just noticed something, you know who's back out on track right now? Queso, Fire Queso, all the way down to P26.
I don't know what happened to Gitash.
Oh. Ooh.
Little snap.
I didn't even see that on my screen. I was looking at the
just
stream.
lost it at the end there. Head into the end of Mercedes Arena.
Oh. That could have been worse, though.
Could have been
That
worse,
could have
true.
been like a full 360. Oof.
Yeah, at least kept it on track and out of the wall as well.
That is a good thing.
So how does the new Porsche feel to drive for a long distance in a long time?
Oh my gosh, hang on. Shout out to Dan Rebel gifting 5 tier 1 subs.
You actually got one too, Austin.
Wow.
I know. This is the second time I've actually been one of the people that got one. I don't deserve it. I really don't.
No, you don't. No, I'm kidding.
High quality content commentating. There you go.
I'm
It's
mostly
a tip.
lurking for anybody in chat, and then also trying to build up channel points for the upcoming stream.
Oh yes, I'm trying to do that as well. I won't lie.
Yeah. I think everybody's doing that too.
If only we could pool our points as a big group and try to get to do something insane. Like, I don't know, we get Tyler's motorcycle or something. I'm not sure.
No.
I didn't even check my channel points at all.
So we had Kevin Kovac actually going off there, kind of the same spot that Yitesh went off. So.
Ooh. In the
By the
black
way,
Porsche.
Dan Rebel wants to see the number 22 car,
I
so he can
wonder
see
why.
the livery.
It's almost like Dan made this car himself.
Yeah.
It's still a wonderful livery. It definitely does give off the Ken Block vibes that I know he's probably going
Yeah,
for.
it does.
Especially with the monster, the DC. I think it's was it Momo I saw on there.
Oh yeah, that's cool looking.
Taylor goes for a dive on Badmus to unlap himself there.
Ooh.
Badmus just lets it happen, but we'll see if Taylor can open up a second gap or not, as I see Lee having a little bit of an off-track excursion as well. So, one of the things I noticed about this Lamborghini is it will step out on you.
Knowledge.
No, it will step out on you, especially with the new engine map that it has. If you are not used to the rotation in it, it will give you a ton of oversteer if you're, especially if you're in engine map 5, just because that's the most aggressive engine braking, which allows the most oversteer with it. Then if you
Yeah, that is true.
And if you go to 3, you have normal engine braking, and then if you go to 1, you have pretty much no engine braking.
So quick little update. Taylor was able to open up a gap. He's already 2 seconds ahead. On Badmus.
Okay. I was like, how are you reading that one? Because that one doesn't really show up in race control.
Oh yeah, since I'm not having to do picture-in-picture today, I have like the relative up in my screen as well.
There you go.
You got it all.
We have Verkosa on fair right now. Battling it out, try to get that last podium spot for that AM split at the moment. Just having to deal with the amount of spray while trying to stay close and make the move done. May have enough speed to really try for it here, but I wouldn't suggest it. I would set it up. Everybody's favorite comments here. Set it up for turn 1. I've said that so many times tonight.
Oh my god.
I know you guys have not been here, but I've said it a lot tonight just because it is the best overtaking spot on the track.
At Nurburgring? Yeah. That's
Oh yeah.
That's what I did when we were here 2 seasons ago in the GT3 series. Was whenever I could not get an overtake done, I'd be like, okay, I'll just get him on a straight.
Yeah.
Or in the braking zone, because I was in the Porsche, so.
Well, Verkosa opting not to go for the dive, but is staying on that diffuser. The
reason why though is Fair cut across and did a really great job of cutting off the possible overtake dive from Verkosa.
Yeah, so this is going to be a good contested battle between these two here. We'll have to see how it turns out. As I see also, Kevin Kovac is catching Stallworth. Looks like Badmus just went into the pits. Can you jump on board with Kovac and let me know when I need to jump over to it?
Sure.
Thank you. As I keep watching that.
You might want to jump over to it. Oh, never mind. Now nothing's happened. But Kovac, as soon as you said that, he put his nose down the inside of Stallworth. And
still there.
Actually, you just want to watch it. Yeah. He wasn't there, but now he's back again.
Oh.
The Porsche is still the Porsche. I've noticed it still is fantastic in the corners.
Still does
You cannot brake as late as you could. Oh,
As there's
they touch.
contact. There's contact.
Oh.
I'll get a
Oh
replay on that one.
no.
It
Oh,
looked
yeah,
like
hate to
Kovac just
see
hit
it.
that inside curb, which knocked him out a little bit into the rear quarter panel of Stallworth.
That's
No, the
not
black
what you want to
Porsche.
see. They were
No.
just so close, and I've said it.
I don't know that there was a lot of room there for any sort of error either.
Yeah, that turn is super tight, so it's
Yeah.
a lot of trust with the driver next to you, and you're also having to sacrifice the next turn, volleying into forward, just because you don't want to go too far to the right, you don't want to go too far to the left. So now you're slowing down even more for not just one, but two corners, which then you're just kind of sitting in that weird, awkward spot, heading down into the hairpin. I can't get the most out of my car here. So you're just kind of going, I don't know, kind of stuck.
Because of that spin, though, Kovac is not going to be all over Morrison because Morrison got past him.
I see that.
It's going to be setting it up for turn 1, it looks like. Your favorite
Let's jump
phrase.
on board with that one, because that is definitely a move that I could see happening here.
That Ferrari just pulls away from the Porsche at an insane rate, because that Ferrari is
Oh no! Oh no!
unbelievably good. But he looks to be going around, try to go around the outside, doesn't make it work.
It looked like Kevin just overcooked it for that turn.
Probably,
Yeah.
but you know, I was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah. There is
And now these two have caught up to Friday now as well. Oh, and Kovac got past.
Yeah, there was a blue flag that was affecting this fight, because in that exit of Mercedes Arena, it was kind of stuck on the apex of the next turn.
Oh, yep, there he is right there, Friday.
Yeah, just because it's just an awkward exchange spot, because you go from being on the outside to the inside of the next turn kind of thing. It's just an awkward spot in all for being a blue flag in that instance.
I just noticed I need to update my race control, because half the cars in this race do not have badges.
That's how I was so confused when I first jumped in. And then if you notice, like, some of them have like the GT4 /
GT4, yeah, all the ones that don't have badges.
Yeah, I was so confused when I first hopped in, and I was like,
So was I, because I was like, wait, I thought that it was just a single class, not a multi-class race.
exactly. So looks like a lot of these cars have now kind of spaced each other out. Like Morrison's dropped back almost a second.
You say that, but we got Ortiz on Stallworth at the moment.
Yeah, I'm on board with that one right now. I was just saying in general for like anything else.
Yeah, while it's spreading out.
But
that
Spangler,
Nissan.
this
seems
is
to be.
no. You can go ahead about the Nissan.
Sorry, yeah, the Nissan seems to be a car that could be actually viably used this season because of the updates.
Yeah. Yeah, so during my stint, I was battling it out with that Nissan, and for a bit I had him, but then after a while I saw his times, and he was like pulling a greater time than myself and somebody else. So he found time. So
It go
that
Burt
car
in a
can be
straight
quite
line.
competitive.
It do go Burt. It don't
does.
sound very good,
Go
but it
Burt.
go Burt.
I know.
Yeah.
I
Because remember,
commented on
you
that
and
earlier.
I tested it, Austin.
Yeah, I was about to say. Remember when I was
Yeah.
pulling times at Laguna with it?
Yeah, you were. I still would rather take the V12 Aston or the Bentley over that thing.
Oh my god.
Lane Yates, where are you at? Are we gonna be Bentley buddies if we're in V5?
The team should be called Bentley Boys.
No, there used to be
already a conglomerate for that.
Yeah, I think they
Really?
disbanded though. It was the Bentley Boys Club, and I know Evan Kim was one of the members in it because he handed out
Wow.
some of
Loved
his
the
old
Bentley.
Bentley setups. Because
Interesting.
obviously he was in Bentley Boy Club and he loves that car. So
The more you know.
We're already getting some love for Bentley Boys Club in the chat.
Yeah.
Good old Rip Bentley Boys.
The Bentley Boys was a good conglomerate.
So you were saying something about Jeff Spangler.
Yes, Jeff Spangler and Dan Cran. That is the battle for P1. Spangler and Cran have been going back and forth this race. I mean, not just those two, but their team in general has been going back and forth with P1 and P2. They've been handing it off to each other. So I think that is going to be a close battle when it comes down to the end of this race and to the finish. I know that they're 30 seconds apart right now, but just with how much they've been handing over positions to each other, I see this last stint being one of the more crucial ones for them.
And they both have to pit again multiple times. So
yeah.
Oh, I just threw my mouse across my desk. Lovely.
I of the endurance races that I've been a part of and seen, to me, I've said that the most important stints are the first 2 hours and the last hour. Those are the most important because the first 2 hours you're jockeying for position with everybody, and then it gets spread out because of your strategy calls. The last hour is when it all comes together. Somebody may have been starting to fuel save, or their tires are starting to go, especially with the stint timer that we have that's non-existent, which I'm enjoying it because you can fill up and
which is
start
why
going.
Selena was able to go 3 hours in a row.
Yeah.
For some reason, I'm just like da 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 da.
She was vibing. Let her vibe.
Yeah. I was vibing
up until the flat tire, and then it's like, oh, okay, I'm done vibing.
Yep, exactly. That's it. Yep.
Oh, I switched to the bonnet cam to watch the Fair Vercost fight, and Fair goes into the pits.
Gotta love it.
That's happened to me a couple times tonight. And
hey, it's like what I would do in the pit for our last season.
yeah. But Conley is trying to catch the Bentley of Adam and make that pass. But
you're not even gonna attempt that last name?
I've tried it so many times, and I feel bad that I've butchered it so many times, so I'm just gonna stop trying. But because the Bentley had to let a blue flag go by, and they went deep into turn one, that now lets Conley go by. And the solo team, literally named Team Solo, of Adam, is now dropping down into P23.
No, it's not. Because since
is that unlapping himself?
Yes, he is, because he's a lap down at least on Adam.
You're right.
Byron
is ahead. Byron ahead of them dying.
But here's the interesting part. Byron isn't in the car. It's Cube Master.
Oh my gosh. It doesn't update until they get to the next sector, which is now. Sector 1 is the start of the hairpin, and then Sector 3 is... I have a problem with the sectors of this track. But first off, I believe that is Gordon Beverly in chat. Hello. Is that Beverly the third? I'm pretty sure that's the third. But yeah, I have such a problem with the sectors of this track because they are not split up evenly or accordingly to what they should be. Because, like I said, Sector 1 ends at the hairpin. Sector 2 ends right before the final chicane. Like, Sector 3 is so short. Sector 2 goes on forever. Sector 1 goes on forever. It doesn't make sense.
I know, it's a weird looking try, that's for sure.
Germany,
Could
explain!
You imagine that? Yeah, exactly. Could you imagine if SRO did the Nordschleifer? Oh, the races.
Okay.
I know, that would be a lot of fun.
I want them to do the full Nurburgring, which is
the
Nordschleife with the Südschleife.
Yes.
The combined
that
track?
Would be fun.
Well,
yeah.
Cube making a move, getting into turn 1, while also letting a blue flag go by. So.
Oh, wow.
That was a very interesting exchange from everybody there.
And here comes Fire Queso unlapping himself.
Yeah.
But now he's got to do it like
Well,
30
Fire
more times, I
Queso,
think.
I believe, had some issues with game mechanics. So right now he is currently 72 laps down. Again, I think just due to game mechanics.
What about Dom Duran, who's currently still in the pits?
I believe Dom is just sitting there. I think they called it, but he is a part of the stewarding team today. So he needs to stay within the server.
The confines of the race.
Yeah,
So we got Saudra in person. I'm sure
got-
you've already got that on board, don't you?
No, I'm actually on board with Loic and Bartlett. I'm on board with that one. In other news, those that live in Canada, especially in the eastern part of Canada, mainly the Toronto area,
Selena.
are going to be happy to hear this. Toronto Maple Leafs have won a series for the Stanley Cup playoffs for the first time in 19 years.
No.
They won it.
Yes.
Finally, they finally won a series.
They finally won after like 20 years. Wow.
They have now handed the reins to the Minnesota Wild, who have not won a series in 19 years.
I was about to say, but do you know who didn't? Minnesota.
Yeah, I know.
You're welcome.
I talked about that earlier already.
I've been meaning to annoy you with texts about that as I kept getting game updates. And I don't even follow hockey. The only reason why was just to rub it in your face that you're losing to a Dallas team.
Yeah. All right.
I don't follow hockey either, but yeah, I remember hearing that like a day ago, like that the Leafs finally won.
No, the Leafs won it today. Today was the elimination game.
Oh, I think I was thinking of something else. Yeah. Oh, interesting. Woo!
Well, Austin,
Yeah.
GB3 would like a full race rundown, and since you're the only one who's been here the whole time,
I will try my best as I'm seeing Loic try to make a move here into Coca-Cola. Can he stick it on the inside, forcing Bartlett to the outside? He can. All right, well, Loic made a wonderful move, made it stick, and has gotten that move done.
Yay!
Oh, I'm going to hop on board with Joao Sodre and watch his fight, but I will give a full race recap as best as I can. Let me pull up the starting spots. Okay. Our leader that got overall P1 after qualifying, Stallworth, down 4 positions, currently in P5 with 5 pit stops. Matt Morrison, silver driver, currently up 11 positions from P15. Team that started...
He
making
just
a great
he made an
overtake into
overtake.
the second to last corner, that little chicane there.
The team that started for silver in P1 started in 12th position, Josh Potvin and Dockendorf, currently down 7 spots. Ortiz, who started for the AM split in 23rd, is now up 17 positions, making a wonderful strategy call, only pitting 3 times so far, so they've made some good strategy calls on that aspect, because the race started wet with no rain. It was not raining, it was just a wet track. So the drivers went out, dry lines started to form about half an hour. Some people started on dries, that worked out for them, because then all of a sudden now their dries are actually working. Some teams opted to pit and put on dries in that first half hour, but by the time that they got their tires warmed up, it started to rain again. So then they're back onto the wets. So the drivers that started on dries now only did 1 pit stop and are currently going to the wets. So they help save themselves the pit stops. The drivers that started on wets stayed on wets, and they are... What happened there with Kovac? It looks like his engine just died. So it might just be...
And then Jeffries almost rear-ended him.
Yeah.
Oh.
So
that is now, I think, the 4th or 5th that I've seen since I've hopped in the booth example of people's engines just dying.
So, and then ever since then, I believe it's just been raining ever since. It started off light and then got worse, so it's like medium now, and has not stopped raining since then. And that was at, what, hour with 4.5 hours left of the race. It started raining lightly.
Taking a look
that.
at the radar, it's going to continue to get worse too. Just
Yeah.
FYI.
Yeah.
As far as leaders go, Spangler and Cran battling back and forth. They've just been handing each other the position back and forth through the pit stop strategies. Whereas Cran and team have 4 pit stops, whereas Spangler and team only have 3. So Spangler has saved themselves a pit stop at the moment, whereas Cran took an extra one, probably, I believe, dealing with that dry to wet scenario. So, hopefully that was good enough for you. Talking
And
a lot
Pat
today.
says it has been very, very moist in the chat.
Yes.
Yep, indeed.
And Selena, we got a familiar name on your teammate Gitosh, Mark Recton.
Yeah,
his
seems
159
familiar.
Porsche.
Oof. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we're in P4 at the moment. Yeah, he's right behind. Actually, I'm going to check on that as well. Let's see. Recton is 7/10 behind Gitash. Now half a second.
New incident, by the way. R132, we saw this incident happen, got a 5-second penalty for sticking a nose in without establishing sufficient overlap, causing a collision.
Yep, that was Kovac on Stallworth, I believe.
It's been a while since we've had the penalty, so these drivers early were getting into some incidents, like I'm talking overall, the entire grid, getting into incidents, and then stayed relatively clean in this middle portion. So this is, like I said, the first incident in a while.
Interesting. Oh, and Kevin Kovac just got a stop go for speeding.
I need to see this. The leader had an incident.
Yeah, hate to see it.
Spangler going into turn 1 takes that turn way too tight. Car bottoms out and just bounces around, and he's facing the wrong way, keeps it out the wall, and is on his way again. So that has cut the lead down to 25 to 24 seconds. Just depends on when you want to take the time. But Recton, as I just
Has overlap my teammate.
I see that. I just jumped on board to it.
Yep, I'm already like looking at it, and I just see you right there.
Another great battle going on. Stallworth Morrison in the battle for P3. You know, Stallworth was involved in that incident with Kevin Kovac earlier, which bumped him down the grid a little bit, but now he's fought his way back up, and he's fighting against Morrison.
Oh no, Potvin, what happened?
What did your teammate do?
What did he do?
Do you think he'll be sticking with us, the D4 crew?
Yeah,
maybe
should
D5 at this point.
Should be. He just went a little too wide, coming out of that turn. Which turn name is that? That would be the Michelin curve. Came a little too wide. But
Josh, my man.
Josh.
No, I'm kidding. It happens.
Well, he's not only just my teammate now. We are conglomerate owners now, actually.
As we're seeing Gitesh lose a position to Sadre now as well.
Yeah, I see that. So they are all in a fight right there. But I believe Sadre just came out of the pits, so that was part of that reasoning.
Okay, I didn't remember seeing his name. I'm like, where did Sadre just come from?
Yeah,
I mean, that's what I was saying 2 seasons ago when he was in D4s. Where the hell did Sadre just come from?
Yeah, and then he goes into D3.
Friday not having a good Saturday right there.
Oh my god, Sal.
Don't worry. Aaron Anderson made a pun about that too. Not Aaron, Andrew Anderson said...
You know the worst part of this, Austin? Yeah. I just realized this after you said that. I don't get to hear any of your amazing transitions into sponsors today.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, I'm going to still give a huge shout out to all the sponsors that helped make this possible.
Oh yeah.
They've helped out the league. They've been going on our board here, as I see Gitesh letting Loic by, but they all have helped us out, either through the sponsorship, or you got Coach Jeffries, who just helps with his time and makes all the fun events that we do, like the Jag Off and the Fantasy. Retro Saga helping out with their sponsorship, Documize as well. Track Racer and Go Setups with their partnership, where if you use our code, you get you help SRA out. All of this found in the Discord and website of SRA. I believe you can go to sra.gg, and that should bring up our website. So, quickly,
Do you know what that GG stands for?
No, I don't. What is it going to
Stands for
stand?
good grief, this race is flying past. We're already got less than 2 hours left.
I'm going to
That
quickly.
was good. That was
Thank
really
you.
good.
I try. I learned from the master.
Yeah,
I'm going to
yeah,
put it
that was good.
on TV cam and let you guys talk. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick.
Oh, he says that, and both of us don't say his thing.
I know, right? We're just
Looking up and down right now, there isn't really much going on. So if any of you guys in the chat who are here with us have any questions about anything, let us know. We can answer them.
Oh, I know. John, do you have any fun
wow, that's
facts for
loud.
today?
I don't. Let me see if I can't figure some out.
So I just had that idea right there. Give us some fun facts.
Gordon giving you some major props on the D2 whatever.
Thanks, Gordon. Thank you. No, I'm now back in D4 Gold where I belong.
Alright. So, I just looked this up, but since we're in Germany tonight, I'm just going to give you some German fun facts. The first one being, the largest train station in Europe is in Berlin, and it's a 5-story railway station in the middle of Berlin, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
I've got another one, though. There are more than 20,000 castles in Germany.
Oh,
which is kind of crazy. That's a lot of castles.
Yeah, that is a lot of castles.
And then, let's see, I want one more interesting one. Germany has more than 3,000 kinds of bread. And Martin, that's for you if you're watching.
Wow. The Bread King.
I think Martin was unavailable today, so I don't think he's going to be listening today, but he might listen to it back.
Yeah.
And 3,000 kinds of bread. You heard that in the chat.
I feel like that also goes for Fazley too, because Fazley was also known as the Bread Man too.
He is
I think Patches is the Voodoo Man.
Yellow engine icon?
What, you mean the check engine light?
That means you're over revving the car. That's what it means. So you gotta like not downshift so quickly into a corner. Or else if you over
You know who I just noticed asked that was Pat Cockcroft. You might want to hop down and make sure your car's not about to explode.
Do you want me back, or because I'm pretty much done?
Sure.
All right, I'll be back.
Let's hope that their car is not about to explode. But
I don't have those on anymore, so I don't see them. I just kind of go with it, and I slam down the gears when I'm driving. Hey,
you know, I wonder if that's why we've seen so many people just have engines throw rods to outer space, is because they don't have it on and they have the warning signs, but they're not actually looking. Then all of a sudden, kapunk!
Yeah, your guess is as good as mine, because like I said, I don't even have mine on anymore. It's just...
How do you turn those on? Is that an ACC thing or an Armamentaria thing?
No, it's through ACC, because you have your HUD in the bottom right corner, and then You have the 3 symbols. You have your rain light, your endurance light area, and then you have your flash rain, like your flashing lights. You just have your lights, your rain light, and then your engine symbol. So you know if your engine's at least ignition's turned on, and then you have to hit the starter. Things like that.
For some reason, I can't picture that right now. I can only picture the lights, rain light, and flashers. But when I do another couple hot stints here in a little bit, then will try to remember that.
Well, it also has your fuel as well in there too.
Yeah. Oh, there. Okay.
Yeah.
I've just never actually done stuff to make it get angry. Then apparently.
Same. You
It's
might
not a bad thing. We got Solid Ray on Recton. It's looking like an interesting battle. They've been battling quite a bit recently.
They have.
They
I
got
know.
patched.
Joao is probably wanting to get past as fast as possible.
Yes.
When I did 8 hours Indy with him, he was a very passionate driver. And in a good way. It's 100% a good way. I loved having him as a teammate through that race. That was also kind of the first time I really had any long conversation with him, and it kind of sparked a friendship after there. So we still message each other back and forth randomly throughout the weeks and everything.
Yeah, I wish I had gotten to know him a little bit better when he was still in D4. But you know, that was not for very long that season that he was with us.
Yeah. Well, you were in D4 before I was. So I was in D5.
Yeah, you were in D5.
Got brought up.
You came up with Martin, actually, I believe, right?
Yep, we did Indy, and then Joao got moved right after Indy.
Yep, because he... but the Indy race, the thing that I remember is that I had never seen the name Martin Riggs before, and then for about 85% of that race, all I could see was the name Martin Riggs right behind me.
Yeah, I was in that race.
I was like, wow, this guy definitely belongs in D4.
I was in that race, had a silver placard, immediately next race had gold, and I was like, alright.
I remember that, and then a couple races after that, I just remember your the poor Audi at the top of the corkscrew at Laguna just sitting there. I'm like, oh no.
I did not last long in Laguna. I think I lasted 2 laps, and he was like, I'm not about to be a blue flag for an hour.
I hope we go back to Laguna this season. It'd be fun to go back.
We'll see. Maybe the admins have something special for us. Maybe Doug will spoil the entire season calendar in
here?
2 seconds, like he did last year. Just the sheer panic in his voice. I felt so bad for him.
So is there any tracks that you really want to see this season?
I think. What haven't we done in a while? I mean, I'd love to see Spa. It's just...
yes, it's always a good one.
Always fun to do Spa, but it's such a tough track to do just because it's such a long track. So,
yeah, 1 hour is like 5 laps.
Yeah. Because I think Alien time is going to be around 2:15 and some change. Holton Park confirmed. We did Holton Park, but
I'd rather not go back there this season.
Actually, I wouldn't mind going back there with the new suspension changes. It's not as bad. It
wouldn't be bad, but it still wouldn't be fun. It would still be a very you know the what is it? The Flight of the Bee song, that classical song. That was basically my head, just pure stress and annoyance the whole race at Holton Park.
Yeah. It's decent. I mean, like, it's good for, like, the M2s. I remember doing the M2s for League in a Week there, and it was so much fun. But I think what other ones would be good. I start throwing my tinfoil hat now, because you said this, so...
Let's put it on. Party style.
Jeff Spangler's gonna be really happy with me, hearing back this, because he's gonna be like, oh my gosh. Remember last season, him starting the Discord group to try to Brainstorm, the Clue.
The tinfoil hat, which is still going on, I believe, in the general chat somewhere.
It's, I mean, that group, that forum has divulged away from clue finding into just
shitstorm.
Yeah, meme posting. Friday not having a good time, unfortunately. He's in the grass again. Oh boy, I am sorry, Friday. You got this. Keep going. You got it. I just don't know what other track that would be. Watch us go to Indy, but it's raining.
Oh God. That's my drop week. If we do that, that is my drop race. I'm not planning on getting any race bans this season, and I don't have anything really to do at this moment. So that will be my drop race.
Yeah. I mean, I'm fine with Indy in the wet. Make it Indy at night in the wet. I really had a lot of fun at Silverstone in the wet. That was...
So what you're wanting is the Indy 8-hour that we should have had but didn't?
Yes, basically.
Honestly, I'd be okay with that. Because that would make it a lot more interesting than Indy wet in the day. Because, yeah. Just no to that one. But add in the nighttime, it gets a lot more interesting. Because Silverstone, you're right. Silverstone was my favorite time of the entire season. Even though we both got involved in that lap 1 incident, it was still unbelievably fun.
Yeah. I agree. It's a fun race just because there's so much with it. Who has joined back?
I am back. I have returned.
Back. So did y'all's engine start getting ready to explode? Is that what was going on?
Yeah, Gitush has been having a little bit of problems, so he's gonna hand it over to Pat. So if anything changes, I just told them like holler at me in like the Discord or like the stream chat, so I can probably take the final. But Pat is gonna go in soon, so yeah, it's just a matter of overrevving the car. That's what happened with the yellow engine. So
yeah. So we got word that Taylor and car 22 had a puncture, but he was able to limp it back to the pits. So
It was
no
literally yellow flag thrown right at the pit entrance.
Oh wow. Okay, so people are freaking out for no reason. I see how it is.
No, I think it was reasonable to freak out just because it as you see,
that sounds familiar.
was it Ricosa going slow through turn 2? Yeah, Ricosa going slow through turn 2.
Mouse wheel broke. I can't scroll.
Makes him lose 2 positions now down into 10th.
I'm still on board with Sodge right here.
Yeah, I'm still following that one here and there. I just saw people moving and I was like, wait, did I miss something? So I had to go to it.
I just saw something that Kuno switches I didn't. I just saw a tire go through the rear bumper on the Laney.
That's fair. Let's see, yellow flag being thrown. Vercosa, no. But looks like they're having an incident and they're hitting the wall. That's going to be a good amount of damage as they're now being the expensive lawnmower and going on a grass escapade.
Not what you want to see with only an hour and 45 left, because it's too far out to be able to do it in one stop.
Yeah, you kind of want to be trying to hit that 120 mark before you pit. That's, from what I remember, the like limit that you can hit running the highest engine map.
Oh yeah, it is. And Selena found that out the hard way at Imola when we were there 2 races ago, after that incident we had.
Yeah. Yep.
She even had the fuel save too, so even if you do 120, you got to be very, very careful with it. Otherwise, it could go wrong.
Yeah.
I wonder if Ricosa's damage is causing the issues that we're seeing. He threw out another yellow flag, and he's going into the pits now. Gonna repair that damage. But Stodre has been on the bumper of Recton, and I am sure he
For
is.
like the last 20 minutes.
I know. I'm sure he is wanting to make a move as quickly as he possibly can here.
And my
But at least
teammate
he's
is
being smart
7.3
about it.
seconds.
He's not trying to force the move, which could potentially ruin both of their races with only an hour 45 left. He's taking his
Yeah.
time, which is exactly what he needs to do.
Yeah. But they
Oh yeah,
also
in a
are
wide
in
race, it's
different
sketchy,
splits.
so- Yeah.
And I believe with Ricosa in the pits, that now moves Recton into P3 for the AM split.
Yes, it does, in P12 overall. So Gitesh is now P4.
So
Ooh, look at that. Nice,
Gitesh
nice.
is still within that limit to fight. The Friday throwing the yellow flag, I'm just gonna let that one be a... he's just having a rough time today, unfortunately. But
A lot
also,
of people not having a great Saturday at the moment.
Recton is closing
especially
in on
Friday.
Jeffries too, by the way. I don't know if you guys have
Yeah, he
noticed
is. He is
Yeah.
fast. That is one thing we have never been able to doubt, is that Mark
Oh,
Recton is
yeah.
fast.
Oh
He
yeah, he
found
is.
pace
Which I
at the
think is
end
why
of...
Saudre isn't too miffed about this, is because he's still going at a really good clip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Recton found a lot of pace at the end of the season and has carried that through to 1.9.
Oh yeah.
He has. And it's amazing to see that as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he won Silver Split after having a rough start at the first half of the season.
And he won it.
Yeah. So,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
and then we saw it at Imola, and then we also saw it at Hungaroring. He soloed both those, and ended up finishing in the podium for both those races, and actually ended up
I
taking
think he actually
P1.
won at Hungaroring.
He did. He beat me by like 5 seconds.
Oh yeah, that's right.
But that was a fun race though, going against him.
I don't remember who took the third podium spot for our division. Wasn't it Martin?
Martin and Josh Pond.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and then we finished behind them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then Thomas and Pat were in P5.
Recton and Sodre are on the back of Jeffries right now, but someone new that's on the back of somebody is Lee on the back of Lloyd right now. Not close enough to make a send into turn 1, but close enough to put the pressure on.
You know, the interesting thing about Recton and Sodre catching up to Jeffries is Jeffries has not had the cleanest stint in the world at this point. He's had a couple off tracks, and most of them were just little mistakes that you don't usually think that he would make, but he made them, and then it resulted in an off track. So it's going to be interesting to see if he potentially gets a little too under pressure between Sodre and Recton, or if he
Don't worry, I'm still subscribing to CGA and all the tips, because
CGA all the way.
exactly, he says it even on his website. He's been there, done that. So.
Yep.
He's gonna give me the best advice because he's been there.
And he's done that.
Exactly.
You think he does resumes?
I don't know if he does resumes. That's a
and Recton
Jeffries
is
guy.
actually
Lloyd goes
almost putting his side by his nose. Oh, and Recton did get past for just a second there to see if he's able to stick it. He is able to stick it. Recton has gotten past Jeffries, so Dre is now all over the back end of Jeffries. But Jeffries is also going to be trying fighting back against Recton in that V8 AMG.
Oh no!
Hit Sodre.
Oh, Sodre, I feel like that one was, he was just a passenger at that moment. It was so close that there was nothing, he didn't have a choice of going one way or the other.
Yeah, there's nothing he could have done. He was like right there.
Yeah, and unfortunately that's one of those little mistakes that I was talking about, is because that's not normally a place that you would see the coach have an issue.
Yeah.
Maybe not having the best of Saturdays today. But that is definitely not what you want to see for Staudre either, who now is going to have a little bit of damage as he's trying to catch back up to Recton and the people ahead.
Yeah,
And I was a little tap there from the coach right there after he spun out. So
he is holding third in the silver division, but he only has about a 16-second gap to Lee, who's in P4.
I know they were also involved in a incident earlier today, so that dropped them down quite a bit. So they've fought through some adversity to get back into P3.
That's what you'd love to see.
They were running like P2, got into a hefty incident. When I say hefty, it was like maybe 30 seconds of front end damage.
Wow.
And
wow, that's very hefty indeed.
And now they're fighting back to get into the top 3 for their split. So good on them for putting their heads back down and collecting everything and getting back out there.
Oh yeah, they've been doing a great job of that. As we see Potvin and going past Lloyd.
I don't know what happened to Lloyd. Lloyd just may have slowed down there. Yeah, Potvin all of a sudden just had a run on him, and I don't know what happened to Lloyd.
Let me take a look. Let me see if I see any punctures or anything. I don't see any. So maybe he just slowed down. I'm not entirely sure, but Potvin is walking away at the moment as well.
See that. And he has 10 seconds to catch up to Lee. They're fighting for that last kind of podium spot with Saudre, if they can all catch up to each other.
Itesh is into the pits from P13, so that means that Pat Cockcroft is going to be coming into the car.
Yep, he's going to be taken over, as I see in my little...
Itesh almost missed Joel's pit box. It seems he did actually miss the pit box, unfortunately.
Ooh.
And the question is Pat going to be the one to finish off the race? Is he going to... Is the plan is for him to be in the car the whole time?
We were talking about it briefly. So, assuming that it's an hour, that there's an hour and 38 minutes, maybe, but I think he said that, yeah, unfortunately I can't remember, but, short-term memory, but, I think, like, if anything changes, I may, like, finish it off, but I don't know, because I did a 3-hour run, like 3-hour stint, so.
Exhaustion is setting in.
Oh, I'm good for another stint, but I'm just being fair, so, cause triple stint, so, and Pat hasn't really had to go, so he may finish it off, but I'm not entirely sure yet. It may change.
While you guys were in the pits, you did get passed by Sapien. However, it looks as if they have a lot of front end damage.
Oh.
We've also got, and this one is actually for position time, Austin. We got Connolly on Adam right now in the Bentley and the Mercedes. Or maybe it's not. I
don't think it is. Corrected. Because
He's
I'm
still
looking at...
unlapping himself. This is the second time around.
Wow.
Yeah, because Adam is 5 laps down and Conley's 7, so it would just be unlapping.
They have an incident as well.
I don't think they had any major incident. I think I'm trying to remember. You're asking me to try to remember all 6 hours, and I can't.
Yeah, a lot happened in 6 hours.
Not even 6 hours, it's like 5.
Not even yet.
Yeah.
4.5.
I've been going for 5 because I started this a little early, so we could get through a lot of the information. So I've been here for a while. It's turning into.
Yeah, how Paulie felt last time.
it's turning into Hungaroring for me, where my brain turns to mush as I'm driving. I know Martin and Josh had quite the fun with that one, hearing me lose my mind in that 6 hours by myself.
Yeah, I think one of their direct quotes from you was "Have
Yeah. Yeah.
That
was
sums
like,
it
what?
up perfectly.
Yeah. It was that, and then I accidentally flashed a car that was actually a lap ahead of me, because I thought they were blue flags. When in fact the car behind me was the blue flagged car.
I remember that.
Yeah.
I felt so bad after that. I was like, "Oh my god, I just did that."
Mushed brain at its finest.
Exactly. It was just.
Should have eaten your oatmeal. Get that protein
Yeah.
and carbo load.
If you're wanting protein, you're gonna be wanting like chicken.
You've never had chicken oatmeal before?
That sounds awful.
Just you've heard of apples and cinnamon. Now have apples and chicken.
That sounds awful. I'd rather have a protein shake with water than to have chicken oatmeal.
Bad.
Oh, water and protein shakes. We're watching right now. Kovac go side by side with Cockcroft right now into the hairpin. Looks like.
And we got a yellow flag, Mathis.
Bad Porsche.
Yeah, we turned off. I'm gonna try to see what the yellow flag was thrown for.
I'm taking a look right now as well.
It just goes in the sand.
Just went a little wide into the sand.
Ooh, let's get back to real time, please. I see Joao is on the diffuser of Recton right now. Probably the closest he's been all race there. We're like 2/10 back.
It's still going to be hard to get a Lamborghini past that Porsche, because like you said, it is still a Porsche.
Yes, but I believe the engine braking from the Lambo has helped it out tremendously. As I see a Mercedes stopped on the side here. Want to see what happened. Just got onto the grass and into the wall, going through a turn. So that's not what you want to see, because that will now slow you down a lot. You're losing a lot of your downforce in the front. Morrison's also trying to put pressure on Ashley, Johnny Ashley. That was a fun. That was a good interview. I liked having Johnny up here.
I'm letting you guys do most of the talking since I didn't know him all that well. I'm like,
that's the first time I talked to him as well.
Nah.
But I think, yeah, I believe this is probably the best run that Joao is going to have. But doesn't have the straight line speed that the Porsche does. He's dropping back somehow. He was 3/10 at the start of that straight and dropped back to 4/10 at one point. I wonder if they're just running too much wing to try to settle this Lamborghini down. That's not the real one. I can't tell from here, but I can't tell what they're running as far as their electronics. But I know that car, the Lamborghini has gotten a lot better with the rotation with that engine braking. So using 5...
I can agree with that. I still am not a fan of the car, but I can agree with that.
Yeah, if you use engine at 5, you are getting that thing to get unholy amounts of rotation through corners. So engine map 5 is by far my favorite. If you want more safety, map 3, that's your typical engine braking. So if you're battling a lot of oversteer in that car, maybe try switching the map first, rather than trying to fix the oversteer with the setup, because that does play a huge factor in how the Lamborghini rotates. Because all it does is the engine braking, since the engine is so far back, helps the rear end actually rotate more. So Confirmed
The
by Eris,
morning-
actually. I watched that in his live stream. So
Oh,
I'm not just
yeah.
spouting off nonsense like I normally do.
All right, Austin, I'm gonna be calling it here. I need to go do some hot stints, so I can try and get back into D4.
Have fun, good sir.
Oh yeah, I gotta do that soon.
Yeah, thanks for letting me come in and be in here with you a little bit. Selena, always fun talking to you as well. I'll probably talk to you
Yes.
later tonight anyway. But
Yeah. I mean, it tends to happen, so yeah.
yeah, Austin, see ya. Bye, SRA Nation.
Bye.
My usual thing. See you, Austin.
Have a good one. Alright, that was John Donahue exiting the booth. Good little conversation. He was here for a while. Good little conversation between us, and he helped me out a lot and take a lot of the conversation off my shoulders for a while. I needed that nice little break in there, to be completely honest.
Oh yeah. Yep. Lots of talking going on when he's around, but that's a good thing, though. That's a good thing.
That's a good thing in times like these. I remember at one
Yep.
point I was getting so dry mouth because I was talking so much that I was like, I need to go get some water.
Yeah.
And I've been drinking so much water during this just to help make sure I'm not getting a hoarse mouth
Yep.
or dry throat.
6 hours definitely would do that.
I don't know how Doug did this for 8.
Yeah, I don't know either. He was just going at it, but like I remember the final hour and a half, I could tell he was just done. Like he was just like
He was fading. He was fading towards the end there. And I can see why.
Really fading. Yeah.
It's the same thing with driving. That you're just, instead of having to focus on the race as a driver, you're having to focus on the race and come up with conversation pieces as well. So
Yeah.
it's a different type of mentally taxing.
Yeah.
And also
It's
the
a whole nother
the
games.
digital eye strain too, because you're having to look at the computer. So I can definitely see how he got so tired towards the end of it. And I believe it finished around 2 or 3 o'clock his time. Something like that.
Yeah, somewhere around there. Yeah.
That on top of it, so I salute you, Doug, for that 8 hours. That would be tough.
Yeah.
But kind of jumping back to the race, giving another little update. We got Dan Cran in first with Walker in second. Like I said, that's that battle I've been talking about where they've been flip-flopping based on who's in the pits and stints and everything. So I really see that one coming down to the wire for the lead. And you got Loic in P3, and those are all open division drivers, so that's all overall P1 through 3 along with their split 1 through 3. And for silver, you have Morrison, again driving solo, who we're seeing on the main screen make a move here on Johnny, followed by Sebastian. You have P2 of silver, and then Joel Sadre in P3 for silver, who could be under pressure from both Lee and Potvin, depending on how those two line up their last few stints here. And then for the AM split, Johnny Ashley and their team, that's the Onid crew, sitting in P1 for AM. I lied. Sebastian Matthias in the GTR is in the AM split. It would have been Singe here for the silver in P2, and then Recton in P3 for the AM split. My brain's already going if I'm making a mistake. I'm just kidding. My brain's always been gone. I make mistakes every broadcast.
That I can relate to.
So, but it's been a fun 5 hours so far. A lot of action up and down the grid. There is pretty much a car in every single corner now on the track, compared to when we first started, where it was you're all in a line, and you're all in Sector 1 and then Sector 2 together, so they've all kind of found their groove and now spaced themselves out. So, huge shout out to the Oneg crew that's in P6 overall right now, of Ben Brown and Johnny Ashley. I believe there is another Oneg team in here tonight. I'm trying to find them. I think they're in the Lexus. There it is. Greg Prescott and General Scrub. They are the other Oneg team that we have here tonight.
Johnny Ashley, I remember there was I was battling against him, like, I can't even remember when, but like probably like in my last stint hour. I put up quite a good fight, or he put up a really good fight, so he's P1 now, so that's good.
Yeah, it was. I know you weren't here for that conversation, but having that conversation with him was so much fun. I know he's the owner of Oned, so getting to see his perspective on things was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I'm just glad that we were able to have him here tonight, because when we had him in here, it was about 3 in the morning, his time.
Wow.
So he a lot of coffee and tea for that man to try to stay up.
Yeah, he's on the move. Wow, huge kudos to him, because that's 3 in the morning his time. Wow. And then we have an hour and 24 minutes, so I don't know.
That was when we did the interview, so that was like about hour 3, so with like 2.5 hours left.
Oh,
so
it would be 4 pretty much.
Exactly. They have a early morning ahead of them now.
Wow. Yeah.
And I don't know where the other Oned drivers are. I just know they are European based, so they are going to be tired today. As I see Kovac throws, may have just gone a little wide there, the Schumacher S's. But they are going to have a lot of coffee to get them through the next day.
Oh yeah, that's for sure.
And basically, we also found out Donahue, Vollant told you that he wants to do the 24-hour race that they're putting on here in May.
Wait, what?
Oned is having a 24-hour
race
at Indy, and John was like, "Oh, hey, Austin, we should do that, and we need to bring Selena on board."
Oh.
We see Sodre trying to make a move on Recton, but unable to make the move stick. Looked like it was going to be good, but just could not carry that speed on exit. But yeah, he kind of trying to get us involved in that one. And
oh, I'm down for that. I'll be my first 24-hour race. I'd love to do that.
We would have to get a couple more people together for that one.
That's like a full team right there, like 4 or 5 drivers at most.
I think the SRA one that we did, the team that we had that did the Indy 24 hours was 5 or 6 people. Brandon Chan, Damiani, Duran, Adam Santana. There was 1 or 2 others, and I can't think of it right now. But I'm sorry. I'm so sorry that I'm forgetting those people that were a part of that team. But those are the ones I remember that were on that team.
Yeah.
And I do remember hearing Adam Santana start snoring on someone's stream because he fell asleep by his rig, and they were streaming and they could hear him snoring.
Wow.
But Adam's a great guy too. I enjoy his company, but looks like Scrub has a drive-through, probably for track limits.
Yeah. When it's drive-through, that's 100% track limits. Ooh, 2 laps remaining. Ooh.
But quietly, Pavin's been putting some time in to cut some time out of Singh here, so that is going to be a battle coming up here. So that moves Morrison still P1, Joao Sadre into P2 for the split, and then Curtis Lee into P3. So that's going to be a close battle for the silver split here coming down to the last stint in the last hour, 20 minutes. That's a good one to keep an eye on, for sure.
Indeed.
I haven't really talked to this one with some of the drivers. What do you think of the qualifying for this event?
I actually liked it. It was pretty cool, and it's just all average lap time. So that was, I mean, it's different. So it's it's weird just starting essentially right away. It's like from free practice to a race, but I actually enjoyed that qualifying stint time. That's a good idea.
Yeah, you basically get it was like a week or two to sweat out your times to try to put your best 3 laps in.
Yep. It that way works because, well, we qualified in P2, so there's that. But yeah, other than that, I like that format. Pretty cool. Twist things up a bit.
It was a fun format to see.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see if they continue it.
Mhm.
I've just because it's nice with the GT3 series that it's here you go, you get 10 minutes for your split. Go try to put your best time in, and well, I think that to me that one is fair. But for this endurance race, I think this was a good strategy to do it, because then the people that want to, they can just go sweat it out. But then if you sweat it out so much, you're in a higher class, and now you're competing for a higher class.
Yep.
So
yeah, I hope they continue that, because that's a pretty good format. Fun.
I like the experiment that they've been running with it, because they've been trying out so many different things. You had the tire limitation set, and then you had the stint timer go away. I still like the stint timer for certain events. I don't want to always have no stint timer, just because it's just kind of go as long as you can. But I think the weather has really helped make the no stint timer even more exciting. So looks like we finally, knock on wood, figured out the whole weather situation. What do we have for pit counts here? The top 3 have only pit 4 times. The number 14, Bartlett, currently only at 3 pit stops. So interesting to see when they're going to come in for their last stop, if they need to, because let me see if I get a stint. They're at 1 hour and 5 minutes for a stint, so I see them coming in one more time. Same with Brandon Chan and Dan Cran's team. They're at 1 hour 8 minutes for a stint timer. Spangler and Walker at 12-minute stint timer. Badmus, Norman Dow, and Chilcutt at 1 hour 3 minutes. I haven't seen Chilcutt in this race yet. Have you?
No, I haven't at all. Now that you mention it, I don't
remember
was he
seeing.
signed up?
Yeah, he's with Badmus and Loic. So he still needs to get in the car, I believe. Bartlett and Carpenter I've talked about having 1 hour 6 minute. Matt Morrison, 30-minute stint timer. Ben Brown and Johnny Ashley at roughly 1 hour. Adam Santana and Elaine Stallworth at 17 minutes. I think they can go to the end of the race, to be completely honest. Matthias Ortiz and Christian in the Nissan are at 36 minutes. I'm guessing they're probably going to have to come in for one more pit. Dan Rebel and Taylor Molyneux at 31 minutes. They're pushing it. I think they're going to have to go into fuel saving mode. Ooh, insider knowledge. Weather report, 10 minutes supposed to lighten up on rain, and then 30 minutes supposed to clear up and stop. So maybe if some of these drivers are seeing that, they are going to be planning around that. So that does help me out, actually, with maybe talking through this. So maybe some of these drivers are gonna spin the wheel, because if in half an hour, that leaves, what, 45 minutes left of the race?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
And with the rain that's been here, I don't see that track really clearing up until like the last 25 minutes, maybe.
Yeah, because in a half hour, well, 10 minutes, it's gonna like decrease, and then in a half hour, it's just gonna stop. But I mean, knowing with where this race is going so far, it may rain again. It might, or it could just be dry from then on there.
Yeah, I mean, like, there is a drier line that's formed, but it's not completely dry. And with how cool this track is going to be because of all the rain that we've had, and then the overcast, I don't see it really getting dry enough, and you going out there and getting your tires up to temperature. So maybe you have to spin the wheel and stay on the wet tires for the last few laps. Just this whole 1.9 update has put a lot of question marks on what to do with tires now.
Yeah, it's really changed like how you gotta approach tires, because I know hearing quite a bit that tire management is huge in 1.9. Like, you really gotta manage the tires and just modulate how much you can put, how much effort you can put into the tires, like at 100%, or just modulate how you have it. So you don't go through them.
Spangler was in here telling me that, like, Yardier was in a 45-minute race taking tires just because he was abusing them so much.
Yeah. And I'm guilty of abusing the tires too, but then again, I'm on controller, so it's 0 to 100 with me. But yeah, it's a lot more aggressive now, like with the tire wear.
Yeah, we were talking about how you were on the controller, and we're like, we need to get you either on the wheel, or we need to get you that new Thrustmaster controller that has that interchangeable.
Oh yeah, I've heard of that. Yeah.
Basically, instead of the thumbstick, it's a actual like steering wheel kind of thing.
Yeah, you can like change it with like the thumbstick, or you can like have that steering wheel kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's an interesting looking controller.
I know it. I've been intrigued by it. I mean, I probably won't get it personally, but I could see the appeal behind it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It makes it more fun, like especially in like in other games, like
you could probably take like a Simcade, like the Forza Horizon series. That's more arcadey than Simcade, but like or Gran Turismo, taking and using it for that. I think that would be a good experience.
Oh yeah, that would be good for that. Yeah.
Pat just got by Jeffries. There, as I saw Jeffries go a little wide out of Schumacher, so that moves Pat up into 17th. But yeah, it's going to be interesting as well to see what happens too for our Team Series Championship, because we were talking about it. You can't run the max toe setups anymore apart from qualifying. You really can only use that for qualifying, because you're gonna abuse those tires, but you only need them for 10 minutes. And that might get you the most out of your car for that time, especially heating them up and getting your best time down, and then you have a different setup for racing. So that's another thing too. I was like, oh, I wonder, it'd be kind of cool if GT series could do park ferme, where you have to qualify, you have to race on your quality setup, especially after this update. That would be huge.
Yeah. That would be interesting.
I thought that would be a kind of a cool idea, but you never know. It might be hard to implement with the way the series actually works. I don't think they actually do that in real life with GT3. I could be completely wrong.
Yeah. I think in IMSA, no, probably not like the setup, but I know in IMSA that you start like on your the tires that you qualified with. I think. Pretty sure, yeah.
What?
Like that anyway.
That's actually interesting because then you can't just go murder your tires.
Yeah. Which it makes sense because I've seen like watching like one of those races. It makes sense because I've seen some cars go out like at the 8-minute mark because qualifying I think it's 20 minutes, and I've seen some of the cars, Fast Motorsports especially, go out at the 8-minute mark. So that makes sense because some cars are like okay, like some teams are like just saving those quali tires because like that's what you go in the race with.
It makes sense because their tires are very precious in the racing world because that's honestly where all of your grip comes from, and if you abuse it, you're gonna have a really crappy start.
Yeah. Yep. Also, it's like different tires too, because IMSA uses Michelin's and then SRO uses Pirelli, so it's different tires too, so different stuff. But yeah.
Oh, apparently light rain has been pushed back. Now it's light rain in 10 minutes. After we've been told like 10 minutes ago that it was going to go to light rain.
Interesting.
Glad that I have insider knowledge because I've said, I don't have my weather widget on screen, so I don't see what happens to the weather and what they're forecasting, so I just kind of go off of what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I don't have all that fancy overlay stuff, so which I should because that will help, but eventually.
The ACC weather or the meteorologists are confused. I mean, I would be too.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, I see Pat having a little bit of a moment. Which
oh yeah, I just
Jeffries
saw
is
that.
now on the back of him.
He's on P17 right now, so 1, 2, 3, 4.
But Jeffries has a moment of himself there, and Pat now gets to pull away as Jeffries touched that awful sand, which is going to slow him down a lot.
We are down to 1 hour and 7 minutes left. Good grief, where has the time gone? As what John said.
I know, I don't know where it went. I've just been sitting here. Uh-oh, leader has a yellow flag. Leader has a yellow flag. What happened? Coming out of the Schumacher S's, they are into the gravel and sand. Walker not close enough to really capitalize on it. They're 24 seconds back now, so yeah, it's not fun for that leader, but at least they're not having to sweat too hard.
Yeah.
Also, someone in chat says, I think tires can now go into puncture territory in like 3 hours. I think Selena and Taylor can both attest to that, because Selena had a puncture as well.
Yeah, I did, unfortunately. I thought I could do another lap, but all of a sudden, like, that left rear tire just went suddenly so red, and all of a sudden, boom,
Yeah.
oh, there goes the tire.
So it is possible.
Oh, yeah. Pastor Bedtime also said Taylor's was also left rear. Oh.
Interesting.
I mean, I had the same problem then.
Well,
left rear.
Kyle is giving us all the juicy details about what's going on there. I know you're in the. I literally just went into the Ghost Rider Racing Discord to find out.
There's gonna be a 3-car battle, maybe. So far, oh, Jeffrey's had a little bit of an issue, and that gives Recton the getaway.
Ooh. This is gonna get a little spicy towards the end here with some of these drivers. Especially that last hour, you see the light at the end of the tunnel for the race, and you're really pushing that extra 10% really, because endurance race, would you say you're going about maybe 90% of your normal in an endurance race? As I see, is that
Kevin Kovac? He went
that was
playing dirt rally right there.
No, that was Recton actually. That was Recton of going dirt rally.
Recton. Oh, Kevin. Right, yeah, that was Kovac or I think
Recton.
my brain is starting to go mush too. Because you literally just said Recton, and then again I said
Kovac like 3 times in a row.
Recton.
But yeah, would you say, like, for the most part, you're pushing 90% for the endurance race, just because of how long it is, and you're not wanting to take up that last 10% to make that risk, whereas that last hour you're like 100% full send.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Lee has a yellow flag. What happened here? He is face first into a wall.
Ooh.
Take a look here.
What a shunt.
Okay, so entering Mercedes Arena. I believe it's in the middle of Mercedes Arena. He has a little bit of a moment. I think it's going to be losing the back tail end, because that's just the nature of the Lamborghini I've seen so far. Yep. Unfortunately, loses it. And just ever so slightly got a tap.
Oh. Yeah, hate to see it.
That moves... Yeah, I don't think that moved Lee any spots. I think he is held on to P3 in the split just because of how big the gap was from the car behind. I know Santana's been putting some pressure on Johnny Ashley here. But going into chat, Kyle said, I forgot you're in the Discord. Yep. Bailey gave me access. I am just getting the sneak peeks from Ghost Rider Racing, apparently. And then Julio Charlie said that they almost got a puncture. High pressure in the rear tires. And then Kyle gave me another update for the weather. It says no rain in 10 minutes. So.
Yep, I see that on my ACC layout, not ACC drive. 10 minutes and half hour.
I didn't realize that about ACC Drive, that they give you a timer. Because, Johnny Ash having a moment into the chicane, which allows Adam Santana to go by. Yeah, I didn't know that ACC Drive does that. They give you, like, exact time measurements to when it's supposed to, like, do any type of weather change.
Yeah. So I really need to get that.
I already have too many things open when I'm driving. I have Armentario out. And then I have the race up, and then I have Discord on the side just in case. And I'm just like, this is too much. I don't need all of that. And then I'm like, I need it. But then I think about it, I'm like, Kyle is trying to convince us here. He says it's a one-time fee and it's worth it.
Yeah, I see him in the chat. It's $20 one-time fee. I'm thinking about it. I'm leaning more towards yes, get it, because, well, first of all, everybody has it. Second of all, everybody says that it's good. And third of all, again, everybody has it. So it's just one of those things where it just helps you with all the extra information.
I know.
I mean,
there's a point for me that I'm just like, it's too much information.
Yeah, that's what I think too. Cause I mean, even though I literally have nothing other than crew chief, but I don't have any overlays. But
I probably couldn't do crew chief because that would just be too much for me. I have Armentario, and I'm already staring at too many things at one time.
Yeah.
By the way,
So I look at the relative and then all that. So, yeah.
Loic just recently serving their drive-through. I believe that would have been for track limits. But we have another stewarding information coming out. It was just a warning. The car 236 was blue flagged and lift on corner exit, causing a minor collision. So nothing too bad there. Just a warning. So.
Oh, Kyle also said that you can control the pit strat. Oh, yeah, that's right. Pat was saying that when I was in the chat earlier. Or the voice chat. He was saying that you can actually change the pit strat right there. And it's a lot easier than the typical, like, ACC
MFD.
vanilla. Yeah.
I've followed around with the MFD way too much in races. I'm just sitting there like, I'm not on a, I'm on a straight, and then I'm looking at the MFD, and I'm like, oh my god, that's my braking zone.
Yes, yep. I had a couple moments, I think, or like if it wasn't this race, it was like certainly other races. I'm like, oh, I need a break there. Whoop.
Yeah. Well, on board here with Kovac as he's trying to make a move here in Mercedes Arena. Unable to make it stick in the first half. Sends a dive and a half on the second half and exit of Mercedes Arena. Makes it stick. Garcia just kind of saw it in the mirror and was like, I'm fighting another day, and got out the way.
What a send by the plaid Porsche. Also with the team name Faf Motorsports, so with me being Canadian, I'm a little bit, just a little bit, a tad bit jealous.
Isn't Kevin and Al both Canadian too?
I know Al is, cause he's
Could
from
be wrong
Ontario.
about Kevin.
I'm not sure about Kevin. Maybe, but I'm not 100% sure. But I know Al is, so makes sense.
We're going to SRA. We're going to find it.
Yep.
I'm finding it and going to the leaderboard and going to find out. Let you know how wrong I am. But right now, I'm following Cube Master, who is actually within a second here of Schmeitzer. No, Kevin is, his flag says he's from the U.S. on SRA, so I believe it would be Al that would be the Canadian part of their team.
Yeah.
Well, they also have Landshark, who is, his flag is, I believe, South Africa.
Yep.
So, they're worldwide. They're global.
Yeah, a global team. Love to see it.
Another thing too, I actually want to talk about. How do you like the start of the race? Because it was at 6 in the morning, and you didn't have to deal with the sunrise or anything in your eyes. You just had to deal with rain.
Yeah, I like night racing. Like, I've always enjoyed night racing, so that was fun. I mean, even though it started with like a wet track, but other than that, I like I like night races. Cool. That's also, like, I usually try to do night races, like, the last couple enduro races. I want to do the night races because I love the night. It's nice. Everything lights up. Or almost everything at a track, depending what track you're at, but...
You want to talk about Silverstone, then, where you can't see your braking boards because they're so far off the track?
Silverstone, I think, is a whole different beast. That was something else. I was genuinely lucky that I had no accident, except for that first lap, but I know what happened to you there.
I'm over and done with it. It's been... Oh, no. Okay, no spinning, but there was contact between Garcia and Sapin.
Oh, yeah, a little bit of a tap there. Just a little bit of a love tap.
Yeah, thankfully nobody spun.
I'm here.
But yeah, night races, I do agree, they are fun. But when it's like Silverstone, where it's so far off the track that you can't see where your braking marker is, I no bueno.
Yeah, exactly. That was in the wet too, so that was like double whammy right there of just pure chaos, literally.
Stowe was the worst corner for it because you can't see anything, you're just kind of guessing.
Yeah, exactly.
And I always guess wrong. I never had it correct. My breaking point changed every single time.
Oh, yeah, mine did too. Like, it was just very... Oh! I have Michael Jeffries right on screen, and there was contact with, looks like Alvarez, and he did a major spin out somewhere, and Alvarez just hit him. He couldn't turn, and that's not what you want to see.
Oh my gosh, almost had an incident with Joel
Yeah.
Sadre's team too.
Yeah.
It just looked like Jeffries lost it in the Schumacher S and just happened to be on the racing line, so the other driver that was involved was kind of SOL, kind of trying to guess on where to go, and ended up being a passenger.
Yeah.
Ricardo Sapin here is trying to put pressure on Garcia. Looks like they got enough of exit on the hairpin, but doesn't get the overlap they wanted going into Schumacher S. Probably backed out, which is for the better, just because that is such a tight line through there. And then we're going into, what did I say, is Michelin corner? I could be wrong. Let me double check that I'm... It was Michelin into bit curve, so they are following each other. And it looks like Ricardo gets the better exit on that, so should have the lead for position here going into the chicane. But can Garcia here come back into turn one, because they're not far behind, but they just have to have a good exit here to really set themselves up. And
It's all about the exits.
I don't think they are going to give enough of a chance, like they're not going to be close enough to have that opportunity to make that dive, because it looks like they are losing time here on the straight. I think that move is safe to say that is move done and dusted, and Sapin is trying to move on to catch Kevin Kovach, who is 13 seconds ahead, while also trying to pull away from Garcia. Update, Dockendorf is back in the car for Dockendorf Potvin Racing.
Yep. And that he is. And Pat is right behind him in position. I'm not sure how far, because I don't have the relative up at the moment, but...
About 20 seconds.
And we got 52 minutes left, so we're down to the final hour now.
Yeah. It's wild to think about that we're in the last hour.
I know, like already. That's crazy. Where has it gone? Driving that 3 hours though, that went by insanely fast.
Being a driver for these, it goes by fast, but then at one point you're also sitting there like, how long has it been? And you're like, wait a minute, it feels like it's been longer, and it hasn't.
Yeah, that was me in Hungaroring, because I felt like I drove like for 3 hours, but John was like, no, you've been driving for like an hour and a half. I'm like, oh, I thought I was driving for like 2 hours. Oh.
Alvarez.
I think it's just pits, like just pitting, I guess that makes it seem that way.
Alvarez, by the way, has a drive-through. Looks like they are serving it right now.
Ooh.
Oh, so update for Dan Rebel and Taylor Molyneux's team of Ghost Rider Racing 22 Open Fist or Closed Fist. Sounds like from the garage, the statement is, car got taken out by the wet curbs, got 50 seconds worth of damage, and they were forced to go on to dries. I don't know if you were forced to. I just think that's a strategy choice on that one.
Yeah, maybe.
But it
Stopped
does.
raining at the moment, so
Let's go on board here and try to see. It's still wet, but from the overhead camera, it looks like there is a significant dry line starting to form on track as it has stopped raining. Oh, okay, so maybe it is a actual thing. Someone in chat is telling me that ACC bugs out and puts you on dries every once in a while. So.
Oh yeah, that's interesting.
Looks like Dan ended up taking the scenic route through the Schumacher S's, unfortunately, because they are on the dry tires, as we've heard. So hopefully this track does start to dry out a lot more for them, so they can actually put down some good lap times and maybe put some heat into those tires. That's the main worry right now, is getting heat into those tires, since it is so much colder on track than it normally would be, since it has been raining for so long.
This reminds me of Indy 8 Hours, except flip.
Oh, where
I
it
remember it was
rained
like,
for like 10 minutes, teased
yeah,
you, and then stayed dry, but this one went wet, went to dry, and then it stayed wet for almost all 6 hours.
yeah. ACC does interesting things with the weather. Let's just say that.
Okay.
You never know what's gonna happen.
Clarification. Car 22 made the gamble to go on to dries. But like I said, it might actually pay off for him here, because looking on board here, yeah, there's a couple puddles, but for the most part, it's got a solid dry line that you could take.
Yeah.
So it's not like you're going to be suffering too much. You're just hoping that you can get those temperatures up. As we see Dan Rebel overtaking Recton right there. 4th position on track. So, with 48 minutes left, I will give you a quick rundown. Walker is in first. Dan Cran is in second. Minute behind now, so I think that one is shuffled around a little bit. And then we got Loic in third, which I still believe that they need their last driver to get a stint in. And that's going to be a very short stint. That's roughly half an hour, depending on when they have to pit.
Yeah, I don't know if they're planning something up their sleeves, or because that's interesting.
Either. And they're also down a lap, so they have to unlap themselves.
Yeah.
And have another pit. We'll have to see. But that rounds out your top 3 for the open split. Silver is Matt Morrison, overall P4.
Oof.
Then you got Garcia and then Pacheniak rounding out your top 3 for silver. Then for your AM split, it's Johnny Ashley, Matthias, and then Riley Fair running out your top 3. But I do agree with Kyle. Since it is starting to dry up, the gamble might pay off. We are seeing it, and I do agree that it is a gamble, and I do think it is going to pay off here. 46 minutes left. You are the first one on dry tires. If people are going to switch to dries, they have to go in. You've already had time to warm up your tires, so they have to still go through that phase. Whereas you're ready and rocking, so you're already going. So I think it sucks for a little bit, but I think it overall paid off.
Yeah. That's the thing too. Sometimes you just gotta go for risk and that gamble, and sometimes there are times where it can pay off. And actually, as I say that, it is now sun and cloud.
Yeah.
It's not just cloudy.
They're having
It'll
a
be
moment
like that
here,
for
trying to
half
get back
hour.
on track.
Ooh, what you want to see?
That's also another point too. Is yeah, going on dries too soon may also cause graining, but
Yes. Yeah.
they did pit within like that hour range. Yeah, your tires are gonna be really dying towards the end of the race, but I also feel like so are other people's tires. So, but again,
Yeah.
this new physics update, this is our real first test of how these tires can handle longer stints. Yeah, we did League in a week, but I believe those were what 20-minute races for the GT3.
Yeah. It was just like a mini sprint. Like there wasn't much to even get out of those tires.
Yeah, so you had this basically sprint races, and so you didn't have the whole okay. I've driven on these tires for an hour. How are they behaving? You literally were just trying to maximize as much as you possibly can.
Yeah.
You see Brian Anderson actually get passed by Dockendorf. Dockendorf actually making a push here to try to get that last podium spot now for Silver Split. And the track is heating up a little bit because it is starting to get sunny out. It's 29 degrees, so maybe these tires are gonna start coming to life.
Yeah, the track is currently wet, but I do see a dry life forming, so it is drying up with the sun and clouds, so that'll may sum it up for the rest of the race, but who knows. But it looks like it's gonna be drying completely up.
Yeah, I definitely think that, yeah, unfortunate that you went on dries. I think it was the right call. You just got sometimes you got to be a little uncomfortable.
Yeah. You just gotta be nervous, and that's how you perform.
Loic in the pits right now, and that is Chilcutt coming out. So Alex Chilcutt into the car with 43 minutes left in this race.
Wow, that's a short stint.
That is a very short stint, but
Yeah.
they still complete the mandatory stint that every driver has to drive. So, works out.
Yeah. Whatever floats their boat. As long as it works.
But yeah, I as I was kind of saying, though, sometimes you do have to be a little uncomfortable in a strategy call. Look at the drivers that started off the race on dries. I think some of them are actually towards the front half of the grid right now, just because they avoided that extra pit stop, waited for the tires to come to life. Now they're ahead. Santana, I can tell you, Santana started on wets. He was P1 to start this race. Now he's sitting P3, and I think Dan Cran's team may have started on dries. I need to check that again, but you had some strategy calls that are really coming to life here. That you can see, hey, we started on dries, waited for it, then by the time we needed to switch to wets, it pretty much stayed wet the entire race. So you saved yourself a pit stop. Whereas some people started wets, stayed on wets to the dry phase, maybe made their wet tires into kind of slick medium or slick wet tires, where they're kind of, you know, that in between phase of, if you remember F1 in Istanbul, where they were on intermediates for so long that they kind of started balding, that they became slick inters. They kind of became that medium or hard tire that you'd want. So maybe they started to do that, and then by the time you needed to pit, you were at the end of your stint. So
Yep.
now
the track is damp.
It's drying out fast.
Yeah.
Kyle giving us some more insight. Sounds like Dan is now going too flat
Yeah, it's drying out.
I'm seeing people get close to their best times now. As you see it to start drying out. Like Matthias hit a 2:03 last lap. His best time is a 2:02.4. So people are really starting to get down to that best time when it was dry. So Dockendorf, by the way, that team right now is fighting for third in the split, 13 seconds behind. Pacheniak is in that last spot. We'll see if he can catch up to them, but Pacheniak's also catching up to Garcia, who's ahead for P2 in the split. A lot coming down to the wire right now for a lot of these drivers. I think Am is going to stay the way it is with Matthias, Johnny Ashley, and then Sapin rounding out the top three, just because there is a car in between them. So I think Am is going to potentially stay the way that it is. I think Walker is going to stay where Walker and Cran are going to stay where they're at. Maybe Santana as well. I think that's going to round up the top three overall. And then the silver is the one that's really going to be wide open for the last two podium spots, I would say. You can see now just by what's going on the stream, it looks like it's a brand new track. It's dry, it's sunny. I can't even tell if it rained today or not.
Yeah. Oh, and actually, Pat is pitting, and he has requested to for Gitesh to do the last part of the stint.
Let's see if Gitesh can pull it off and get some good laps out there.
Yeah. Have some recovery from that interesting spicy wetness from earlier.
Yeah. I mean, probably the first time they're driving in the dry, because it's been raining 90% of this race up until this point.
Yeah. I hope the next one isn't going to be like this.
I mean, it was a good change from the Hungaroring. The Hungaroring was a lot of dry. And this one's a lot of wet, so I mean, I'm fine with this one.
Good durability, yeah.
Alright, so Garcia's in the pits, so that moves Cheniak up and Dockendorf up. So that is going to be a very spicy battle there. Well, Matthias actually is also in the pits, so that drops him from first down to second for the AM split. Joao, nice job out there. He is done. Pacheniak is going to finish out. A good recovery drive by that team. Like I said earlier, they had an incident within the first hour or two. Had to fight back, and right now they are sitting in the podium position. So, honestly, a great recovery drive by that team to get back into that podium.
Yeah.
Looking at our leader right now, just because a lot of these cars are spread so far out. They are a minute 20 ahead of second place, and their last lap was a 2-minute 1. The visual, I don't believe that's a visual glitch. I believe they still have bonnet damage as it is still bouncing around for that car. So I believe 63 has been driving with bonnet damage, but I could be wrong. It could be a visual glitch. They've been driving like they don't have the damage.
Interesting.
Greg Prescott is putting on some pressure on Cube Master here. We'll see if they can get the move done. They were pretty close, but now they've dropped back. I think they were within like 2/10. Now they are back to around 7, but that Lexus though, straight line, it could catch the new 296, but the new 296 is pretty rapid.
Yeah, it's quite OP.
I wouldn't say it's OP. I'd say it's overall out of the box just good.
Yeah.
Yes, the Hungaroring qualifying, you can point to that and say, oh, look at how many people. Like I said, I think it's just the best out of the box car. I think the other ones, you need time to set them up. And without having setups, I think that's where the main downfall is we don't have setups for them, so.
Yeah.
I think that's also how the Porsche is, too. I think the Porsche, it's a little squirrely, but you need that golden window to make it work. Kind of like how the 991 was.
Yeah.
You needed a setup to make that car thrive.
Oh yeah. And you really gotta work that car too, and like get so familiar with it. And once you do, you get like that good sweet spot set up, and then you're good to go. But I've heard like that 296 is like you're on training wheels, like you barely have to work on it.
Yeah, I agree.
Like you just go, you drive.
But
you don't have to fight it or anything.
Look at our top 5. We have AMG in P1, Porsche, the new Porsche, and then you have a Ferrari followed by a Ferrari, but then you also have an AMR. I think it's a good balance. Like,
yeah, seems to be a good balance.
I can see where people are saying it's a very strong car. I'm not saying that's not.
Yeah.
We'll have to see, but down to 30 minutes, and this race in-game started at 6 a.m. It's now 11:30.
And the track is now greasy, and the track temp is 29 Celsius, so yeah, I can say from here on that this is going to be the track temp and condition from here on out. Because we're coming half-hour mark, the exact half-hour mark, and it's still like this sunny in a half hour. Actually, my bad, sun and cloud in a half hour as well still, so.
Adam Santana and Delaney Stallworth are pitting from P3.
Ooh,
they are going to get passed potentially by Morrison and Chilcutt. They are obviously going to get passed by Bartlett. Someone said the leader is still on wets, which is wild to me. But that moves Santana out of the podium. Unless Cran and Walker pit along with Bartlett. Which I'm going to go look at their stint. Cran and Chan, I don't see them pitting. They're at 29 minutes of their stint. Bartlett and Carpenter, not seeing them pit at 34. Spangler and Walker are the only one I could see pitting because they're at 56 minutes. But they're also, I believe, a lap ahead of second place. Almost a lap ahead. I think they're like 3/4 of a lap ahead. You see Byron actually pulling a stop-go 30 for speeding in the pit lane. But right now we're seeing a fight for P12 between Fair, Anderson, and Latufa. So this is going to be a tight battle right now. Let's see how this one turns out.
And you can see that solid dry line right on the home straight.
Yeah, I think maybe like that we were saying, spinning the wheel and going on the dries really helped out a lot of drivers.
Oh yeah. That was a good gamble.
Especially with time left too, because you don't want to
Yeah.
go in too early because then you're running out of fuel and you're going into fuel saving mode. Whereas
Yeah.
you pit at the right time, you're not having to fuel save. You're just able to be on the highest engine map and just start going. And run it.
Yep.
As I see Al Latufo make an incident there, made the pass, but then ended up going wide on the entrance to that turn. Didn't get past though, kept it, and so Latufo still holds on to 12th. Now is trying to chase down Fair to get overall P11. Bartlett is in the pits. Remember when I said I don't see Bartlett having to make another pit stop? Well, they're in the pits. And that moves Stallworth up a position. Now Stallworth is now overall P3 for the open split. Matt Morrison, by the way, solo driver. I've said this a couple times tonight. Solo driver. Overall P3, leading the silver split.
Wow. That's incredible.
Oh, what a drive by them tonight.
Yeah, wow, P4 overall and P1 in silver class. That's huge kudos to
Yeah.
Matt Morris.
I can only imagine what's going on in the brain because of I've been there.
Yeah. Actually, speaking of soloing, I remember at 8 hours of Indy, Evan Kim did the full 8 hours solo with VR.
Yep, I did mention that earlier tonight, along with Damiani also going the full 8 hours.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right.
Leader is in the pits. Like I said, they were 3/4 of a lap ahead. I don't see them losing the lead unless it's a error in pit stop.
Yeah.
We can watch it. I will pull it up right now. Dan Cran, you can see he's in the Schumacher S's, down to 49 seconds right now, and Walker's been stopped for 20 seconds now. So if they're pulling the normal pit stop of 30 seconds, let's find out. Time stopped is 30. They're still stopped. They're on their way. And they're 20 seconds behind. And the leader is out on turn 1. What a strategy call by the leaders here to stay that long out on wet tires. And it has paid off for them right now.
Wow.
My lord.
That's crazy.
Carlos Sapin right here trying to make a move on the Tufo into the chicane. That is a tough spot to try to make that. Not Tufo, that was fair. Now I'm doing it. On the fair there. That's just a tough spot to really try to make any move stick. Just it's such a tight line that you have to have to there that you're overslowing. Especially if you're on the inside, you're overslowing, but then you have such a great exit because now you're on the outside of that chicane, which is probably the more preferential spot to be in.
Yeah.
But Sapin trying to make the move stick around here on the outside of turn 3 makes it stick. Looks like they're ahead, but Fair is trying to come back. But I think this move is done. Unless they have a horrendous exit, which it looks like Fair got a better exit. They're still battling. Let's see here. Fair still all over the diffuser there, but might just trying to save it, but doesn't look like they're gonna be catching up at this time. Oh, never mind. They both have a moment in the hairpin.
Ooh.
They both have a moment. So that lets Sapin get out ahead now, 2 seconds. Oh my gosh, you hate to see it.
Indeed, you do. Wow. The final 25 minutes. Oof. It's all or nothing right now.
It is. It is all or nothing. So you are, like we talked about, going that extra 10% now to go up to 100% effort to really hammer this thing home.
Now you just really gotta, like, give it all you got. Because 25 minutes right on the clock, it really is all or nothing. Because, like, you can only gain so much time on somebody. And if you see 25 minutes on the clock, it is about to go down.
Yeah, as some people would say, I know you would want to say it, full beans.
Full beans!
Yup.
Yep. Full beans with extra cheese.
Yeah, they are going to be sending it around this track now.
What Kyle said in the chat, just freaking send it, bud. Yeah, bud.
Larry
Just
enticer
freaking
this.
send it, bud.
Are you silly? I'm still gonna send it.
Are you silly? I'm still gonna send it. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, Canadian idol right there, Larry Enticer.
Yep. Hey. That reminds me, I remember in our D6 commentary, Jerry was like the oh yeah Kool-Aid guy, and I don't remember what your signature was, and I don't even know.
It's hard to point out your own because you don't realize you say it.
Yeah, I just like ramble, and I don't even know what I'm saying half the time.
Yeah, I do remember Jerry was the oh yeah.
And
I believe Doug was the you're not wrong. That was his go-to saying.
He has a lot of sayings.
Yeah,
You're
I know,
not
but
wrong.
his most common one that I heard was "You're not wrong." When I commentated with him.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one of his top.
As we look through here, the last 20 so minutes, Spangler and Cran are your P1 and 2 overall and for open, with Stallworth down into P4, but only 5 seconds behind Morrison. So still has a chance to get overall P3. Morrison is your leader for silver, with Pacheniak and Anderson rounding out the top 3. Then Brown, Matthias, and Sapin are finishing out your AM split. Kyle, this race did go by fast.
Yes, it did.
I know you've been in the voice chat with Dan and Taylor, so you've also been seeing this race for the full distance. And I do agree, it's gone by pretty quick, especially when you fumble over words a lot like I do.
Yeah. Yep, or blah, 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 during a stint.
I do that all the time. Oh, that's not
Yep.
even a stint, that's just me trying to say words. Uh-oh. Gitesh having a moment in the chicane.
Oh,
Doing
no.
a full 360, but they're back on their leg.
Oh.
They are back
Pretty
on
good
their leg.
recovery after that with that spin.
I agree.
Ooh. He is still still in P5 in the AM class.
Fumble over my words on the keyboard. Listen, I fumble over my words when I say them and on the keyboard. I am on the struggle bus when it comes to words, okay?
I can relate to that. Yep. The amount of times I have edit my typos in the Discord is crazy.
I don't even edit typos. I just find new words.
Yeah.
So
I said That was on purpose.
Gotta
Oh,
get-
need to get some pump in the tires. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, what's one way to do it?
Yeah. Nobody's behind or in front. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Oh.
Kyle also says that that 360 needs to have your GIF on top of it. Oh, I know what he means. Remember when I straight up sent it on that Sawz's curve in the practice race at Silverstone?
I saw the GIF. I was not there for it though.
Yeah, I made a GIF because I'm like, might as well make a GIF since it's like interesting that my Porsche had wings for a second. So
Pigs can fly.
yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, they call it the Porca, so
Yeah. But yeah, that was a good. I love seeing that GIF. I'm excited to see what else you come out with for videos this season. I always look forward to it. If we're in the same division, all I ask, I die a lot. Please don't show me dying every race.
okay, I'll try not to. If you're not the one who I see first who dies, I'll try to avoid that. Nope, that's Austin. Okay, I'm gonna find somebody else who dies.
Yeah. As I see here, Fair having a moment in the sand right now. So
well, it's not raining anymore, so I guess he
Yeah.
can go to the beach.
a little slow though, so that E-Touch now 52 seconds behind, but I don't see it unless they have another moment. I don't see E-Touch getting the position at the moment. But I think that that might call it for that team, the Twig Flex Racing Division, their attempt to get a podium today. I think that's gonna be one of the detrimental moments in the end of it.
Yeah. Kyle also saying that happened right in front of me and I had a brown moment. Yeah, I know. I had a brown moment too. The moment my Porsche went right in the air, I'm like, oh, this is not going to end well. And then after that, I literally did a full 360, somehow had the car pointed to where it should be, and just kept going.
By the way, Stallworth has caught Matt Morrison, and they are fighting on track for overall P3.
It's getting spicy. 18 minutes. It's really getting up there.
It's a spicy finish for them.
It is, yeah. Stallworth trying to look for a door.
The door's open. The door is open.
Yeah. The door is now open, and that is right.
Oh, they make
in the
contact.
back.
Oh, they save it.
Oh,
Oh,
that could have been a lot worse.
that could have been a lot worse. I'm so glad Morrison was able to catch that.
Yeah. Got a Ferrari on Ferrari on Ferrari competition going on now.
I will wait for Dominic Duran and or any other steward to tell me the final ruling on that, but it looked tight.
Yeah, it did look really tight.
No margin for any error from either of the drivers.
Yeah, they all stay on track. Nobody spun out from that, so.
True.
It was
Kind of. I know that you had a moment like that earlier in the race. I don't remember when, but I remember you had a little bit of a door banging action going on very early on in the race.
Yeah, I think it was with that GTR. I had a little dorm, argy-bargy with the GTR, I think. Yeah. And then it happened again, I think, but a little argy-bargy going on there. It's interesting.
Well, right now I got Austin Carpenter on Brown right now, seeing if they can make the move, because this is also for on-track position, not for split position, but overall on-track position. That will be for P6. Schumacher S's. It looks like Carpenter's been making some solid moves, like having to back off though, just be through mid-corner as they catch up to the diffuser of the car in front. They just had to back off just slightly. That Martin Truex livery is fantastic. It was confirmed by Johnny that that is what the intent was. As they are making it. Oh my gosh.
Oh, here we go.
Oh no, there's contact.
Oh, straight up sent.
Oh, it did. It looks like there's contact further back too. I saw a yellow flag. I'm gonna jump to that because it. Oh no.
Oh, yeah,
The
missed the break.
GTR and the
Right.
Merc come
Ooh.
together. It looks like the Merc was just slowing down. The GTR was not prepared for how much they were going to slow down. They made contact. So that's unfortunate there.
20 minutes left and everyone died. Yes.
Yeah.
Indeed, Tribe Called Quest. Indeed.
Trying to see if there's any other fights happening. It looks like the fights have calmed down for now. But remember what we said, it's the first 2 hours and the last hour that matter the most in an endurance race.
Exactly.
The middle matters. It still matters. That middle part is still important. But it's sandwiched by the two most important times where first 2 hours you're trying to fight for your spot. Once you fight for your spot, things get spread out. Strategies are all over the place. That's kind of where you're at for the majority of the race, barring any incidents. Then you have the last hour, where now, we've talked about it a couple times now, that last hour you're sending it at 100% rather than at 90-ish%. So now you're like, I need to get these spots. I see big gains on the car in front of me. I need to get there.
Yeah.
So.
Then also fuel saving is a huge play in endurance races because especially at that final hour where you're just going and going and then once it's that final hour you gotta like, okay, should I fuel save or should I just risk and take one more pit stop?
Kyle also makes a good point. You're sending it at 100% while also mentally tired. Very true. These drivers not only are physically tired. Physical exhaustion you can get past. I know that for a fact. Like I remember doing the 6 hours of Hungaroring. You can get past the physical exhaustion. You may be sore, but you can get past it. The mental exhaustion though is so much harder to get past because
it is.
You're sitting there and you've been staring at the screen. Your eyes are starting to kind of go. Same thing with real racing. You're probably not as blinking as much as you probably should, just because you're so focused that your eyes may dry out a little bit. So now you have that. Then you're thinking about everything. You've gone for 6 hours and talking strategy, sitting there, and mentally now you're kind of going, I wouldn't send this normally, but I need to now. So you're kind of getting that and wanting to get that position.
Or flashing the wrong people.
Hey, yeah, that too. Autopilot is another thing too. The last stint sometimes, depending if you have double stinted it, triple stinted it, that last stint you kind of go on autopilot. That's why I think it's important to have your anchor, your last person that does the race, be the person. They have a break in between one stint to the next, so that way they can have that however long to go get something. Do anything, stretch their legs, get a drink, something, then send it, so that way they have a nice little break. But sometimes that doesn't always work out, and sometimes also, if you are the person that's in the groove for that last stint, you may just double stint it anyways, because you're already in the zone. So there's a lot that goes into finding out who's gonna be that last person to take that last stint.
And Pat also says, or you really have to pee. That's also a huge factor too.
See,
You're not wrong.
I had to do that commentating. Didn't surprisingly have to do that during driving, just because I probably wasn't drinking as much as I probably should have when I was driving. But commentating, I had to because I've been talking so much that I'm getting a dry throat.
Yeah.
11 minutes left here.
Down. Almost 10 minutes. Almost the 10-minute mark. Almost
Looks like
there.
a lot of these drivers have calmed things down a little bit. Not seeing really any tight gaps at the moment. So I think they're kind of saying, all right, I can still send it, but I don't think I'm going to get as close as I need to. Because sometimes you do see that distance of how far you are, and you're kind of like a little deflated because you're like, I don't know if I can get 10 seconds in 10 minutes. That's a second a minute, and the lap times are almost 2 minutes. So you're having to take 2 seconds out of a person's lap time. It happens, but you're just now trying to finish the race out.
Yeah. Kyle also says it's crazy on how much blood sugar you lose during these races. Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, maybe that's why I was going so crazy towards the end of the race. Or I'm going crazy right now.
Yeah, I had to eat like a little bit of a sandwich earlier. Yes, I was doing that while I was partially commentating earlier. So that was
You're
like
fine.
what I just did. So, yeah.
You act like I haven't gone and gotten water or gone to the bathroom in the middle of this.
Yeah. Gotta get that blood sugar up or something. Shit, still going. Because, I mean, even in real racing, too, I know I've heard of, like, well, I mean, all drivers eat in between their stints because they gotta get their blood sugar up. I mean, how else will you have better focus if you don't have food in you?
Yeah, and that's why also, like, you see a lot of these sport drinks, they are big sponsors, too, is because, well, yes, they are chock full of, like, the sugars and stuff like that. They do have a benefit for short-term gains on things like that.
Yeah.
Ooh, all right, we have a message come across from our stewarding team. R999 has a 5-second penalty because car 234 overslows into a corner. However, car 999 fails to yield and rear ends car 234. I believe we saw that incident. So that's unfortunate, especially towards the end of the race. That will get added. So now, if you're the car behind, you're seeing that and you're like, I just gotta get within 5 seconds. And that's like a free position, basically. Kyle, do agree. F1 drivers go 70 laps. I know certain places they go to, they don't even drink water sometimes, just because they just go. I think George Russell has said that sometimes, like, they have little to no water just because, one, it's not cooled water, it's really hot water. I wouldn't say it's really hot, but it's kind of lukewarm, something you're not really wanting to drink that much just because of its position in the car relative to the ICE and everything. So they don't get that much hydration. That's why you're also seeing them have the bottles after the race and just downing them. And yeah, again, that's also why they weigh them at the end, because of how much water they sweat out. It is so intense, and like they do have a minimum weight they have to meet, so that's also a strategy. Seven more minutes as we're watching these cars for the last 7 minutes of a 6-hour race.
Can you believe it? Another 6-hour race in the book in 7 minutes.
I know, it's crazy. Especially how fast we got this one organized after the last one.
Oh, yeah.
It feels like it was so long ago that we were doing Hungaroring, but then you look back and it was like, we did that earlier this month.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. I think it was like April...
Like 4th.
Yeah, April 4th. Yeah. So that wasn't that long ago, even though it kind of does feel like it was like...
8th or 1st?
I think it was the 8th. Or no, or what? 7th?
No.
I remember.
We did it on a Saturday.
Yeah, maybe it was the 8th.
So. But Torres here putting on the pressure in the last 6 minutes. Has caught up to Sapin, is now 2/10 behind him, and absolutely trying to send it. Let's take a look on the passenger side here as they go into the hairpin. They are all over the diffuser there, that Mercedes, trying to get this move set up, potentially for this back straight, and maybe for turn 1 if they get everything lined up correctly and not having to overslow on anything, so they get a good run on exit. No, not yet. Me and my teammate, if we are going to be in the same division, have to figure out a car, but we have it narrowed down to at least a list right now. It's not a large list, but it is a list. As we see here now, good exit from the BMW.
Oh, he's right on that diffuser.
Yeah, gonna tiptoe out now. They are side by side before the braking point. They are now braking for turn 1. I do see that Fair was yellow flagged. Looks like move is done for the moment, and I think that is a solid move done.
Yeah, he had the inside right there, so
right where it mattered.
BMW is definitely up there and pretty well secured the spot. If he doesn't make any more mistakes within the final upcoming 4 minutes, I think he's got that in the bag. Oh, Bobby Dockendorf kind of had a moment for a second.
No, not the time to have a moment with 4 minutes left. But Sharon, thank you for tuning in, by the way. I did say I do want to go with the Lambo. I do really like the new Lambo. I love it. But it all depends on teammate, if they are feeling comfortable with it. We have to feel comfortable in the same car. I'm not gonna force him to be in something he doesn't like. I already did that once. I've not heard the end of it. I forced him to be in the Audi for the 6-hour Suzuka Onid race, and have not heard the end of it. Dockendorf here trying to make a move on the outside here. There looks like there was contact. No.
Ooh. Right as the gravel of the beach.
Oh.
Lost the position to somebody by the
No,
looks
they just traded spots back again. Sapin was ahead to begin with, but if that is not the time you want to have it happen, just because if a penalty comes out, you're kind of just SOL with that. You're gonna just, here's no penalty.
Yeah.
There's no real saving it. But they do look like they're trying to line up a move here into turn 1. Got that slipstream. Who's going to be later on the brakes? Dockendorf has the inside line. Looks good. Side by side here going through turn 3. This long sweeping turn. And there's contact again.
Oh, yeah, I hate this.
Oh, no.
Spin. Oh, another half spin.
Oh, that's heartbreaking.
Final 2 minutes.
It just looks like the car on the inside was just drifting a little too wide. There was no room, and just both of them ended up spinning. I'm going to go to Chilcutt, who is closing in here on Morrison. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah, and Chilcutt absolutely on the back of Morrison here with a minute left. So we'll see what happens here as they are going through the that's not the hairpin, that's Ford, into Dunlop hairpin. So I've noticed Dunlop has a lot of corner names around the world. They
yeah, it does.
They
think
somehow finagled their way to getting a lot of corner names on a lot of different tracks.
Yeah, I think Le Mans has that as well.
Suzuka has a Dunlop.
Yeah, it does. Suzuka does this too.
So
a lot of tracks do have.
it's surprising that they did that. Sapin hit with a 5-second, no decision from the stewards yet on verbiage, but I do see a 5-second handed out.
Yep, there it is.
But
Alex Chilcutt right on the rear end of Matt Morrison. He wants that position for the final 35 seconds. Oh,
I
but
think they're going to go for another
little
lap.
bit.
Just looking at where the leader is, they are rounding the last
Yeah.
corner now on the straight. They are going to go for another lap. 100%.
Another one around. Oh, yeah.
There it is. Leader's on the final lap. So here's the last lap for Chilcutt to get the... It's not really for position in your split. It's just for position on track to say, hey, I finished 4th.
Yeah.
Which is something that you want to do, but you also want to have position for split. So I am excited to see how this battle ends up turning out. As you see the little antenna of the 296 in our shot, I just love how it's just like, here's a little antenna. Jeffrey's also making a move. Looks like they made the move right there. I tuned in at the last second to see the move get done.
Ooh.
So back on board though with this fight between Chilcutt and Morrison. Looking pretty even at the moment. It's gonna have to be on either this hairpin or going onto that last back straight. I don't see any other way around with any of the other turns. Gitesh hit with a 5-second penalty.
Oh.
No word from stewards yet, but I'm just seeing those pop up. Alright. Here we go. Here's where you have to set the move up. This is where it has to get done.
Yep, this is it.
Looks like he has...
literally
Oh, they lost it. I don't see it happening.
No. Yeah.
They lost it on the apex there. I don't
Even,
see it.
like,
It's a dumb move to go into the
mistake.
chicane. I know you want to do it, but no one wins in that situation.
Yeah,
Leaders
it's
finishing
not...
the race. That would be Spangler's team.
Both of them
Wow.
Wow.
And then
How
Stallworth.
is both of them taking the grass right there, and then Alex is just like, nope, I am going to make this move and I'm gonna be done with it.
Yeah.
What?
I'm just writing down who
a
is coming over the line for each split now. So it looks like overall Spangler, then Dan Cran, Stallworth, Chilcutt, Morrison, Carpenter, Brown, Mathias, Rebel, and Pacheniak looking like they round out your top 10. But there's still time, but I believe that is going to round out your top 10.
Waiting on the penalty.
Oh, I apologize for not catching when these cars driving through. It looks like, all right, car 63, 5-second penalty for washing out and initiates contact with 535. Well, at least got teams down for who did what in their position. Oh my gosh.
Who fails to yield in the braking zone and rear ends car 159.
Oh no. Let's see.
Oh.
The Dan Rebel Taylor Molyneux team had severe graining on their tires.
Oh.
There we go.
And that is 6 hours of another endurance race at Nurburgring, but mainly in the wet this time.
Yes. such a great race. I enjoyed every second of it.
Oh yeah, I did too. It was great. The first 3 hours, triple
Maybe,
stint.
maybe we can get some interviews going here.
Yeah, some interviews.
Let's get at Jeff to get him and his teammate
Jeff
up here.
Angler, yes.
Who is Spangler's teammate again?
Um,
That would be Ryan Walker.
yep.
See if I can find them. I don't see them in a chat at the moment. But what's your thoughts on that race? I know we've said that it was a fun race, but I just want to see from your racing, how do you enjoy it?
It was really good. I really enjoyed it. It was 6 hours. It honestly at this point, it's like 6 hours doesn't even feel like 6 hours. I mean, my first endurance race was 8 hours. So 6 out I've done was Imola. Oh, I can't remember what was in between. I know I've done a 5-hour race, but anyway. But once you do like 8 hours, 6 hours, or even 5 hours, just feels like nothing. But it's really fun.
Well, I got Jeff here sitting here. I'm gonna pull him up. Welcome back to the booth, Jeff. I see
Thank you.
that your teammate is going to bed and handed
Yes.
everything off to you. So
Yeah. Yep. What a race! Tons of fun. Wow.
yeah, 6 hours done and dusted. Fun to watch. So looks like some of your strategy calls that we talked about earlier paid off for you guys. I believe you took the overall P1 and P1 for the Open. So
Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't have been close, I don't think, if we hadn't made that call early on to stay out on wets, just because I think they ended up cutting off a stop. Whether I'm not sure, probably asking if it was intentional. Seemed that they had Dan and Brandon had a little trouble towards the end of their stints. We noticed the pace was kind of falling off a little bit. So we just tried to be as consistent as possible, and yeah, I feel like every strategy call we made was right on the money. It's awesome when that happens. That definitely helped us out a lot today.
yeah, and I remember looking at like pit stops and seeing on race control, like it's like, all right, well, you guys keep flip flopping because of your guys' strategy, and I knew it was gonna be close towards the end. And at one point, I believe you guys had a 1 minute 20-second lead on P2, but then you had to obviously come into the pits, and it was down to I believe like 20 seconds at the end there. I'm sure you guys were sweating in that car, going, "We got to keep going and finish this out."
Yeah, definitely. It worked out really well for us. Just the way the timing was, we pitted, I think, with just under an hour and a half left, and was still obviously wet running there. So, put on the wets, and we realized we would have to stop one more time. But once it was pretty clear that the rain was not going to come back, we realized we had pretty much the most flexibility that anybody could have. I think Dan and Brandon had to stop around a little over an hour maybe, and they had to make a choice: go on wets or go back out on wets, or switch to dries. They switched to slicks, and I think we saw, this new patch, tires are just not what they used to be in terms of wear. We saw they were doing 201s or 202s or something like that towards the end after the track finally dried up. So yeah, I mean, it's really important to look out after your tires. Of course, not saying not saying that they didn't really have much of a choice, but yeah, sometimes things go your way, and they did for us today. So yeah, I think if anything, endurance racing is going to be a lot more strategic, and as a result, I think a lot more fun going forward.
Yeah, it definitely was fun trying to speculate all the different strategies here in the
Yeah.
booth.
Yep.
Yeah, we saw. We were just looking at times. We were like, okay, we're still faster. We're still faster. I think when Ryan came out of the pits, second to less than, he was like 40 seconds ahead of him, and we were like, just we're still faster. We're still faster, and we waited until that crossover point. I think they got a little bit faster on their dry tires, and we were like, all right, boom, time to put on the dries and go to the end.
Well, all in all, glad it worked out for you guys, and glad you guys were able to come out with P1, especially after how much we saw the flip flop between you and the Dan Grant and Brendan Chan's team.
Yeah, it's awesome to keep fighting, for so long in a race. But hats off to everybody out there. I didn't see anything too crazy. Sometimes you can. But congrats to the other class winners as well. I'm not sure who they are, but yeah, well done everybody. Anybody that can make it to a 6-hour race, especially people that are soloing it, those madmen and women.
We only had two
So yeah,
people solo it
congratulations.
today.
Only. Oh my God. I just can't imagine. I just can't imagine. But yeah, thanks for putting it on as usual, SRA. Had a great time and looking forward to the next one. Valencia, hopefully.
You have to talk to Curtis on that one.
I hope so. I agree with you, Jeff.
I think Curtis knows most of my opinions at this point. But yeah, hats off to him and everybody that helped organize everything. It was a lot of fun. And
oh yeah,
thanks Austin for you stick out you were there the whole race.
I mean, I had a couple breaks, one to get water and one to go to the bathroom, but for the most part, I was here.
Guess that's okay. Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, I think I'm gonna hit the hay here, but yeah, great time.
Yeah, good seeing it. Do we want to pull anyone else up into here? I don't see many people that are in chat. Actually, I want to pull up Dockendorf and Potvin.
Yes.
Since I see them in there.
All right, guys. Well, I'll catch you later. See you on track.
See you, Jeff.
See ya.
Pull Dockendorf and Potvin up here.
158 at the end.
Welcome back to the booth, Potvin and Bobby.
Hello.
How we doing?
We just wanted to get one last group in before we close out, and I saw you guys sticking around in chat. So overall, how'd it go for you guys? I know we had a little discussion earlier on in the race, pretty early, but now that 6 hours is gone, what is you guys' opinion about it?
Yeah, I think we did all right. A couple mistakes, stop and go 30. When we did our driver swap, and then swapping back, we decided to take wets and stay on wets, and then we had a repit because we're a little off schedule there at the end, and I think we probably lost 45, 50 seconds if we stayed on schedule.
I think everybody was off schedule there towards the end, looking at stint timers and everything for our end.
Yeah, probably.
The nice thing for this is we probably would have been okay with fuel because I think we finished with a few laps left.
Yeah, I think like 8 laps left or something. Because when I pitted early on in the race, to switch to dries, because I figured I saw the dry coming up in the forecast. I was like, well, I guess we'll take a shot in the dark here and see if it stays dry for a little bit, which it didn't. But I refueled there completely, and that kept us pretty much full through my second stint. Saved a little bit of time there. Yeah, but other than that, I feel like we couldn't really do much more.
Yeah, it was tough all around strategy call wise throughout up and down the paddock. I was watching and seeing when people were pitting, what time they had left on their stint, if they could make it to the end. Found out that the leaders were actually on wets until the last like 45 minutes. They were
Yeah.
running on wets with dry times getting put up. So
Yeah, that's
everybody
about
was.
where we were at the end. I think I pitted for dries at 30 minutes left or something like that.
Yeah, that was a tough call to make. There was
Yeah.
tough decisions being made early on in the race and the very end. So
I
basically, it
can
was a
vouch
coin
for that
flip.
early on. Hmm.
Yeah. When you see those those pressures go up, you start to get a little nervous.
Yeah, and that didn't sit well for me for that, but that's okay.
Miss Selena here got a puncture.
Yes, yes, I did.
Oh,
I
I
was
did too at
gonna.
the end.
Oh, yeah. Was it the
Bouncing off those curbs.
Yeah, that would do it. Was it the left rear?
Right rear.
I got the left rear.
Interesting. Then that would make 3 rear punctures than we saw tonight.
Yeah,
At least we know of.
I kept my spring rates pretty low on the rears, so it might have been just bouncing up into the body or something.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It was a fun race to watch, all in all, and I'm glad that I got to call it from here. I'm sure you guys are glad that you got to be in the race and got to actually experience what a longer race was going to be like after 1.9.
Yeah, it was hype. Had some fun. Tire wear wasn't as bad as I expected.
Any
times.
closing remarks from either of you guys?
Let's do it again next
Yeah,
weekend.
I agree. Yeah.
Josh?
I'm busy next week, not that one.
After, I guess.
Well, it was fun having you guys up in the booth, especially during the race, and I'm glad that you guys got to come out again towards the end. So appreciate it. I can move you guys back down to general at least.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Have a good night, y'all.
Right.
Thank
Have
you.
a good
There
night.
you
Well, what a wonderful night. 6 hours. We have been live for almost 7. So
6 hours.
yeah. Selena, any closing remarks from you?
Honestly, what Bobby said. On to the next one. We need another one next week, something, because that was just amazing. That was a lot of fun. I mean, yeah, did mention that I did have a tire puncture, but that's okay. On to the next one.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was a lot of fun. I enjoy endurance races. Like, honestly, throw Curtis, if you're watching this, 12 hours of Bathurst, please.
Oh my gosh. Only in the Nissan
Please.
too.
Eh. Eh. Yeah, but yeah, I love endurance races. It's lots of good strategies in there and a lot of off strategies in tonight's race, but how it goes, how racing goes. Rain, no rain, too much rain, too little rain, but
Yeah.
it was really enjoyed it.
On that note, though, I want to thank the admin team for going through and setting all this up, the stewards for being there for the live stewarding, all of the viewers for tuning in and watching, and then obviously the drivers. All of you guys stayed for the 6 hours, put in a lot of work. It's so much fun to watch you guys race. I love commentating on it, and like I said earlier, the drivers obviously provide all the entertainment. I just provide that extra spice. Shout out to all of our sponsors and partners that allow us to do these events because they help us with all of the server side of things. So they help us have servers up along with all of our sponsors that you see going across the top of the screen. So huge shout out to everybody that really helps put all this together. I know that everybody in SRA loves it. So thank you again for putting this on. I'm glad that we were able to do it. And I want to say, let's move on to the next one. Another fun
Yes.
time. But for now, that's where we're gonna end it for tonight. So appreciate everyone coming out.